Turn It On, Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. They let us out of the cage again. It's the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt live at 5:30. From the Invited Celebrity Classic, brought to you by the Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. And right now, it is absolutely perfect. We're living the rich life.
Living the rich life, overlooking the practice green at Las Colinas Country Club.
Can we do something else? Can we replace the Nance golf voice?
I'd love to.
I'm trying to think who
problem
else.
is,
I'm trying to think who else.
none of
I don't
those,
even know the other golf.
Pay a tribute to Vern.
Huh?
Give a Vern tribute. Did you see? Vern was sitting at his hole. What is it? 16.
Yeah, 16.
And Tiger goes over to shake his hand, and they say, "Go ahead, you complete the joke."
What? Just see the hand stick out?
Yeah. And he goes, Tiger apologizing to the tree.
Yeah, saw that.
And the tree just has a hand out, but it's really Vern Lundquist behind. Anyway, we are set up here. This is your paradise.
It is Las Colinas Country Club for the Invited Classic, which is going to have a ton of celebrities and former PGA Tour champions now on the Champions Tour, which used to be called the Senior Tour.
Get rid of this too. Get rid of. We got to come up with some new
What?
stuff.
Get rid of the Masters music?
It's over.
It's classic.
It's over. Masters music. We're all overlooking the ninth hole. This is gonna be more fun. This isn't gonna be as formal.
This is my element right here. The greens, the golf greens, and the tee boxes. That's the thing,
all
right?
the things that you're gonna embarrass in a couple of weeks.
Man, I look out here and I go, God's paintbrush is something fantastic, isn't it? That's what I say every time I'm on the golf course.
We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Are we sitting in? Take us around this place. Give us a virtual tour, Choppy, of the rich and famous.
This is the best part of every golf course, the bar. Okay, the 19th hole.
What do you think is the most consumed drink at a golf bar? Bloody Mary?
I would say Bloody Mary because you can, for some reason, golf courses don't have to follow the TABC. You can't open until X hours thing. They're open at like 7 a.m., 6 a.m.
Oh.
You can go in there and get some liquor right now. I don't know why they could do that. I have no idea. But
there are a lot of golf courses that don't follow a lot of laws. We just
right, absolutely.
Augusta,
but you can go get. I would say a Bloody Mary is probably the most consumed individual non-beer. Beer probably maybe number one, but like a Bloody Mary. Now I don't drink them. I don't like Bloody Marys. But
because the tomato, of course, Italian you are.
I love tomatoes. I don't like tomato juice.
Yeah.
It's very strange. It's like a V8.
You like Bloody Marys? No way.
Hate tomatoes, hate tomato juice, would never drink a Bloody Mary. I don't like beer on the golf course, weighs me down too much.
Weighs you down too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I typically go with just the vodka soda. But
So what are we overlooking right here?
They've remodeled this golf course as the last time I played it, but there's the putting green over there. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's 18 or 9, that green right there, which is also a little strange because there's a food truck blocking it, so I have no idea how you're getting into it. Yeah, since they've remodeled this course, I have not been out here.
The weather, we got the overlooking view of what is that skyline?
That's downtown.
Okay.
Way in the distance. That little tower with the lights on it. That's
Reunion.
The green tower, whatever the green thing.
What's
is.
the big white one? Isn't that Reunion? The big white stick.
The ball. The ball is Reunion.
Why isn't the ball lit up?
no, you can't see the ball.
Can't
from
see
here.
it. I think
that's
it's too cloudy.
That's a different tower.
Too foggy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, picture perfect weather out here. Amazing breeze. The best weather month of my entire life in DFW continues. We'll see what happens in a few hours. Couple of things that we have determined. By the way, Terry Francona. When Pepe gave us the guest list, I was like, Francona, please try to get him. He's going to sit down with us at 6:20. We'll see if we can track down DeMarcus Ware in the 7 o'clock hour. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. So are all the celebrities going to eat, drink in here, and then walk out these doors so that we can try to have an Annika Sormstern moment like KMC did?
My assumption is look out these doors right here, and then they'll walk down those steps and go to either their golf cart over there or the putting green over there. There's the food, Ruben. There is the scones and the Danish, and I'm sure some scrambled eggs.
Did you name
Scrambies.
Ruben as if he's supposed to go and get the food?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
I just thought he would like to go eat the food.
Oh.
Yeah, not go get the
You're
food.
a damn lie.
I've got my soda products here, Sean. I'm not looking for a handout today.
Not partaking.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But
I
I may have
for a handout most days. Just
I may have
not
some
today.
scrambies. I don't know.
Yeah, as we were supposed to begin on the Zoom, he was taking advantage of the Cody sales link to get his free underwear.
Yeah, I got some free undies.
Loves the handout.
Chill underwears.
Loves the handout. So a couple things that we've determined. Bobby was challenging RJ's driving supremacy yesterday.
Oh gosh,
Bobby,
you're about to completely misrepresent.
Bobby, you're out.
You're out.
You just went to the back of the line. You're merging. Bobby, Choppy's leading. You're merging because you had opportunity to be here first, and you ended up here last.
I was here first. I was in the parking lot first. You guys were on the other side around the parking lot.
You were in the wrong parking lot.
You were like I gave you the correct address. You were not certain about what address you were coming to.
So why weren't you in the right parking lot?
Because it's like there was it took me up to the next street. The GPS took me up. There's like two streets bracketing it.
Yeah.
It took me up to the further one, and when you turn in there, it goes around a corner, and it doesn't look like there's a corner on that. That has nothing to do with quality of driving, and I'm not going to stand for this.
You crapped on Choppy's sense of direction.
I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Something being obscured in the dark, that's not sense of direction. That's vision.
What do you make of it? You pulled in there? Right
I pulled
there?
in fine.
Yeah.
I pulled in fine.
Also was going to end up at the wrong spot until I told him where to go.
Well, it's because I didn't put anything in my GPS. I just know where the golf course is.
Okay.
I was coming to the golf course. I had no idea. I don't pay attention to Tim's emails, so I didn't know that they were supposed to go somewhere else. But yeah, I would have gone to the same wrong place too. But I would have gone to a different wrong place. I would have gone to the golf course. Bobby went to the ADP building or whatever.
And then we have an inappropriate alert already for the morning show as RJ Choppy's shirt has been noticed out here.
Yes.
Let's get a zoom in if we can on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby, do you know what is on his shirt? And talk to the great PR person who set us up out here who noticed this.
Yeah, this is the great Jonathan Deutsch. Tony Fay PR set us up out here.
It's a magic eye.
And what's that?
It's those things where you bring them up and then you pull them back, and then it shows
yeah.
the secret.
No, so this is Bogey Bro's shirt, and it's called Whale Tail. The shirt's called Whale Tail, and these are little butts with thongs.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, little. There's like a million little butts and thongs on here.
Oh my goodness,
yeah.
That's great.
And Jonathan was giving.
Jonathan liked it. He goes, I got that shirt initially. I didn't realize what it was till I got it up close, and he had to send it back. He didn't want to wear this thing to work. It's a little soft. I would wear this thing. This is absolutely something you wear to work. It's something you wear to a golf tournament. So I'm all up on this one. Bogey Bros, baby.
Will one of these celebrities notice what is actually on there?
Ooh,
no
that's
way.
a good question.
No
That's
way,
good.
right?
I think I find Frank Coner to be kind of a thong guy.
Grimy?
I think he's a thong
You think
guy.
he's a thong
Yeah,
guy?
because they have a shirt. Remember Ass Man, the Kramer one. They have it with all it says is Ass Man all over it with a little license plate.
Yeah. All right, so
Cool.
we got Bobby directions, we got RJ's thongs, and we're set up here with our guy Ruben, our NBA insider.
Yeah.
As the NBA playoffs are about to start, and last night you had a couple of playing games, a fun one as the 76ers were trailing big, but they come back and beat. I'm so tired of the Miami Heat. I called out Jimmy Butler a couple years ago. That's a win for me. Jimmy ends up getting hurt. Looks like an MCL. Embiid is back. Philadelphia beats Miami. So they will be the number 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. And then last night, get the Atlanta Hawks out of here, too. I'm so sick and tired of them. Where are all you Trae Young fans who are trying to crap on Luka? All y'all have gone and hit.
He's been hurt for the last month, right?
Well, he was playing last night. If you caught that. And the Atlanta Hawks get blown out by the Chicago Bulls. So that's what happened last night with the playing games.
Kobe played like Kobe for the Bulls, baby.
That's right.
Putting up 42. Man, if you're going to allow, and I understand Kobe White has improved a great deal, and people are starting to think, all right, it's finally coming together for him. But, man, if you're going to let Kobe White drop 42 on you in a playoff game, you deserve to go home.
Is this bad news for Jalen Brunson in the New York Knicks, because you get Philadelphia round 1, and the only reason Philly, of course, is the 7th seed is Embiid. So Knicks, Sixers round 1, that could be awesome.
If Embiid's healthy all year, where are they? You know, where are they?
Top 4 at least.
They're not 7, that's for sure. Not a team I don't think you want to see if you're the Knicks. I mean, at least on the other side, Denver's facing an old Lakers team, but nobody wants to really see LeBron in the playoffs. We'd rather not see LeBron.
Nobody wants to see LeBron in the playoffs? What do you mean?
I don't think anybody wants to take on LeBron.
Oh, I thought you meant like fans.
Oh, no. I mean,
2011
like,
Mavs wanted to take him on.
I mean, like Denver. Denver doesn't want to see LeBron. They know they can beat him. The Lakers are an old team, but nobody really want. If you had your druthers, like, give me Sabonis over LeBron, please. You don't want that. And I think the Knicks are the same situation. Like, they don't want it. They'd rather not see Embiid.
All right, we got Rangers and Stars in action as well. The number 1 seed has been clinched in the Western Conference. Rangers finally gave us some entertainment on Jack Leiter Day. We got Terry Francona talking World Series champs as well. We are live at the Invited Celebrity Classic. Glad you're waking up with us as we get you closer to the weekend here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Third, he comes in to score. The throw goes into second. Smith is standing there with an RBI double, and the Rangers are up now 5-4.
The Sean and RJ blessing works for the Texas Rangers as our guest from a few days ago coming up big with the pinch hit double, and the Texas Rangers win in Detroit.
Take that, Shanks. The Shanks is dead.
Yeah.
We are now good luck. In fact, we're good luck. I think that there was a couple weeks ago, I can't remember who it was, G-Bag had an interview where things went south for the guy like right after. So
It always
there's
does with
a
them, I
G-bag
think.
curse now. Well, for a while there, they were claiming that the nosebleeds turned it around and turned it into a G-bag blessing, but not so much. This is fantastic ending there. Gets the go ahead double there in the 9th inning, but man, this is still a dead offense. It's still just you get 2 extra bases. That you get the Adolis double in what was the 6th inning that was off the top of the wall that looked like it was going to be a home run.
Again,
then,
my top of the wall.
Yep.
Complaint.
Yeah.
Just
The yellow line.
Just stop. Make it over the fence or not.
Yeah.
Please get rid of these stupid lines.
And then Josh Smith with the but that's it. That's all the extra base hits they got yesterday. And so there's still a bit of a power outage, but I'm not going to complain. And Kirby Yates was fantastic to close out this game.
Couple of bloops. Jonah Heim with what I thought was the game-ending insurance, and then Baez with a bloop tied it in the 8th. We talk about Smith. And thank you, Detroit, for all the errors that took place.
The errors were big.
And I love what they did on TV with they're measuring every aspect of wind. They're showing all the wind blowing in.
Yeah.
That was robbing the Rangers a lot.
It was. I enjoy that the more technology you get that they can bring to the broadcast. But I mean, look, you Evan Carter just grounds one to first, and that should have been an out. Right, should have been an out.
Yep.
There's a couple of them in that should have been outs.
Simeon got on a couple times because of errors.
I think it was Torkelson that kind of booted it. But yeah, I mean, look, you need that. That's what they had last year. They took advantage of good fortune. The other team gave them 4 outs. They made you pay. This year they haven't made teams pay yet, and then yesterday they did. So that was a good sign. Maybe it's something that they can. A sign of things to come.
Yeah, what was it? They got on base 12 times yesterday, I think, and 3 of them were it was like 3 errors and a hit by pitch. So you're talking about a good chunk of the time to get on base from that.
And the nastiness from Kirby Yates.
Very good. Very good in the 9th. Shutting them down, not giving them really anything to try to scare you with, which we've had a lot of. We've had a lot of with over the last 2 years with the closer. Kind of making you want to pop is it a Zantac? Is that what it is?
Say it. Just say what needs to be said, all right? Which is Peyton Russell's guy, Jose Leclerc, who he's liked from the very beginning.
That's Peyton's guy?
Yep. Remember that was one of his UNT Sports Zone points was him talking about Jose Leclerc. I'd liked him from the very beginning, and so that's his guy. But I mean, keep Jose Leclerc. I don't care how poorly things may end up with Kirby Yates or anybody else. Like, rotate somebody else in there. Keep Jose Leclerc away from the closer's role for forever. I don't want it anymore.
Are you as scared of Leclerc as you were Chapman last year?
It's equal, yeah, to me. He's just, he had every single appearance while he was holding that closer's role this year. He gave up a run or gave up multiple base runners. He was just he was always getting worked in some capacity. To me, that's such a mental thing. Just the bullpen and the closer role, similar to when we talk about kicker or whatever else. To me, it's such a mental thing.
It's absolutely a mental
when
thing.
That's broken, I don't want that anywhere near that role.
Closers are a wild mental bunch. It's a mind blank. It really is, and that's a problem. That's a problem because you don't know what you're getting day to day, and we'll see. We'll see what he ends up doing, how long he stays in the role. I think it's a good role that he's in now, where he's not in those same pressure pack situations, but. Let's be fair, he was fine in the postseason.
And then today, 12:10, right here on 105.3 The Fan, Jack Leiter pitches the finale of the series.
Oh, baby.
11:30 pregame. Rangers at Tigers. It's Jack Leiter Day.
Jack Leiter Day. This is a fun day. This is for me, it's a no expectation day. It's a no expectation day for me. Go out there and throw. Don't get hurt. That's my expectation. Don't get hurt. Right.
What a low expectation you're setting.
Yeah. It is a low expectation, but I don't really think that I could project anything from him. It's his first start. What do I really expect on somebody's first start?
But you can see stuff. You can see what he's working with a little bit. If it gets hit, that's fine. Whatever else.
Yeah,
but
I don't care about the result.
But but I mean, you do expect at least all right, I want to see the fastball
Well, you're going to see that anyway.
No, but fastball velocity. I want to see that the secondary pitches have life. You do want to see that, don't you? Regardless.
RJ just wants to see him walk. Apparently,
I just want to see him out there. I want to see a sign that this guy's a total bust of a draft pick. All right, which getting promoted to the majors appears that's the case.
How-
But you on TV, I don't care about the runs he allows. I don't care about how wild he is.
So what would be a total bust sign to you if you don't care about the results?
There's not. I mean, there's not going to be a bust sign. The fact that he's here is you know what I mean? Like the fact that he's here means that there's not that at least there's not a total bust sign.
The fact that he's here means there's
They're
20 people
desperate.
hurt.
Helps,
But what I'm really looking forward to today about this start is I want to hear what Mike Bassick's going to say on television so I can compare it to how he's talked about Jack Leiter on the radio for the last year. And I want to see if it's a little nicer.
All right, give us some comparisons.
I need to go. That's why I need to get specific quotes. But I know over the last year he's talked about Jack Leiter. It just may not be he may not be it. And
He'll totally put the Bassick butter on it.
Oh, 100%, 100%. He's gonna be he's gonna be like Jack Leiter. Well, look, this is why I've said the whole time that this guy is special.
Yeah.
How many does he mention? I was teammates with his father. Does he mention
he
that on
should.
TV today?
Of course.
Several times.
He should.
We got a Whitey Herzog story I heard on television the other day. It was a pretty cool story, but yeah, he's dropped it in there that he's pitched a time or two. And we brought up to Bruce Bochy yesterday when he joined us on the show. Let's talk about the number 1 seed in the Western Conference.
Robertson with the only goal in the shootout. Thomas stopped by Ottinger. The Stars win it 2-1. Their 52nd victory of the season. Second most wins in Stars franchise history. They only needed 1 point to clinch the top spot of the West.
TNT with the call. Otter was trending after making some amazing saves. Stopped all 3 blue shots. You see the one I retweeted where he just stuck out the stick?
Yes.
With that stop.
Sick.
He looked bored almost doing it. Just kind of oh, okay. And that was in overtime. That's end of game if he doesn't do that.
The Stars clinched the top seed in the West with a 2-1 OT win. They still have to wait to see who they play in the first round. Both the Kings and Vegas play their final game tonight. If Vegas wins, the Stars will play LA in the first.
Yeah, and Vegas has Anaheim, a team that they should take care of business with. You much prefer. Now, I know the Kings are not terrible. I don't want any part of the defending champs. I want no part of that in a short series, in the first series that you got to play. So I would prefer, if you got to pick one, I would prefer the LA Kings than anybody else.
That way Bobby could see him play again. Or no, who did he miss? Vegas against who?
He missed Edmonton.
I've seen Vegas play multiple times.
And how about that? If Vegas wins, Edmonton gets to deal with Vegas. So you got a team that's got elite front end talent in Edmonton. They might get knocked out by a team like Vegas who can put it on you.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that speed up close of those two teams, Edmonton and Vegas, and the way that they play against each other. And so, getting that rematch,
there was no doubt
we would have to go
again. You were going to be able to see.
Chop, you and I would have to go again.
We would have to go. There's no doubt about that.
We have more from the bombshell story that dropped yesterday. Do you really want this guy as Jerry Jones' next target? And I think guest of the day is on his way, Terry Francona, to talk World Series champs. We're live from the Invited Celebrity Classic here at the Las Colinas Country Club. 6 a.m. Club, right around the corner with Sean and RJ.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Oh, feel the breeze. Good morning, Metroplex. We are set up at the 2024 Invited Celebrity Classic at the Las Colinas Country Club. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, Terry Francona is right around the corner, the two-time World Series manager.
Touchdown.
And you went inside to find out that we are amongst different people.
We are amongst a different crowd today. Now, most of these people that are going to be here are celebrities, either former athletes or current Champions Tour golfers, which means they make a lot of money.
Yeah, I wonder how many people, what percentage of this list is not millionaires?
I think just about everybody here has 2 commas.
Okay.
I think this is a 2 comma place. So you know how when you go to a charity event, an auction, they'll have like a silent auction, and the opening bidding's at $50, or maybe you get one at $500.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think the lowest thing I saw in there was like $4,000. There's a trip to the Amalfi Coast that starts at like $32,000. There's an NFL.
Can I not go to the Amalfi Coast for less than $30K?
Maybe at like a Hampton Inn, but not where they're going to stay.
Yeah.
There's a Shania Twain meet and greet that's like $10,000. You can go get yourself some NFL game day passes, 2 passes to an NFL game day. That's only $12,000.
Oh, okay. So that's in your budget.
It's like field passes. It's like, man, they are on a different world than we are. Just a different world. That's what happens, though. That's what happens. Sports got there's a lot of money in professional sports, man. A lot of it.
Let's bring in Terry Franco. Let's ask him what he would bid on, or whether he has checked out any of the items as the World Series champion manager sits down here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, and no one else is up. I'm surprised. No. I thought golf was an early game, Choppy, and no one else is up except for Terry Francona.
It generally is it's an early man's game, an early riser's game. People get out here. It's dark. There'll be people on the range. They got lights on the range. You can get out there and hit a few balls, and I don't know if you can putt yet.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, guys. It is early. You're right.
Oh, do we have him?
It is early. It's so early I didn't know to turn my mic on.
No, that's our producer's fault. Did you check out any of the bidding items in there? Did any catch your eye?
I got here at 5:45. I don't even know where they are, but I guarantee you I will every time I come here or something. I love looking at that stuff.
What is the last thing you've won through an auction with an experience? Where you're like, I have to have that.
Well, I got a Joe Montana football helmet. I actually got a Michael Jordan basketball, which was really stupid because he played for me. Probably could have just asked him, but so not the smartest person.
What about a trip?
I've never done anything like that because up until now I was always working.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is the first time I can really do something like this.
So with The Last Dance and being the Jordan junkies that we are, going back and watching it, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Terry Francona was the manager." He really could have made the bigs, you believe, as a hitter, because the stats that you recite in that, I'm like, oh my God, did he really do that in that short amount of time?
It wasn't that bad at all.
There's a couple reasons I said what I said, and what I said was I think he would have found his way to the major leagues. Now, I don't think it was fair until he had about another 1,000 at-bats, just because I don't care who you are. But the one thing I found out early on, if you tell him no, he's going to find a way to make the answer be yes.
Yeah.
It's just the way he's built. And so I would never bet against him.
Who else did you manage that kind of had his mindset in Major League Baseball?
Couple people come to mind. One is Dustin Pedroia. Very similar in there. And I don't think that should be shocking. I mean, because Pedroia, you look at his body and then you look what he was able to do. He shouldn't have been able to be that good, but he willed himself. And then the other guy, he didn't play for me. I played for him, was Pete Rose. They just have that mindset that they can't be beat.
Pedroia was that was an interesting case because there's a lot of teams, aren't there, out there that just completely eliminate people under a certain height.
Yeah, I think it was gutsy by the Red Sox to take him as high as they did because, I mean, let's face it, the majority of those guys aren't going to make it. But he had that special, and I mean special, whether you call it DNA or a gene. I mean, this kid is just what you're looking for.
How stunned were you by the Rangers World Series run? What do you think of what they've built here now under Bruce Bochy?
I'll tell you what, a couple things that didn't surprise me, because they have Chris Young and they have Boch. So they've got baseball people and extremely intelligent people. Mike Maddox back there now. So, I think, again, I'm probably showing my age, but I think in today, and it's not just baseball, it's everywhere. Everybody's hiring all these young guys and everything, and then when things go wrong, they're not sure how to fix it. And you look like the Kansas City Chiefs. They went through some big struggles this year. Andy Reid knows how to coach. He turned it around. I think Boch is I shouldn't say as good. He is the master. I mean, this guy just knows how to do things, and it doesn't always go perfect, as their season reflected. But then you move on and figure out, okay, how are we going to get this done?
What do you think that he specializes in? Like we say, this guy's an offensive guy. Andy Reid's an offensive genius. We're always talking about relationships with Bruce Bochy. Is there an X's and O's thing? Is there something that jumps out where, like, okay, I know that he's going to have this?
Because the game is so different, and, like when you watch it on TV, you see a football coach calling plays, so in baseball you don't necessarily know what the manager's doing because it's kind of behind the scenes. But Boch is always a couple innings ahead. Like when you're playing them, you know that the games are going to get run like it's supposed to, so you better be ready.
Terry Francona sitting down with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Was Boch winning the World Series kind of like a little internal fist pump for the old school guys, because we were all going towards the young, inexperienced, and it's like, okay, maybe the old guard can still get it done with the gut a little.
You know what? And it's not just that, though, because Boch is universally revered by anybody who's been around him. So it's an easy guy to pull for.
Because the game, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the game not gone to the point where a lot of front offices they now are in charge of the lineup? Is that the way it is?
Yeah. The game has changed a ton. It used to be, and this is a long time ago, the manager was kind of the face of the organization, the spokesman. And now it's not necessarily what they're looking for anymore. I think they're looking for somebody that can take an organizational philosophy and make it work in a clubhouse. Sometimes those aren't mutually, they don't work together so well. But again, I was really lucky in 11 years in Cleveland, because our guys are as smart as they come, and they want to be innovative, but they also let you manage the game, and I really appreciated that.
Do you like how the game has changed from it's gone more like there's a lot more information out today? Because you guys were the first front office that kind of won the Moneyball way, right?
Well, I was actually in Oakland as a bench coach when that was all starting. That was 2003, and they had just come out with the book and everything, and it was a great learning experience. And I guess the way I look at it is, if you're hungry for information, whether it's on video, whether it's with your eyes, whether it's analytics, as long as you're trying to answer something correctly, good. If like anything in this world, if you go all in on one thing and don't do anything on the other, you're going to miss the boat. So I think generally the teams that do the best are the teams that incorporate everything.
We've got a team here in Texas right now that they're struggling a lot with injuries. They've got most of their rotation down right now, half their infield's missing, stuff like that. They keep having to call guys up. Guys they call up get hurt pretty quick. How hard is it from just a managing perspective to keep guys engaged with the idea of next man up and hey, everybody's got to contribute, versus kind of being realistic with guys about hey, we're in a tough spot right now, but we just got to get through this?
But I think there's a little bit of both of that. Certainly next man up mentality certainly helps, but also being honest with the guys, saying to guys, look, our margin for error might have just got a little bit less, so let's not make errors. But we got to be realistic. You're right. I still love following baseball, and I know the majority of the Rangers pitching is coming later, but you got to get to later. But I think they'll be okay. They're pretty talented, and they've also developed some really good young players. And I know they're hurt, but when you can infuse some youth with some of the guys like Seager and those guys, that's got a chance to get pretty special.
We all talk about this. We talked about it last postseason about that run the Rangers went on in terms of winning all those road games, going undefeated on the road all the way to the World Series. Just from a perspective of somebody who's been in the game and managed those types of games, how difficult is that? Because we marvel at it, but we don't necessarily have the same gravity of understanding of how sincere that is.
You know what? It when you get on a roll like that, it actually doesn't seem so hard. I know when you look back on it, maybe you're like, wow, that was. But when you're feeling it and you get good players, great players that get in that zone and they don't feel like they can lose, it doesn't really matter where you play.
In your best guess, pitcher injuries have been a major problem, obviously. I mean, we're having, elbow injuries left and right. Is it they're trying to throw their hardest at every pitch? Is it the sticky stuff is gone? Is it the pitch clock? Is it all of them? I mean, what is your best guess?
I've been asked that a lot lately. I'm not smart enough to know if the pitch clock is affecting people or not. I mean, I hear people talk about it for sure. I just don't know. I'm not saying it doesn't. I don't know. Personally, I think, when they took some of the sticky stuff away, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but guys are trying to grip it and rip it. That's kind of what, the philosophy has been. It's like, see how much you can make the ball spin so you can get, vertical on your fastball and get some spin on your breaking ball. So now they're squeezing it, and every pitch is like the seventh game of the World Series. And I don't think people are built for that. And you're seeing some of the byproducts of that.
Terry Francona here on the home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. So are you just like binging? What's your baseball setup every day of how you're getting it?
What's funny is, I was in the game so many years, but I found myself watching the game less and less. And now that I'm retired, I turn on my baseball package and I see where, I certainly know when Cleveland's playing, but then I look, okay, what game's close? Like, is it the eighth inning? It's 4-4. And I just bounce.
Yeah.
And it's been fun.
Are you retired?
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I guess I'm technically a consultant to Cleveland, which I don't know what I'm consulting. But
I don't think any consultant has ever consulted like Dirk for the Mavericks.
But I thought it through pretty thoroughly. Last year around June, it was starting to kind of seep in there a little bit, and I was actually getting kind of mad. I'm like, are you in? Are you out? These players don't deserve for me to be wishy-washy. And then when I told my guys, the bosses, in the middle of August, it was like a weight was lifted off my shoulders, and it felt good. And again, I love the game so much, and the game has been my whole life, and it's been so good to me. But I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And some of the things I think you need to do to be a good manager, it was just becoming harder for me.
Yeah.
I've heard players say, like, when they retire, like, not having a schedule is, like, the toughest adjustment. Have you found that? Like,
it's the greatest adjustment. oh, man. I'm telling you, man. I think I was to a point where, because my whole life is like, got to be at the ballpark at 8:30 or, got to do this. And all of a sudden, you're right. There is no, and I kind of like it. Like, in the morning, sometimes my first decision is, do I have a second cup of coffee? As opposed to dashing out the door and going to the ballpark. But I'm okay with that. And, again, I don't know what I'm going to miss about the game because it's still kind of new.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. Like, I think it would be kind of bad if I didn't miss the game after that many years. But it doesn't scare me. Like, I'm like something like this. I've never been able to do something like this.
Yeah.
So I want to try to enjoy some of the things that I've missed out on.
When did you get to the ballpark normally, like a 7 o'clock game? Like what time?
I'd usually get there about 11 in the morning.
Oh,
just because
that's a 12-hour day.
It give me
back when you managed playing the Yankees, it was a 4.5-hour game.
Oh man, you're not kidding. So those are 12-hour days, but that was by choice. And I like to get to the ballpark, and like in Cleveland, we had a little Swimex, and I could take an hour and kind of clear my head and get all my work done before everybody got there. But again, and I loved it. But when it starts to get to a point where it's like my passion wasn't quite what I thought it needed to be, I think it's time to step aside.
The public enemy number one right now for Rangers fans after the last week, I know you follow baseball still, is Angel Hernandez after he missed 3 really bad strike calls on Wyatt Langford. I know Ken Rosenthal had said this week, he said, like, MLB's got to do something at this point. How were your dealings with Angel Hernandez, and do you think there's reached a point where it's like, look, something's got to be done about how frequently these calls are missed?
Well, I'll tell you a couple things. One, Angel was on the crew of my last game in Detroit last year. So I took out the lineup card, and they were all being real nice and everything. And I said to Angel, can I get your contact information, your cell phone? He's like, he kind of looked at me. I said, I want to call you at Christmas and yell at you.
Did he give it?
No, well, I was kind of teasing. No, he didn't offer. The one thing I would say, guys, is because we have so much technology now, everything is measured. But if you go back 30 years ago and you look at the strike zone,
oh, yeah.
I mean, it got really big. You go look at some of those Braves games, and I know Glavine and Maddox and Smoltz are here, but, man, that play got big. Now, again, you're talking about balls that are a couple inches, 3 inches off play. I just think for the majority of they're really good.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's just so much technology that you can look at now to see, oh, man, they missed that ball by an inch.
So, are you living in Cleveland?
No. I love Cleveland. Don't get me wrong, but I live in Tucson, Arizona. That's where I went to school.
Yeah,
and built a home there. And I was going to say I want to get old and retire there. Well, I've already done that, but I love it there. Everything in Tucson revolves around the university, and I think that's kind of healthy.
Yeah,
you miss
stay young
a little bit of the snarkiness maybe of a professional town. And I'm a big basketball, NCAA basketball, so I go to every game.
Wow.
And it's just you wake up and it's kind of like here. It smells good and it's warm, and it for a body like mine, it helps.
So, so is golf your number one hobby?
Yeah. In fact, when last year was over, I got my shoulder replaced so I could play golf because it was getting to a point where, you had to try to find a slot that didn't hurt, and you end up going, I'm not going to play, and I want to be active. So yeah, I love it. I'm not good, but I love it.
Who are you playing with out here?
I have no idea who I'm playing with today. It's still dark.
How are you the only one up? You're the only one. Did everyone go out last night? Was there an event? Was there a party last night?
You know what? I don't think there was. There's something going tonight.
Okay.
And then I think tomorrow night. But when I knew I had to be here today at I got the bed, man. I'm not a spring chicken anymore.
You are on the second hole. You are playing.
Who am I playing with?
Okay, you're playing with Billy Andrade. He's a good talker.
So that's awesome because Billy and Zig's his caddy, and I've gotten to know them over the years. When they played in Tucson, they actually stayed at my house. So this will be a treat for me. Might not be such a treat for Billy.
Terry Madera, Joseph Klickus, and Scott Campbell.
That's awesome. What fun.
When they gave us the guest list, because long time ago, I had you on when I was in a little market 147 in Cambridge, Maryland. You were just as cool then as you are now. I was like, get us Terry Francona amongst everybody else. So thank you for sitting down, man, and congratulations on retirement.
Guys, have a great day, okay? This is a really cool event, and it was fun talking to you guys.
The great Terry Francona sitting down with us here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. How cringy was this moment? The cringiest moment of the week with Terry's second favorite sport, college basketball. We'll play it for you next, then the Payload on 105.3 The Fan. But
Modified Through the Fans segment here brought to you by Window Nation. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Don't you get that same feeling that you would want to play for Terry Francona like guys do Bruce Bochy?
Oh my gosh, absolutely! Like he just kind of is just chill. I could totally see. I don't think there's another manager that could come from 0-3 down. Like his just demeanor is such that. I mean, Bochy's got the same kind of demeanor, but Francona seems. Bochy's kind of he still has that different feel to him. Like like Francona seems. I can't put words into it, but it's like he seems like he's not. Bochy seems like your granddad.
Yeah. And
Terry seems like your cool uncle.
Yeah.
Like, so maybe he can relate easier to 25-year-olds. I don't know. Bochy seems to do fine. But, yeah, it's just, they're the same. They're cut from the same cloth.
Francona just sat down with us because we are live at the Invited Celebrity Classic. The KMC Masterpiece will be broadcasting from here as well. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Cringy audio of the week has to do with Caitlin Clark. But before we get to that, the numbers are coming in. Bad Masters numbers. We're out here talking about golf, and the WNBA draft had 3 times more viewers than half of the 4 major American professional sports and their drafts.
Okay, so they had 3 times more. Okay, I didn't see that.
But they
part.
destroyed the MLB draft.
Nobody watched it. The MLB draft is on MLB Network.
Yeah.
It's like not even really televised.
2.5 million people. Obviously, the most watched draft in WNBA history. The NBA draft was watched by 3.74 million. So they only beat the WNBA by 1 million. The MLB draft was watched by 744,000, and the NHL draft was watched by 681,000. And Gavin Spittle.
Yeah, the MLB draft and the NHL draft are kind of the same. Like there's no payoff, right?
You don't know who they are.
Well, you don't know who they are, but there's also no payoff. Like you draft somebody
and
you're not going to see them. Yeah, you're not going to see them for 4 years. So it's like, what am I really watching here? And there's such a big miss rate, but. Yeah, and then the WNBA draft beat basically every WNBA game in TV ratings. Like nobody watches 2.5 million.
The draft beat all the WNBA games.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? But the Masters,
really. It's not really crazy. But Bobby hit this on the head. All jokes aside, Bobby, what's it going to take for this to continue? You said
you got to develop Caitlin Clark. Like honestly, I mean, and that sounds simple, but like in all honesty, like you need to. The WNBA needs to figure out a way to
Steph Curry's
like reach down into like the lower levels and like start talking to these girls AAU leagues and everything else and like get them to develop.
Yeah.
Like this kind of talent. Like you got to start developing shooters because you look at the last 2, who are the 2 most significant female basketball players who have brought attention to the sport in the last couple of years. It's
Sabrina.
You get Caitlin Clark and Sabrina Ionescu. Those are the 2, and they're the same. It's
now Sabrina doesn't move the needle though.
Sabrina got a lot of attention for her 3-point shooting.
Yes, but like she didn't bring men to the sport, like the male audience.
Like I have no idea. I don't even know. Did she play at UConn?
No, Oregon.
Well, I mean,
are you sure?
No,
yeah,
this is your
I'm
favorite
pretty sure.
sport.
No,
this love it.
This is the point. It has to take someone pulling up
It
from
does.
like half court
It
or
does.
dunking.
Right, or
someone's Vince Carter. Okay,
they've had that. Like
No, they haven't
real,
Vince Carter.
real dunking.
yeah, like Candace Parker would dunk like with just a one-handed dunk, which in the NBA game, WNBA game is like whoa, like everybody goes crazy, right?
Yeah.
But
I'm talking
Griner
about-
would do like just a two-handed slam, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like Shaq.
Oh well, yeah, I mean that's we're
Yeah,
evolutionarily
tell us,
away
Fauci.
from that. We're away from that. No, we're just away from that. We're not there yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm. But
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's what it's going to take to get someone like me to pay consistent attention. Since that's not going to happen, it's going to have to be. You're going to have to bomb away like
You're
Caitlin
going
Clark.
to need a guard the size of Cardoso from South Carolina, who has handles, who's got the athletic ability, is just a big body. That's what it's going to take. Now that's out there. Someday it's out there. We didn't see Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
For the first 75 years of the NBA, or LeBron James. So it's out there. It's going to take time. But if they, to me,
Is
build.
Is this Josh Donaldson right here?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna
If they build
let him know he was a friend of the show.
if they build their promotion around an individual superstar, they'll be fine. If they try to do what baseball does and build it around team success, they're going to fail. Because people don't show up to watch teams; they show up to watch stars in America.
Who's Greg Doyle?
Greg Doyle is he's a newspaper writer. I wouldn't even say he's a cantankerous.
He's pretty self-righteous, though.
He's sanctimonious, self-righteous. All the
because we've had
the OUSs.
These types of stories about him for some years now. We've brought him up.
Well, and he was in the news during the Final Four when in the final game. When he was like, I've been so focused on Purdue this year doing my job, I haven't noticed what a jerk that Danny Hurley is. And I'm like, dude, you haven't been you're following college basketball? You got a front row seat at the NBA at the NCAA championship game, and you haven't paid attention to Dan Hurley over the last 24 months? I mean, they won the title last year. You weren't paying attention. and he's like, what a jerk he is. He's just an idiot. Well, so that got a lot of the ire of people. And then yesterday happened.
And he was at the Caitlin Clark, Indiana introduction press conference.
And you don't, the audio you can't, which we'll play the audio here in a sec, but the visual is that he's doing like the little heart sign with his hand. He's like, showing her a heart, like when he's asking her questions, like, hey, look at me, love that you're here. And he's doing a goofy little heart sign. So that is what you can't see. So you got to just envision that when you listen to the audio clip.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me and we'll get along just fine. So, question is.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
could you?
That is Greg with 2 G's behavior. It really is.
He spells his first and last name wrong.
Yeah.
Like that's a feat.
You like that?
That's a feat.
And she looks like get his 2 drops of here. I'm so glad you're here. Keep doing that to me. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Very weird. Now,
people are like, not trying to make a crazy statement here, but no one's going to say much if they take his press pass for that creepiness.
People wouldn't have said much. People would have said much about taking his press pass if it was before.
Yeah, it was before
There's
that.
a lot of people that don't like Greg.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that love him though. He's got a devoted fan base. He does.
What a creepy thing to do.
No. Uniquely oafish is what it is.
He wrote,
clumsy and awkward.
He followed up, today in my uniquely oafish way, while welcoming Caitlin Clark to Indy, I formed my hands into her signature heart. My comment after was clumsy and awkward. I sincerely apologize. Please know my heart, literally and figuratively, was well-intentioned. I will do better. Then he follows up, and he says, column coming. And then he writes, Caitlin Clark, I'm so sorry. Today, I was part of the problem.
Yeah,
so,
people are making this into a greater issue that this just isn't there. This is a fake. That's a fake. There's nothing. He was an idiot, right? This is not something he needs to go out there and write columns and about.
He's writing it for his own good.
Oh, I know.
He's not being forced to write this column.
He doesn't need to apologize. He tried and attempted humor and levity or whatever, and it backfired. You don't need to apologize for that. Like, that to me is just like, he's not part of the problem. He is a problem in general. He's not part of any greater problem. That to me, this whole story got blown out.
What is the problem that he's even describing?
It's probably
the misogyny.
I think he's talking misogyny. Like he's
Jamel Hill.
He treated her differently.
Like an object.
Not. I wouldn't even say as an object. He just treated her differently than he would a male that got drafted by the Pacers.
Sure.
Yeah. And she just wants to be treated like an NBA player, like, right? And I get that, but he tried to. He tried to be funny. He tried to be cutesy with it, and it just completely fell flat. Completely flat.
Like it's such an obvious line that's gonna get you killed, though.
Yeah.
Like it's not just clumsy. It's just you're an idiot. That's what it is. You're a moron.
Yeah.
Either you are just critically stupid, or you knew exactly what you were doing, and I didn't think anybody was going to say anything to me about it. Now I got to pretend like I feel bad.
What's up with these indie guys, though? I thought indie was like Mild manner, cool. We got Dan Dockich, Greg Doyle,
and who was the other guy?
I've never seen more smoking per square foot than Indianapolis.
I thought it was Jacksonville.
Oh, give it up for our Rangers guest of the month, Josh Donaldson.
Josh Donaldson, baby.
We're the Ranger station where you killed it with the interview a few weeks ago. You turned the Metroplex into fans of you, so we had to acknowledge you in person. Thank you. Kill it on the golf course. There it is, Josh Donaldson. So who's the number one most hated now that Josh has been bumped down?
Oh,
Smoltz?
Josh Smoltz. Josh was never number one. It was always Batista.
Batista was number one.
Yeah,
he was just sticking up for his teammate. I get it, right? You're sticking up for your team. But now listen.
Guys, I'm just trying to do like radio theatrics here.
He was always the bad boy. He was always the bad boy.
It's Smoltz, Batista, and I mean, people still to this day hate Robin Ventura.
Peyton Russell helps a stripper with her taxes. It's Thursday, so it's a payload for the 6 a.m. club next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive. They are going to hook you up on that brand-new Ford car, truck, SUV. Platinum Ford in Terrell. I went out there this week. I went and saw Adam Vinci, the GM over at Platinum Ford. He's a solid dude. He's a huge Tolo, by the way. And he was like, man, we can't keep these vehicles on the lot. We are selling so many of these things because they're giving such great deals. And here's the best part. Doesn't matter how many they sell, they still got them on the lot. Tons of vehicles. They have more Super Duties on the lot than anybody. You're going to save over $6,000 on all Super Duty Lariat XLS and XLTs. Largest selection of Super Duties in the state. F450s, 350s, 250s. They got full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the 2023 Ford F-150 Lariat four-wheel drive. You can save over $11,600 and get 1.9% APR for 72 months right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It's the best dealership you're going to walk into. If you're looking to buy a Ford, you're not going to find a better one. Not going to find a better deal on that Ford car, truck, or SUV, and that lot is completely full. Doesn't matter how many they're rolling through the door. They're getting deliveries in every single day. PlatinumFord.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are
Qualified through the fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Yes, that is right. Another episode of The Payload. Every Thursday at this time right here on The Fan. Get in on the... Bobby, stop. You know, Bobby, look, you're hundreds of miles away, 30 miles away, and you ruin my segment every single time.
Not even 30.
Probably about 12.
Maybe 12. Look, we'll get right into it. We got a lot to get to in there in The Payload. Tax day was on Monday, right, RJ? You know, you talked about it. Did you get your refund yet? Do we have an update on that?
I haven't even filed yet, Peyton.
Oh, nothing. Okay, so we have nothing.
I'm still waiting on last year's refund.
My mommy has mine. So I don't know why with the family account they don't send it to me like they have every other year. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting on a nice fat check.
No, the government has more of my money, is what they have. $2,187 to be exact.
Well, so we get to our first story here. This stripper went through her taxes. Now, in this audio clip, it's about a minute long. She goes through everything she made in 2023, and it gives you an idea of how much do strippers really make. You know, they get mainly cash payments, some credit cards here, and then she discusses
Where are they swiping?
I think you can go to the bar tab. I think, well, when I went to a gentleman's club, I think that's what you went to, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You go to the bar.
They bring a card reader to the table.
You can pay for it, I think, card, because not everyone wants to go to the ATM. I went to the ATM many times and got screwed multiple times doing that.
Reader right there.
So, so let's play this audio clip. There's a stripper. She goes through how much she made in 2023 and then how much she also owed on taxes, which is a lot of money.
To start, my 1099 income, so basically my credit card transaction income for 2023 was $134,275.50. And then my cash income from 2023 that I self-reported was $238,502.50. And then in 2023, I also dabbled a little bit in OnlyFans and the Black and Orange site. You know what I'm saying? So on OnlyFans, I made $5,853.88, and on the other site, I made $5,737.90. So my total 2023 income before deductions and expenses was $384,369.78. Looking at my 1040 that was filed to the IRS, the amount that I owe in taxes for 2023, $116,722.
See, Bobby, your $2,100 is nothing compared to what these strippers have to deal with. These overnight dancers, as Bonte would say.
What expenses is she deducting?
I mean,
outfits,
a tripod.
I bet you no. I bet you she can deduct all her clothes, all her nutrition,
all the overnight
gym
dancers.
membership. I bet you can deduct that, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
I don't know. You tell me.
Any kind of plastic surgery she might be able to deduct.
Oh, yeah.
Nails, getting her nails done.
But why is she declaring all this, man? Isn't it just straight cash, homie?
It's straight cash. I mean,
keep
she's
it
doing
a
the right
secret?
thing. They're quote unquote the honorable thing.
Why do all these restaurants cash only? Why?
Yeah, and that's why they give you a discount. You pay cash. Here's your cash price.
Exactly.
And here's your credit card price.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, she doesn't need to be
She's declaring way too much.
Yeah.
But how about that? Peyton, did it say what state she's in, city and state?
It did not. I don't think so.
Because I was curious on what states exotic dancers make the most money. I get it if it's Nevada.
Isn't it Atlanta?
Atlanta, yes. Atlanta, Vegas. But I was like, there's no way this is in the Midwest somewhere.
What do you think? What do you think Dallas dancers do? Where do you think they'd fall in the what percentile?
Ask Wilchuk. He was Mr. Baby Dolls. He was posting up there every single week.
That's true. But I mean, he was. I don't think it was just because he was around it doesn't mean that he got close enough to talk to all of them.
Okay, Bobby. Yeah, he was just there at the front with the promo guy handing out pins, fan
exactly.
pins.
He was reading his Bible.
Yeah, so there it is, the tax problems the tax issues of the overnight dancers.
And she said she only made like $5,000 on OnlyFans an entire year. That's pathetic.
What's the other one? What's black and orange?
PH.
Yeah, the hub.
The hub.
People are saying she's Miami. She's Miami.
Oh yeah, Miami.
Makes sense.
All right,
was
guys.
she attractive, Pepe?
Oh yeah. Brunette, glasses. Yeah, she was.
Did you sub her?
No, I did not. I have a girlfriend, and she's listening right now, so I would not be subbing into that. Thank you, Bobby, for pointing that out. And Bobby, your text yesterday to the group message popped up, and she saw it. So congrats. Thanks for doing that. Yeah. Shout out Tiffany Gomez. Okay, so this next one. You guys are on a golf course right now or at a country club, and there's an old man here. He gets really mad at these youngsters because of their slice. And Chop, I want to have your opinion on this. If this ever happened to you, people buy houses right off a golf course. Your house is going to get hit. The window's going to get knocked up. Here's this old man going at these kids here.
I'm a mad mother right now.
I know, I bet. I have windows too.
Yeah. What's your name? Vitali. All right, Vitali. You owe me $681. I'm mad as shit. You can't hit this thing's 200 yards wide, and you hit house.
Slice. Sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry? I'm out of window. Go to the next hole.
I haven't hit yet.
Yeah, I haven't hit it.
Slice is a slice, Chop. It happens. You pay for property on the golf course. These things happen. I mean, are there windows you get that are different than other windows that are golf ball proof, or what do you do here in this situation?
To me, it's quite simple. Don't move on a golf course if you don't want a ball hitting your window. Now, what was there first, the golf course or the house? If it's the golf, that may play a part in it.
Oh, it's like me and the Copperheads. I'm on their territory.
Right, you're on their territory. Yeah. I don't know, and I think a lot of places are different. A lot of golf courses will say you're responsible for it. I mean, try to prove that in the court of law, man. I didn't intend to break their window. I intended to hit the ball 320 yards down the middle.
I wanted a house here, like in this area, before I settled on the one that I got, and it was like really expensive.
Oh yeah,
property taxes and coming in here, but I was fully prepared. Like I got to deal with golf balls flying at me.
You got to deal with golf balls. My dad hit a woman in the head while she was in the pool at her house. Hit her right in the head with a golf ball. He knew he hit it right. He hits it right, and he just drives down the fairway. He's like, I ain't going over there to get it. Just drop one and hit it again.
And the homeowners, they can't do anything about this, right? I mean, he hit their house. It's not like, they can't be like, well, your slice sucks so bad, you're going to pay. Like when he said, you owe me $600.
There's a lie.
Did the woman run out on
her husband did, and she's like, dude, I got called the ambulance. She's passed out. And he's like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I didn't.
Pass out?
Yeah, he knocked her out. He hit her in the head with a golf ball from 300 yards away.
I'll tell you, do you know Brookhaven Country Club?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, so I grew up.
Well,
no.
All right, Jordan Spieth.
No. If you know the area, I did not grow up on the country club. I grew up in the area, which the area is not necessarily like bougie. But I remember I was driving, like one of the first times I was driving by Brookhaven Country Club, and a ball came flying off the course, bounced on the street, and hit my side mirror. And it like cracked the little side mirror in the car.
Did you go looking for someone?
No, I did not. That was new money over there.
The payload continuing every Thursday at this time on 105.3 The Fan.
So text in 877-881-1053, Franco Injury Attorney text line. If you live on a golf course, has this happened to you? How do you react to it? Or do you just collect the golf balls like I would? Because I would just, have a big jar of golf balls and never have to pay for any more in my life.
Yes.
Okay, this next one. Now, RJ, you've played pickleball before. I don't know if Bobby and Sean, you've played pickleball. I have not. But in New York City, it is the #1 spot to pick up hot singles. This is where you go. We talked about the airport and how girls have been dressed up to go to the airport. They try and find their lovers, when they're going on their flight to wherever they're going destination. And now they're going to the pickleball court. I guess what? You get a couple duos going like that. You get 2 guys, 2 girls playing each other. And then now in this article, they talked about you can talk like during the pickleball match. Is that true, RJ? Can you talk to the other person? Is it a social event here? It seems like a match, really, like a tennis match. But these guys are talking to each other.
I mean, when I went, it was a lot of older folks at the time I was there. But I could absolutely see how if there was a younger crowd in the area we were, you could easily make conversation because the courts are so stacked. And you guys play tennis. the ball goes in somebody else's court.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
Perfect pickup line.
And it's a perfect chance to do that.
Hasn't Spittle told us in our meetings? Hasn't he become like big pickleball guy?
Yes,
Or like he says the courts are all getting used up for it now.
Yep.
Stuff like that.
Any place where he can meet women, he'll pick up the hobby.
So I mean, then that if he's playing pickleball, that should tell you it must be a good spot for it. That there's a lot of opportunity there.
And in this article, they're interviewing these women, and they're, early 20s, 24, 25, and they're saying that they're dressing up like full makeup and everything, going out to this and working out, basically. But the point is for them to pick up a nice-looking gentleman.
Yeah, because when I think of, when you go out to the tennis courts, it's like an older, cougar-y type.
Sure.
Female.
Yeah, pickleball's a little,
Female
can be
younger?
Yeah, you know what it was? It was a lot of groups. When we were there, it was a lot of groups, a lot of group parties. So, that could be, not a situation. It could be a little bit more intimidating because you got a lot of group parties there. But yeah, if it's just if you're the friends going out, I think it's an easy spot. Easy.
I don't feel like I would be very good at pickleball
or
anything. You would.
No, I mean, perfect example right out here. What we're looking at, what I would crush.
We got to get a club in his hand out here.
I just saw Adam Thielen, by the way, our boy.
Oh yeah,
he's getting breakfast, getting a little brekkie.
Okay.
What was having? He have some scrambies.
He is having some scrambles.
And one more update here. My girlfriend Mackenzie is listening. She texted me. She said, it's okay. You can get with the stripper, Peyton. So you know what? I got the pass here. So when I go to Vegas next month, I'll be going to a club, I guess.
She just doesn't want you. Never mind.
Hit up the Rhino, baby.
So is that the one out there?
Now listen, I haven't been out to the Rhino
yeah, all right,
in
whatever.
5
You
years.
don't go.
It's been probably about 5 years. When I was yes, it was that. That was it. Now, there are some people would say Sapphires. I disagree. I think Sapphires is massively overrated. The Rhino is absolutely where to go. We know about the Rhino.
There's the Payload here every Thursday. Sorry, I'm talking to 4 different people. Tom Glavine may stop by. DeMarcus Ware may stop by.
Ooh.
All the celebs. Adam Thielen, we may have to go harass him as well. We are live at the Invited Celebrity Classic. You don't know what's going to happen next right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 of the Fan. But I do know what's going to happen at the greatness of Hurtado Barbecue. You are going to go and you are going to get stuffed. I love the social setup that they have as well. When I first went with my family and my boy Scott from the station, we went to the Arlington Spa, and I was like, oh, this is a bar. Oh, there's the restaurant. Oh, here's the play area right in the middle. Absolutely perfect on a day like
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Robertson with the only goal in the shootout. Thomas, stopped by Ottinger. The Stars win it 2-1. Their 52nd victory of the season. Second most wins in Stars franchise history. They only needed 1 point to clinch the top spot of the West.
We were going to come back with a baseball highlight on the home of the Rangers until we found out that our current guest was in the Mario Lemieux draft.
That's correct. Fourth
round pick, Tom Glavine.
I'd much rather a hockey highlight, so that was good. Yeah.
Okay.
Stars are good this year.
Okay,
Man,
are you
they're
watching more hockey or baseball?
Way more hockey.
Way more hockey.
Yeah. It's hard for me to sit down and watch a 9-inning baseball game anymore. I'll watch here and there, but 9 innings, not very often.
Is that like not wanting to talk work outside of work? Is that kind of what it is?
No, I mean, I don't mind talking about it. I actually enjoy talking about it, but I don't know. It's just after doing it for so long, sitting down and watching it, and I don't want to be one of those guys. I don't necessarily love today's game, so it's a little bit harder to watch, but for me anyway. But
did you like watching it more when you played? Were you one of those guys who soaked up all the other games?
I mean, I did a little bit more, definitely, because you're paying attention a little bit more. Now I don't have to pay attention, so to speak. But I think there were, especially on the pitching side of it, I think there were more guys when I was playing that I enjoyed watching if we weren't playing against them. So I might turn it on and watch it, but less of those guys today.
So you say you're watching a lot of hockey. Stars are good this year. So we're sitting here trying to figure out Kings or Golden Knights. Who should the Stars want?
I mean, it's a goal. Golden Knights are tough. I mean, obviously coming off a cup. I don't know if you ever want those guys, but it seems like every year LA kind of creeps their way into the postseason, and then they're a formidable team in the postseason. So, I never like to wish for anybody, because you end up getting beat. You're like, well, maybe we should have played that other team. But you got to beat everybody.
Did you have any tough decision between hockey and baseball?
Not really. It was more between ultimately signing with the Braves or going to college. I had a scholarship to go to college. I was going to try to play hockey and baseball. Might have been naive in thinking I could do that, but that's what I wanted to do. But once the Braves started making a run at me and tried to sign me, it was pretty much, all right, do I do this or do I go to college?
Tom Glavine here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you watch a ton of golf?
I watch a fair amount. I'm probably like everybody. I watch, obviously, the majors, but,
Tour.
On a regular weekend, I'll catch some Sunday, some Saturday.
So you, Smoltz, and Glavine playing, Maddox. What's the 1, 2, 3 of the pecking order with the ability out here?
Smoltzy's the best. And Greg and I are kind of 2A, 2B, depending on who's playing what at the time. But John's always been a little bit better in the sense that he doesn't, Greg and I will blast a driver out of bounds once every 9 holes and make a double bogey. John doesn't do that much. So.
What was there a road city that you loved to go to because you knew the course you wanted to go play?
Well, there were some, and then there was a lot that grew on us over the years. Philly was always a good one to start because you had Pine Valley and Marion. I never really liked going to New York initially, and then once we started getting out of New York and started playing some golf, it was like, oh my God, this is a good golf town. And then, along the way, Pittsburgh, you go to Oakmont. I mean, San Francisco, you got Olympic Club and all these other. So, I mean, pretty much everywhere we went, we were playing something that was in the top 50 on the list.
All right, Tom, before we let you get out here and warm up, Bobby is a newer addition to our show, and he's
welcome, Bobby.
Thank you.
Extremely arrogant over this sport.
Okay,
and
not arrogant, realistic.
He believes that he can come out here. He's never played around, and he can break what? What
he
is
says he could
shoot 80.
He could shoot 80
the first time. After muscle memory sets in, everything like that, probably low 70s.
Okay, well, all right. So you're saying, do you hit ball? Do you practice
no,
it? You
no,
don't even play.
Never picked up a golf stick.
You're going
to
pick up a golf club and go out there and shoot 80s.
Right. Yeah,
Bobby, show him the swing.
Yeah, okay.
Bobby,
so Tom, break
Bobby,
this down.
Not happening, Bobby.
I think
Tom, you be Leo Mazzoni here.
Okay.
You
so
break
this is how
this down with
this
the
is how
technique.
this is how my swing would be. Okay. First, you make sure that you line up here. I'm going to put my thumb down the club like this. Okay.
Right away, you're in trouble. You're getting too mechanical, but okay.
So I'm right here, right? No, this one's a little shorter. So
are you putting right now? Or?
No. It's just this only reaches this far. So here's what happens. This is a perfect drive. What you do is you bring it back behind you, but in order to make sure that you're straight, because you don't want to have bad mechanics, you're going to follow the club behind you like this and look at it and make sure it's good. And then you come through and you whack the hell out of it, and then you just like do one hand to kind of hung
Poppy. Okay. All right.
What do you think, Tom?
I'm thinking you're not breaking 100. Let alone
He could tee off from the green and not break 80.
Look. I mean, I'm sorry that a lot of people struggle with this game.
What do you think? What do you think people overcomplicate about it? Like, what are they just not?
I don't think they complicated enough. Did you see the technical prowess of my swing there?
Pretty good.
I mean, it was a good technical breakdown. I'm just not sure you can bring that to the golf course and actually break 80, especially if you're having to put everything out in a tournament format.
Brian Billick said he was going to bring, like he said, if he was going to be present for this, he said he would bring $1,000, and like I will bet $1,000 on you not breaking 100.
I'd probably join him on that. Tom, definitely 80. 100, I don't know, but 80 for sure.
Tom Glavine sitting down with us. Tom, thank you for stopping by the show again, man. Have a good day out there.
All right, I appreciate it. You guys have a good day.
There he is, the absolute legend, Tommy Glavine, right here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. He does it with such confidence too.
Simple confidence.
He sits there and does it with such confidence.
He is so ready to get out there on the course. You can tell he's stalling, too. He doesn't want to play. Bobby does not want to get on the course.
Are you kidding
and have
me?
to actually put this thing into proof. There's such utter confidence there. I love it.
I wonder if we could talk someone into letting Bobby tee off with them, like to start off first, like the first shot of the round. Is that right here? Like is hole one, like right here? Where are they starting this thing?
Hole one's over there.
Yeah.
So
I wonder. Like Donaldson, I bet would have been like, all right, you're gonna play with me, and you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna tee off first. But we got to secure the golf course. Would this place let us play our 18-hole thing?
It's a private place, but I bet you on a Monday they would.
Make Derek vouch for us.
Is Holland out here?
Holland's at the course across the street.
No,
He's
Holland's going to be out here today, though.
Oh, yeah. He'll be out here today, but he belongs to the course across the street.
Yeah, you guys were trash talking about your golf games, and he goes, they invited me to play, not you,
They
Choppy.
did invite him. Well, he's currently not working. So I couldn't have played. I couldn't have played.
The only problem about if somebody would let me, if I would allow myself to help them and drive for them, the only problem with that is I know we do have a bet payoff coming up. I'm doing a lot of cryo, doing a lot of prep, and so I don't really want to damage anything.
Yeah,
and then. Because if I damage something out here, guys, then that will be an excuse that I have built in if I shoot over 80.
Back to the Stars. Ottinger made some incredible saves, stopped all three Blues shots in overtime. They clinched the top seed in the Western Conference with a 2-1 overtime win. So who are you waiting for? The Kings and Vegas? Spittle sent us a comparison from the regular season. 3 wins against L.A., 0 against Vegas. Goal differential. In the 3 against the Kings, the Stars outscored them 13-3. In the 3 against Vegas, it was the Knights who outscored them 11-4. Spits and Suds is out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts to get ready for the playoffs.
Man, I don't think you want any part of Vegas. This is now it's a little different, right? In the NHL, they don't do necessarily 1 versus 8. Now there's Annika Sorenstam walking through. They do. This would be 1 versus 8, though. This would be the true 1 versus 8 if they were to match up with either team the way it is, the way the records all shook out this year, because it goes by division and wild cards. But I don't think you want any part of Vegas. It's probably a bad matchup, and they're the champs, man. I just don't know that you want any part. They're top of their team is still very, very good. The Stars run out 4 lines that are tremendous, and you may not have a team in the league that's got 4 better lines than they do when they're all healthy. I still don't think you want a part of Vegas. Not the way the matchup went this year.
Let's get to the rest of this. Was it a hit piece on Bill Belichick yesterday from Don Van Natta, ESPN?
I don't know.
Explanation?
I guess an explanation. Look, there's no doubt about it. It makes Belichick look sad. Like it makes him look like he was almost begging for a job at the end. And so I guess from that sense, maybe a hit piece, but it just seemed like this is kind of how it broke out.
So I went through the second half of this yesterday. Also, Belichick is going to be with McAfee for draft night coverage. And we have Draft 101. You have Draft 101 tonight?
I have Draft 101 tonight. I don't know when I'm going to sleep today as I go straight from here to the draft show in Frisco as well, and then we do Draft 101 tonight. But Yeah, we'll have draft 101. Myself, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk. It'll be great.
So Belichick with McAfee. He continues to secure the big dogs. The Panthers briefly discussed Belichick before he signed his 2-year extension with New England a year ago, but this offseason decided to pass. David Tepper often sifts through data to critique his coach's play calling.
Oh, yes, sir. I
That,
like that.
you like that? That, according to a source, is tough to do with Belichick. As a figurehead, they went for Dave Canales. Belichick was not interested in going to L.A. That's fine. Their owner targeted Harbaugh from the start. The Raiders had just fired a pair of Belichick assistants, so they were not going to go down that road again. The Titans fired a Belichick guy in Vrabel. They wanted someone to collaborate with the general manager, and people were worried about him building a culture at this stage. Quote, he was so stubborn with the offense, he ran that offense down to a pulp. Mac Jones looked like a capable QB early. You think Joe Judge and Matt Patricia can run the offense for him? It's arrogance. And a lot of what I took in the second part of this was Belichick wants his guys, his failed other coaches, to come with him for the quick turnaround. That's what he said to Arthur Blank with Atlanta. So if you want him here like I did with the Cowboys, Josh McDaniels, Matt Patricia, Belichick wants them a part of the package.
Which, okay, as long as Matt Patricia isn't running the offense, I've got no problem with that. Those are capable coaches. I wouldn't want them head coaching me, but they're fine NFL assistants. Josh McDaniels is a good NFL coordinator.
Robert Kraft apparently sunk.
Yeah.
He turned the Falcons' job. Belichick thought he was getting it. Kraft and Arthur Blank are like best friends as NFL owners, and Kraft told Blank, "Don't do it,"
Which is interesting.
which Kraft denies.
That's if Kraft did that, that's as low as it gets.
I disagree. If you were going to make a decision, right, and you called me and I'm like, yo, we're boys.
Who called?
What?
Who called? Like, do we know did Arthur Blank say, I want your advice, or did Robert Kraft go, hey, I heard you've been interviewing this guy? Because that's a very different tone to me and a very different issue.
Like, wouldn't you advise your friend? I'm telling you, don't do this. It's like me asking you for a home inspector. And you had a terrible experience with someone. You're like, stay away from them. Like,
okay, but
I'm helping you. We're friends. Like,
but he
what
didn't
am I
have
gonna
a
lie to
terrible
you?
experience with them. They won 6 Super Bowls.
Well, he did at the end.
They did at the end. I mean,
relationships.
Relationships sour. But it's I don't know. I just think that's unbecoming of a boss to try to keep one of their former employees down. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know.
There's a such thing as a references list. Like.
Yeah, but Bill Belichick, he didn't fill out a resume. Like, this is not. I get it. I get what you're saying. Like, if you don't
Kraft
know,
said you'll never have a warm conversation with him. Arthur Blank is all about this family atmosphere. He hates confrontation. He hates coaching searches. So, man, I think that's what I would expect from my buddy. Like, I'm telling you, don't do this. Save yourself a headache.
I think it's okay if Arthur Blank called Robert Kraft. I think if Robert Kraft just said, I would like to volunteer, like that.
Yeah.
I disagree.
But to me, that sounds less like I'm looking out for you. That seems more like I don't want him getting a job. I'm looking out for you is when you place the phone call and you say, here's my honest opinion.
Yeah.
Robert called Arthur to warn him not to trust Bill
petty.
From the article.
That's petty to me. Though, like, all Atlanta's trying to do is Atlanta's trying to push something over the top. Like,
I agree. If it's a references list, if Arthur's calling him, to say, hey, what do I need to worry about? Is this whatever? To just call out of the blue, I think I agree with Bobby. Like, that's just Bob Kraft telling them that he doesn't want Bill to coach again.
Should the Dallas Mavericks be interested in one of the Splash brothers? There's a rumor out there, and how far do they have to get? How far do the Mavs have to get in the playoffs for this not to be a Dallas Cowboy-type failure? That's next in the commercial-free Expressway, then your favorite local segment of the week. It's the Neighborhood Watch, all of it, with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles. I know over here at the Invited, you got a lot of golfers deal with joint pain. They deal with that golfer's elbow. I've had it, both elbows. You got to get on over to QC Connects. If you've been told you need surgery, there's a good chance you don't. You could get it all fixed without surgery, without drugs, without steroids, without downtime. If it's a full rupture, then yes, you're going to need the surgery. But if it's not, they can cure you at QC Connects. Mine wasn't. I had a tear in my extensor tendon. QC Kinetics 2 sessions, no more tear. The MRI showed nothing after the 2 sessions. 100% healthy. If you have tendonitis, arthritis,
to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
They go inside and they drop it, but the buzzer goes off. The Sixers win. They hang on. The Sixers advance. They're playing the New York Knicks in round 1 Eastern Conference basketball. The final 105-104.
That was the call last night of the Eastern Conference play-ins. Joel Embiid and the 76ers take out the Miami Heat and Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler maybe has an MCL injury. Zion, by the way, is out for the Pelicans game. So that's awful news for them. So now it's going to be the Chicago Bulls taking on Miami. Chicago waxed the Atlanta Hawks yesterday. So that's what happened last night in the play-ins.
Man, Jimmy is a wild case because he doesn't give a crap in the regular season. But you get to the playoffs like last year, he just, here you go, NBA Finals. Like, you know, just like rolling through. It's really crazy, like his career. He is the ultimate playoff-only guy. It's all he is.
Isn't that, like, haven't we all complained over the years that that's the NBA mentality?
Yeah.
In
He is-
general?
he's the
like,
NBA.
He embodies what the NBA mentality
embodies
is.
the NBA.
Oh, look, our guy, John Smoltz, the home of the Rangers. We didn't get the hat. We didn't get the hat for him that we were going to bring up. What an absolute
He's
treat.
ready to war it. I
Honest
love
to
it.
God, we were leaving the show yesterday, and we're like, all right, Bobby's going to go get an Arizona hat. I'll get an Orioles hat, a Rays hat, all the teams that Smoltz was rooting for during the Rangers playoff run. But you were a great sport with it. What's up, man? How are you?
Oh, man. Getting here was a little bit interesting.
What happened? You hate DFW travel too, John?
No. We got a puppy.
Oh, no.
Changed our life.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be 57, so we had to drive from Atlanta because the puppy can't stay yet. And
Sure.
So, yeah, we drove, got to see everything. It was awesome. And if we can cross our fingers on Saturday's weather, everything's perfect.
What type of puppy?
Boxer.
Oh.
Boxer.
He's awesome.
This is not your first dog.
No. This is probably our 5th. But I was ready to be done. My wife was not, since I travel.
I love how you talk about dogs like children.
Yeah.
Are you guys done?
You guys done?
Exactly right. So we've driven everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many stops did you have to make, and what, or just go in the cart? In the kennel?
we stop every 2 hours. You have to get up every morning at 4 in the morning, let them out. Yeah, it's like it really is having a kid again. So we're almost through it.
What was the best part that you drove through, and the worst part?
Actually, we went halfway to Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh,
so
I've made that Atlanta to DFW drive. Mississippi is not where I would choose to stop.
Well, how would you describe it?
I think people from Mississippi are barely people.
Oh, John, just leave that.
Yeah.
Just leave that. Okay, and then another part where you're like, wow, this is great scenery. What was it?
No, actually, everything was pretty smooth. I had the time of my life during COVID here, because I spent more time. I spent 30 straight days, and it was awesome. Like I said, if there's a way to have the World Series and a tournament of the playoffs be held in one spot, much like football they have it made where they can promote it, and they have the one. That was the greatest 30 days of broadcasting for us. We didn't have to move, and the players were great because they didn't have to move. Baseball was actually played better.
Yeah.
But I know that's pie in the sky. That can't happen. But I got a chance to see some of the golf courses around here that, when I was playing, we came through here once, maybe, and loved every second of it. So I'm not rooting for COVID again, but I would love to have.
Because we asked Glavine. Glavine just sat down, and you were asking about the best golf cities.
And it's not surprising that you guys get on all these courses, but how does that, did you just make a call and say, hey, I'm John Smoltz, can I go play?
Yeah, so that's how it started when we were losing 100 games. And I didn't even get my full name out, and it was click. It's like,
really?
Hey, this is John Smoltz, Atlanta Braves, click. We were terrible.
Really?
When we started winning, I started calling again, and we got more invites. And then we got more. In golf, you meet the one guy who knows everybody. It's like striking gold. And I met the one guy that knew everybody and connected me, and the networking. Back then, we didn't have a computer. I had a little notebook, and I wrote everything down. I had a briefcase, a notebook, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that briefcase went everywhere I went with me because that's where my golf contacts were. And that's how we did it. And so I made all the connections, got the rent-a-cars. I was the golf concierge, and we had a blast over the time.
So when you come here, is there a top 3 that you make sure that you play?
Dallas National, Trinity Forest. I mean, there's so many. Like, you don't know that until you've come through and played a lot here. And when we just didn't back in the day, we didn't have the interleague till late. And so now, here I am, 2020, whatever it was, and I'm like, that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm.
And it was great. And I've met some really great people here and played a lot of great golf courses here.
John Smoltz here on the Fan. How many times have you been to Augusta?
About 12.
Wow.
To play. Now, I've only been
To
once
play.
because baseball always took place. So I got an experience once to go. I did an event with Freddie Couples, which was really cool, and he made the cut that year. But he made the cut almost every year for a long time. And I was really shocked on how it was going to be presented, meaning not that I think of myself as I'm going to be noticed, but it is Georgia.
Yeah.
And I was more concerned with what would that be like walking around. Is it an autograph session? Is it a picture taking? They don't have any of that.
Nothing.
So you walk around like, hey, Smoltzy, and shake your hand. It was awesome. And we get to watch golf. I'm not big on crowds, like thinking that TV would be better. That truly was a way better experience. And now I understand why people love going.
Is there another thing? Because I think they've done a phenomenal job of I don't know. It feels like they make it so for other stars and celebrities, everyone's treated like equal, and it's like everyone like conforms to get into this place, and they have no trouble saying no to people.
One of the most unique places where character and honor are on the. As soon as you walk in, you get a chair and you leave it, and no one takes it.
Yeah,
and it's really. I don't know of many other places where you go into the place and everyone kind of respects everyone to the point where it's like, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And the golf obviously is the historic Masters, but I just find that the walking, I knew walking that course was not what TV presents. It's way harder than people say because it doesn't look hilly, but it really is.
But you're watching it like a junkie too.
Oh yeah.
What stands out to you about Scheffler?
He just has everything that you would want to design in the makeup of a professional golfer, right? We don't talk about that. We can analytically talk about a million things that are relevant but not tell the story. And everything he's done in that sport, I mean, no one's ever going to replicate what his feet do and how he swings. Like no one. Like, that's just a gift, and he's worked at it. But his demeanor and everything that he processes and everything, the noise going around with whether it's live or he just marches along, and I'm a huge fan. Not met him yet, but huge fan of how he goes about it.
And it's like that course sets up for him too, right? Like,
I think every course sets up for him. He just finds a way to be the new guy that's dominating the sport. And really, when you're that good and you hit that many greens and you don't make every putt, people think, well, if he could only learn how to putt.
Right.
I mean, give me a break. He has the most opportunities, so this always going to expose itself. I'd love to have that.
When you come out here to these types of events, do you feel any type of pressure because everyone knows you're really, really good? And so do you feel any pressure to like be at the top of these events?
I do. And we talked a little bit about how I would physically beat up for a long time. But when I qualified for the U.S. Open, that's when the pressure started because all of a sudden everyone said, well, he's going to win the celebrity tournaments. He qualified for the Open. And I had I believe, a perfect line that's funny that most people didn't get. I said, but now at least I was competing against guys in my age group on the Champions Tour. These guys are 30 years younger than me, and they didn't get it. It went right over their head. But yes, I do, because the expectations are similar to my career. Yeah, I'm supposed to win a Cy Young. I'm supposed to win 20. Everyone else's expectations about somebody usually can suffocate that person.
Yeah.
They don't understand my expectations were higher, but it's part of the deal.
I haven't learned much from Choppy in 14 years. I don't even know if I learned this. I think it's an interesting observation about clutch, where he believes that you're not raising your game, but you're staying level and medium, and everyone else is dropping. You're a big-time clutch guy. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I love going to people who are in that department of analytics and talking the word clutch because they flip out.
Yeah.
They don't think there's even a.
Yeah.
They don't think that's a thing.
That's my argument for you with free throws. I'm like, it's not a coincidence that everyone comes up short.
Yeah, they drop, right? They're dropping off, right? That's the thing. It's a
Well, they're tightening up.
Yeah, it's a choke.
So what happens is, and anyone who's played with teammates know that not everyone's the same, and they would be shocked if we came out and said that out of 25, 26 players, there might be 4 that want the ball, want to be at the plate. Like they don't. That's not a thing they can process.
Yeah.
For me as a kid, I'm not saying this is a guaranteed formula. I wanted to be in that situation every single time. And my heartbeat slowed down in those situations. I loved it. Matter of fact, you give me a choice, give me 40 playoff games and 50 regular season games. Like, give me less of that. It's not that I didn't try to win every regular season game.
Yeah.
My hyper focus got better, and I really loved that moment. I wasn't afraid to fail. I think the biggest thing that people don't understand, they're afraid to fail. If you're afraid to fail in a regular season game, that's one thing. Everyone gets over it because you know you got a long season.
Yeah.
But when all the eyes are on you in the postseason and everything's magnified and they're always talking to you about, that's when the heartbeat and the moments get a little big and guys try too hard. And it's not that you can't want it more than the next guy, but you certainly can't want it less either. And I think that's the one thing that I loved about our run is I got a chance to pitch in the moments that I loved. And, analytics will say that clutch is a random, can't be reproduced. I said, really? I said, so that I got lucky for 14 years?
Yeah.
And I don't know how to answer that. But there's a part of people that you could just see in a golf tournament. Their heartbeat just gets slower.
Yeah.
And you almost feel like, are they alive? And that's the perfect scenario to work out.
Well, it's like I guarantee, like most golfers would rather a 12-foot putt than a 3.
Yeah. The expectation.
The expectation,
Absolutely.
it completely changes.
And I've
nerves.
said this all the time, and I get it, I've gotten it, in my career. If I study a putt for 30 seconds and you study it for 2 minutes, and we both miss, who didn't concentrate in the eyes of somebody?
Right, yeah.
But that's my process. That's your process. We fall in love with, like, this is the way it's supposed to be. And
Yeah.
if you overanalyze and take your time and study and you miss, well, you did your work.
Yeah.
But if you do it in a quicker way and you miss your putt, he's not concentrating. And I laugh at that because in sports we have so much information that really doesn't tell you about the heartbeat and under the hood.
We talked about pressure, but are you the same competitor out here that you were on the mound, or is this just a little bit more? Are you more relaxed out here?
No, I played a team sport my whole life, and I'm a team guy. But this is the ultimate find out about yourself because no one bails you out. In the Open, when I qualified, it would have been great if somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, "All right, you're out. You stink. I'm going to get somebody else." I had to finish the bad round that I started. So that part intrigues me. I don't know if I was a kid, if I started out playing golf, what I would have chose, because I really do love golf. I didn't play it till I was 20. So, but I love, being part of a team.
Do you mechanically break down your swing? Do you have a coach?
I don't. And the reason I didn't for the longest time is because if you told me to do something that my body couldn't, because I got 2 new hips, as we talked about, and I need a couple more shoulder surgeries. If you'd have told me to do something and I couldn't do it, it would frustrate the heck out of me. So I'm a self-taught field player, which has its pluses and minuses, maybe some more minuses than pluses.
Wow.
But when it's going good, it's great. When it's not, then it's like, okay, go back to the drawing board.
I assume when you were pitching out your career, I mean, you had to, you could self-evaluate and correct yourself in the middle of a start.
Right.
Have you got? Do you do the same thing out here?
It's getting better. Playing with these professionals really help. I watched yesterday Stuart Appleby play. Oh my goodness! Like that's when you realize they're doing this for their life, and they're in their office and they're comfortable. I'm trying to open the door to their office and figure it out. But I love watching. If I see your swing and I like it, I'll try to emulate it. And that's, to me, that's always been my. I grew up in a musical family. I've self-taught basketball, football, baseball. Everything has been self-taught because I figured if that's the way it's going to be, then that's what I've got to learn. And there's some good and bad in that. And now I'm going to start taking some lessons and hope to fine-tune some things.
You were not scheduled to be on with us. How did this happen?
Well, the PR guy said, "Hey, they're sitting over there. If you want to go over and help
Props,
them out."
man, that's big time.
I said, "These are my guys," because they all know I can't stand the. No, I'm just kidding.
No, the crazy thing about that, because I grew up on Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
So I always listened to you on Dan, and we've had you on many times. So when all that was happening, right, we were getting caught up in the range. Like, I knew that that wasn't who you were as a broadcaster.
Yeah.
So I think it's badass that you
It's
decided to
funny
sit
though
down.
because it's funny now.
It felt like that in the moment, but like I knew, like
But
for all the
day
years I've
one-
listened to you.
Day one on the job, Joe Buck pulled me aside and says, "Here's what's going to happen." I'm like,
Yeah.
"What do you mean?" He says, "Every single home city is going to think we are rooting for the other team. Buckle up, don't pay attention. It's going to drive you crazy.
Yeah.
If you have social media, don't." And I didn't realize until doing this how real that was.
Yes.
And now
Brave
I
fans too. Brave fans get on you.
Oh, they were the worst. They ended
Cowboy
up
fans
crushing
hate
me the most.
Aikman.
Yeah, I do.
Cowboy fans hate Aikman.
I did that World Series with Joe Davis, who, for both of us, was the hardest World Series we've ever done. He represents and calls home games and all games for the Dodgers, and everyone knows me as a Brave.
Yeah.
So I did the same thing I've done complete neutral, and they crushed me. Like, they were so disappointed in that I wasn't rooting.
Yeah.
Because I played 21 years for the Atlanta Braves, and that's when I realized in the local station, I said, "Should I start a Twitter account today?"
No.
And he goes, "Oh, no. Now's the day." So I've never done it.
My broadcast theory was that, the Rangers were the underdog. So, like, when the Lakers are playing a series,
Yeah.
you're focusing on the Lakers, right? How can the Lakers get back in
Yeah.
this? So we're taking on the Rays and the Orioles and the Astros. The Astros are the story.
Sure.
And so it's kind of like when you kind of take it back to, we call it play the hits, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of playing in my mind. And then when the Rangers look like they're winning the series, you focus on how the other team can come back. These
Yeah.
are some of my broadcast theories I was throwing out there.
Because what happens is
You got to sell it too to your audience.
See, everyone thinks you're just only broadcasting to the two home markets.
Yeah.
There's people that tune in that don't know anything about either teams.
Yeah.
And you have to explain that as if it's the first time they're watching. Well, people who follow the teams are like, "Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Why are you calling a home run?" The play-by-play, why is he screaming
Yes.
or calling a home run for my team against the team I'm rooting for?
Yeah.
And it gets kind of cloudy and muddied into thinking that it's really about your home broadcast team is not doing the World Series, and here comes this national team. So
We'll get you out of here on this because we know you got to play, but we know how much you talk about this stuff and break it down. The pitching injuries are happening because of what?
Oh, if I start drooling and stuttering, it's because I've been talking about this for 10 years. It's false reward system. It's what they're asking them to do. It's like the definition of insanity. Here's what I tell people in the short story is drive your car, look at the tachometer, and there's a little red line at the end that tells you warning, okay? Drive it in the red line everywhere you go and go back to the dealership and complain, say, "My engine blew in a year." Well, what happened? You were driving it in the red line. It's all about chasing velocity and spin. These guys have no chance to be successful long term, but that's what they have to do because that's what management wants. I hate it, and someday I promise you they're going to come and it's like Fonzie in the movie. They can't say wrong. Like, they just can't. So they just move on. And so they want people to just look the other way. They don't want them to focus on the realities that we've all been talking about for 10 years. And you know what? Eventually it'll turn, but right now, max effort and velocity.
Hey, man, thank you for stopping by. This is badass.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I think you guys are the reason I'm going to win this tournament. I really do.
Thanks. You and that Diamondbacks hat and that jersey. Congrats on the new pup as well. John Smoltz. It's an Atlanta Braves Expressway, commercial free right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
I'm jealous, man. He 12 rounds at Augusta, and I'm no doubt. So my favorite course I've ever played, Sage Valley out there, right by Augusta, and I'm guaranteed he's played it a million times, and it's jealous. It's a jealousy thing.
That's not what I'm thinking of right now.
But it's also hard to not like him.
I know.
It's hard to not like him.
Those are the type of interviews that will backfire on
hard.
us.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It'll backfire on us. I don't even want to look at the fan text. But, dude, He disarmed us by just sitting down. That wasn't. He's not supposed to come on today.
No, he was not.
And he was joking
scheduled.
around with the PR guy, and he just walks up here. I'm like, "Where's he going?" Like, breakfast is over, and he just sits down and plops down. Bobby, you must be conflicted.
No, I mean he's nice. I know the way this goes and everything else. The reality is he hates the Texas Rangers. I mean that's still a reality. We all accepted it, but you know what? We got that. You know when they made the ring and it said the ROAD and they had all the logos. They should also have a little diamond like Smoltz face right in the middle of it.
She said Rhodes with the S for
Yes.
Smoltz.
It's Thursday. It's Expressway. That means we go local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Okay, so our Facebook community group post of the week is something that I think is ingenious. And I sent the photo to Ryan. I don't know if Ryan's going to have it up on the fan cam. But it comes from the Facebook group, This is Mesquite. By the way, I'm up to, I think, now 25 community groups that I'm a part of.
Nice.
Where I'm just, in fact, I had somebody who listens and is a friend of mine who saw me in the Grand Prairie one. They're like, the hell are you doing? You don't live in Grand Prairie. And I was like, this is what I do. I gather content from all these ones. So this comes from This is Mesquite, and it's quite possibly the greatest innovation in the history of public restrooms. And the post says, someone does not play when it comes to public restrooms in Mesquite. Who in the hell did this? And they slid socks, big old socks, over the toilet seat. Now, there's a lot of opinion there in that Facebook post. So basically, if you can't see this on the fan cam, if you're just listening to us, they took a couple of Hanes socks and stretched them over each side of the toilet seat at that little opening. And there are people who say this is genius, others who say it's disgusting, and then there are others who are like, this has been a life hack for a long time. Y'all are just catching on, but it's especially useful in chilly restrooms.
Okay,
where was this done?
Mesquite.
Chili's restaurant or
chili,
cold?
Chili, cold.
In Mesquite. Okay, this is fascinating.
I think this is, now the only problem is if it's wet, it's going to soak through the sock.
Okay, couple questions. Number one, are these socks you're carrying around, or are you taking this off your feet? And
yeah, these are your poop. These have to be your poop socks. You just carry these with you
right,
all the time.
Because you cannot. I'd much rather my rear end. I hate that this young lady is listening to us talk about this conversation.
She can't hear.
Such a
She can't hear.
Okay, you can't hear. She said I'm fine with poop talk. Oh gosh, we're sitting here at this country club talking about this, but I'd much rather have my rear end touch a foreign public seat than my feet touch that ground in that public restroom. So these have to be These have to be poop socks.
Yeah, and I think
they have to be poop
I think you have to
socks,
buy
yeah.
a cheap bag of socks, and you're discarding after each use. You're not sliding that back over or bagging that up.
So why can't I just use the toilet seat cover because they come off too easy?
Well,
this.
Look, that and I don't use the toilet seat. I welcome butt juice. Okay, I don't use the toilet seat cover. If someone's pimply, juicy butt was just on it, I actually like it. It's a nice warm toilet seat. I don't mind a warm toilet seat at all. I will go poop right after somebody else. We will go rapid fire in there. I don't care. I'm not scared of toilet seats. I'll wipe them down. Sometimes I don't wipe them down.
Your fiance is a germaphobe.
Yeah, she doesn't care for this. Okay, if I tell her
that just means that night you're not.
No,
that region's out.
She knows that if I go and use a public restroom, and she's like, she hates when I get naked in bed.
Now there's two young ladies sitting here listening to this.
I still will do
They're
it.
lining up. They're gathering.
I still will do it, and she's kind of come to accept it. And I'm very sorry about this, but I have no problem, if I have, and I will go. And yesterday, I had one of the 5 best poops of my life yesterday in a public restroom. I didn't tell her about it because I knew I would have gotten a look when I got into bed. But it was fantastic, and I did not use. I wiped the seat down because I noticed there was a little bit of urine on it.
Okay,
so I wiped the seat down.
Yeah.
But I don't always wipe. I give a look. If there's not anything visible on there, I accept butt juice.
Look, if it's not a Buc-ee's, the play is always the hotel. You go find a hotel. You pull up there. Just walk in there like you're supposed to be there and use the lobby restroom. That's the play. But, I mean, I do think that the socks, in a pinch, if I'm in the middle of nowhere, I think that this works
crazy.
really well. So
But they got to be really long socks to go up.
I mean, they'll stretch.
To wrap up.
They'll
Very
stretch.
long socks.
Yeah, you can stretch those a little bit.
Mesquite, man. That's mesquite behavior.
There you go, Skeeters.
My neck of the woods.
You're appreciated. Okay, so something really odd, I think, is going on. And I definitely want to hear what the listener reaction is or his experience is on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Something's going on with internet service providers, I feel like, right now in DFW. So I've been without internet now for 11 days out of the last 30.
11 straight days?
It's been 11 out of the last month. So I had 5 days where I had no internet, and it finally got fixed. And then it was good for maybe a week and a half, and now I've been without it for 6 days. And so I'm in the middle of this 6-day stretch now, and despite a tech for the service provider coming out to the apartment on Saturday, he opened a maintenance ticket. The provider had no update for me on Tuesday when I called. They're like, yep, ticket's still open. They're like, no update, can't tell you anything.
So it's not like service down in the area.
No.
A pole got knocked over.
No,
destroyed.
it's like there's the way it was told to me is like there's not enough, and I don't know what I don't understand this the way other people may or like the way
DJ would.
Yeah, he said that
engineer.
He said that there's not enough. He said the tap is too low and that my unit is too far away from the tap. So they're like, you got to get maintenance in here to put in more ports and do different things. And so, but either way, I was like, why can't they give me an update on what's going on and why the ticket's still up? And they're like, yeah, we can't tell you anything. So I was a little fed up because this is too much that I haven't had internet recently.
I didn't realize how many places did not offer fiber.
Oh, yeah.
I've realized that where I am.
Yeah.
Like, my initial service had to
newer
be
spot, yeah.
cords running across the street. Just wires running across the street. I'm going to get written up by the HOA. They're like, no, they can't say anything about that.
So this is where it gets, and then
But then he gets run over once. Oh, the wire somehow is messed up. Then he gets dug under. I mean, nightmare.
I was out here at my my other gig in Irving the other day. Their internet, which they don't use the internet that I have, their internet was down for 24 hours, and they couldn't figure it out, and they couldn't get an answer from the service provider. So those couple things right there are really weird. But here was the thing that I thought was odd. I gave a call because I'm just now looking around, shopping around for different, internet services.
My dad's like, get Elon's. For 2 years, he won't shut up about Elon Musk's internet.
So
he has internet? I never heard of this.
Starlink.
Never heard of it.
It's
like $120 a month. I'm like, Dad, I'm not paying double.
Apparently, Starlink is like, it's not something you would ever get if you live here. The thing about Starlink is it's giving you
Remote
the same
place.
internet whether it's here or you're in the middle of nowhere. Is that it's just a steady 120 megabits per second type of thing. But I called, it was interesting. I was like, well, the only fiber provider in Flower Mound apparently is Frontier, which is a Dallas-based company. I couldn't get their website to work at all.
That's a good sign.
I was like, this is weird. So I called the service line. They told me, we don't serve your area. I was like, well, I know that's not right. Somebody knocked on my door from Frontier a week ago.
Probably trying to sell you cell phones.
Tried to sell me Frontier.
Yeah.
And I know that's what everybody in Flower Mound has. So I DM'd them on Twitter, and I was told, we're having technical difficulties right now. We're not going to be able to add any new customers right now. I was like, you can't add me or you can't add any new customers. So then I started doing a search around. They are getting flooded because apparently the last 3 days, Frontier's entire internal support platform is down. There are people saying, I can't log into my account. I can't pay my bill. I can't get service. Like, Frontier's got some weird problem right now that when I Googled around, I was like, has anybody talked about this locally? Wow. Nothing.
Choppy's here meeting people from Avis, and there's big wigs and millionaires everywhere. John Smoltz was talking about Golf Connection. I think I've lost it, but I had an internet connection, the guy, like a president of a company.
Ooh.
And when my neighborhood was slow and screwing up and cutting the wire and da-da-da, I was giving this guy's info. Bro, it was like calling the wolf.
Oh, really?
I wrote him one email.
Was he there in like 3 minutes?
He wasn't, but he sent.
Somebody was.
Somebody was. The next day, I had fiber, just like that.
Oh, wow.
That's the connection that you need to make.
That's fantastic.
He's like, get out there and dig and hook it up quick.
Apparently it's, I said you can't
Then I gave
access
a wet
your
will.
account. You can't.
Just don't do that.
You can't access your account. You can't pay your bill right now. They can't add any new customers. They can't add me. Somebody else just texted in right here on 469 says they can't cancel anything either right now because they had tried to.
Can't
and
cancel.
You can't, like, they literally are telling you, we can do nothing. We can do nothing right now. And so when I hear, How does 3 days, does a company like that have no ability to let people access their accounts,
the
pay
IRS.
bills? You know what it sounds like? And I'm not saying this is what it is, but do you know what it sounds like from other companies? That sounds like a ransomware thing almost. You know what I mean?
I don't know what that is.
Ransomware, it's where
I've
some
heard of it, but I never really understood it.
Like, so I had this happen at a company I worked for. Ransomware, they basically got in, like, they put malware on your system, and then they basically go, like, this is so complex, we're holding you ransom. If you want your service back, if you want access to your servers and have us remove this, you got to pay us. It's ransom. You're holding it up for service. But really, really odd. And I know that there's been a lot of people who have talked about this locally that I can't get any access to Frontier at all. So totally weird there. Canada's super popular By the Slice pizza chain. We've talked about this before, right? The idea
I didn't hear what you just said.
Canada's super popular By the Slice pizza chain.
Okay.
Fresh Slice. They announced their expansion to the United States in January. And we now know that the first U.S. locations are going to be right here. Fort Worth, near the TCU campus, and then Frisco. They're going to open those up coming soon.
By the Slice pizza?
One of the biggest misses
Are we acting
is,
like this is like revolutionary?
I know, right? But one of my biggest things I've always wanted here in DFW is the ability to walk in and just buy a pizza by the slice. You can get that in like so many like other cities.
Just New York?
You get it in New York, you get it in Vegas, you can get it in Philadelphia, you get a lot of places. It's not common here.
You
You
can
buy the
find
whole
a
pie.
few, but it's not very common. And Canada, so this apparently is referred to in Canada, they call it the Starbucks of pizza out there. So that it's like, it's quick, it's accessible, people love it, it's trendier, it's whatever else. But I am all for more by the slice pizza joints in DFW. And so that's apparently going to be the launching point. We'll be
I don't know
here.
if I'm willing to trade off the convenience for the freshness. I know they pop it in the oven.
Yeah, they'll repop
Gotta
it
have
in.
an oven.
Yeah.
Gotta crisp it up.
Yeah, but you also maybe
because you walk in when I'm looking at Sparrow at the airport, I don't know if
Right.
I'm ever like, I want the one that I know has been sitting.
What
there.
you got to do if you want that is you got to settle for a different topping. You know, you find the one that just came out. You're like, yeah, I'll take it, right? When I was smoking, I always thought they should have done this with cigarettes. Sell them in packs of 3,
Totally
or packs
agree.
of 2, right?
Totally
I don't
agree.
need a whole pack. I just wanted one just to calm my nerves right now.
Right.
You know, the whole pack,
Exactly.
all the whole pack's gonna make me do is smoke them.
Yeah, but eventually you're gonna smoke the whole pack.
Well, yeah.
It's like when you go in and they're like, "You want 2?" and you're like, "No, I'm not a degenerate." And then you're like, "Why did I get 2?"
So
I should have bought 2.
The restaurant offers a 3-in-1 pizza system, by the slice, unlimited toppings at one price, and they also do delivery. Fresh Slice's Pizza's franchise model.
And what's it going to be called? Fresh Slice?
Fresh Slice. Fresh Slice Pizza's franchise model charges 0% royalty and ad fees and 0% markup on ingredients, so they're a very accessible franchise one. So we may see a bunch of these pop up if they turn out to be good.
And I've never tried Blaze, which I thought was LeBron's.
It's LeBron's.
I see those
John Blaze. LeBron's.
Have you eaten it?
I have.
What's
It's-
the concept? Is it just
I
like
don't remember the concept of it different. It was just it's a lot very garlicky. I remember the pizza being very garlic. That's all I remember about it. It was years ago.
All right. John Smoltz surprised us during the Expressway. So now we'll ask what the Dallas Mavericks have to get done. What's the bare minimum they have to get done to not be like the Cowboys for their postseason run? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Trae Young will put it in play to DeAndre Hunter. Ball game over. Bulls win. Bulls win. Bulls win. 131-116. And life remains for the Chicago Bulls.
Eastern Conference playing games last night. Good morning, Metroplex. The sun is out, but the wind is still here. Thank goodness. We are at the Invited Celebrity Classic, Las Colinas Country Club in Irving. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt just do not know what else is going to happen today. Terry Francona, Tom Glavine, John Smoltz surprising us during the commercial-free Expressway. But let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks. And they were thrown into a rumor yesterday. Sam Amick said that the Mavs are worth watching as a possible suitor for Klay Thompson. So let's start off there.
What would his nickname be if we're going with the Evan Carter route?
0 for 10 shooting night Klay Thompson, as we call him.
34 years old. Obviously not the same guy. He was talking about like max contract before this season.
Bad mistake.
That's not going to happen.
He's about ready to get Caitlin Clark money at this point.
Someone else.
Salary, anyway.
What was that endorsement deal for Caitlin?
She got an 8-figure endorsement deal with Nike. They're going to make a Caitlin Clark shoe. When you going to go get that one, Sean?
Like that? So Klay Thompson is a possibility. Some Mavs fans wrote back, no, we already have Klay Thompson and Tim Hardaway Jr. We don't need another chucker. We don't need another bricker.
Klay Thompson could stare up into the eclipse, go blind, be post-Achilles, and I would give him double the minutes of Tim Hardaway Jr.
Stop it. Stop it.
God.
You do not want to do that.
His three-point percentage, okay, these are the three-point percentages over the last 4 years. 40, 38, 41, back to 38 this year.
I mean, that's not bad.
He scored 18 a game. Like, okay, I'm not going to look. Don't look. Highest points per game average in Klay Thompson's career. What's the most that he scored?
22.
Yeah. And this year he was at 18.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe the Klay Thompson plummet and fall off is a little more exaggerated.
Well, the question is, can he still get, when teams are trying to lock him down, right? And I don't think there's a coincidence that this is in a play-in game, a playoff game, right? So can he get open when they're trying? Teams don't try 1 through 82 on defense as much as maybe fans would like. But when it comes down to a point where it's a playoff game and they're trying not to give him open shots, now listen, he was not going to – you play that game back 100 times, not going to go for 10 again.
Right.
You know, he had an off night coupled with the fact that guys were in his face, and that's going to happen. But, I mean, yeah, Klay Thompson can't be your 2 on a great team.
No.
But he could be your 3. He could be your 4.
Yes.
And that's a heck of a 3 or 4.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a little relative, too, when we're talking about a fall-off.
Right.
Because Klay Thompson was one of the best shooters of all time. And so, like, pre-Achilles, he shot 46% from the field, 42% from 3 for his career. These 3 years since the Achilles injury, he's shooting 43% from the field and 39% from 3.
And what's he giving you defensively anymore? Like,
Yeah,
that
he
used to
does
be,
not
that used to be a part of his game.
He
And
doesn't
now
move
it's
the
like,
same way anymore.
Vegas sent me the free agency odds from Bet Online. Klay Thompson's next team, if not Golden State, Orlando's the favorite. Orlando, OKC, San Antonio, Philadelphia, the Detroit Pistons. I'll just fly through some of these other names. Chris Paul's next team, Clippers, Lakers, 76ers, Bucks. Draymond's next team, Detroit, Michigan State, John Smoltz. The Pistons, Heat, Dallas Mavericks tied for third with the Orlando Magic. Steph Curry's next team, the San Antonio Spurs.
They'll play with Wemby
from Vegas, 2-1. Then the Lakers, Hornets, and Miami Heat. Trae Young's next team, Lakers, then Bulls, then Mavericks. So those are some of the next team odds.
That'd be interesting.
No thanks.
You don't want Trae Young?
No.
You got nothing. You don't even think Trae's a good player.
I don't know if he's not a good player. He's not a fit here. I got two ball-dominant guys.
He needs the ball in his hand too many times.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. Kyrie, Trae, and Luka?
Yeah, no, that's too many ball-dominant guys. But
no thanks.
I mean, he's still. I mean, he's good enough. He's not a 1. But I mean, I think he'd be a really good 2 on a team, just depending on what the fit is.
Well, is he gonna be a little unselfish, like with his shots. Like he just has the all-time green light, and
he's a chucker.
He's a chucker. All right, what do the Mavericks have to do? Just like we say, the Cowboys have to get to the NFC Championship. The Cowboys have to do this to not be considered a playoff failure or have their season, be deemed as coming up short. What's that answer to the Dallas Mavericks as we start the playoffs Sunday against the Clippers?
Win a series. I do think you need to beat the Clippers. Look, I think in a
They're
way,
not who's the favorite?
Mavs.
This is
minus 135
on the road.
That moved, didn't it? Because it was the other day. It was minus 100 for the Clippers and plus 120 for the Mavericks.
I saw yesterday on my account was minus 135. Now that could be after the Broussard speculation with Kyrie and his knee.
Kawhi.
I'm sorry. Kawhi. Vegas knows far more than Chris Broussard does about the health of Kawhi Leonard or anybody for that matter. So I saw yesterday Mavs were minus 135 and the Clippers were plus money.
All right, give me the scales. Like the Cowboys losing to the Packers on a scale 1 to disappointment was like a 9 or a 10. If the Mavericks lose to the Clippers in 7, what's the scale?
Disappointment.
Yeah.
Okay, so just in a vacuum, the disappointment's a 5. Like it's
so
whatever.
Can we call that a failure?
In the sense of the context of you've lost to them twice already and you've played so well down the stretch, especially compared to them, that would hurt to lose a third time where it's like, what? How much better a position do you have to be in to potentially take them out and you're still not able to? I think that ultimately success is you get past the Clippers. Anything after that is gravy.
Oh, I think if you get past the Clippers, then the absolute minimum is the West Finals.
Oh, I think that
I would be far more disappointed with beating the Clippers and losing to the Thunder, because you should absolutely beat a team that has never done anything in the postseason.
Oh, Ruben, you may need to turn on your microphone.
I'm sorry about Ruben, but
he looks so mad.
history shows the Thunder should probably lose their first round series. That's just the reality of it. Now they won't because they're probably not going to play a great team.
I feel like your expectation for the Mavericks, your playoff expectation, is higher than ours in terms of what they have to do.
Well, look, I mean, when you finish the season the way they did,
yep.
There's very few. I mean, name me the team that is better than them today, the way they've played over the last month and a half, 2 months of the season. You're going to find not very many teams. And I think they've put themselves in the position to have those lofty expectations. Then you couple the fact that they're on the opposite side of the bracket as Denver. And this is nothing. Find me the team where it sets up better than. I mean, in the West, at least. I don't think it sets up better for any team.
So you think they have to get to the West Finals?
If they beat the Clippers, yes. Then I think that I'd be disappointed if they don't beat OKC. If they lose to the Clippers, look, the Clippers are still a good team. They've been a good team all year, and they're a veteran-laden team. There's no shame. To me, there's far more shame in losing Oklahoma City than there is losing the Clippers.
Find a lower seed, like one of the road seeds.
Yeah, find a team that isn't like the 1 or the 2 that has a better setup to make the conference finals than the Mavericks.
What's the fan text saying? 877-881-1053. Like, what level of I'll be disappointed because I'm picking the Mavs. Like, how many people are going to pick the Clippers? I'm not even really considering the Clippers. I'm picking the Mavericks in the series, so I'll be disappointed, but it won't touch the Cowboys-Packers disappointment.
No, nowhere close.
No.
817, you can't be mad if the Mavericks lose to the Clippers. The Clippers can potentially at least get to the Western Conference Finals if you're not playing no slouch. 361, if completely healthy, they should be in the Western Conference Finals. Look, I mean, there is.
I don't think there's any shame in losing the Clippers. I think there's more shame in losing OKC.
I mean, in general, what's one of the lines that you hear about, in basketball over the years is that youth plays in the regular season, grizzled veteran age plays better in the postseason. That makes a difference there. And so, sure, Oklahoma City, they're a good basketball team, but they are also very young. They're as young as the North Carolina Tar Heels in terms of their starting lineup. And so that's going to be, when you're going up against Dallas has matched up pretty well with you, especially after the Gafford trade. That's potentially something that's going to set up nicely for the Mavericks, even though they are on the road. So, I mean, Western Conference Finals, I think, is absolutely attainable for Dallas. I don't feel like that's an unrealistic goal, but I wouldn't be disappointed if they beat the Clippers and then fall short against the Thunder.
Mark Cuban was on the Run It Back pod, and he was asked if Luka is the greatest Maverick of all time.
Is he the greatest Mav of all time already? It's got to be.
Yeah,
right?
Dirk is going to disagree with me, but he is. And the difference is, Luka can control all aspects of a game. With Dirk, you had to get him the ball in his spot. He's not going to bring the ball up and just attack. And I think that's the big difference. And, there's no disrespect to either. They're both, top 10, top 15 players of all time. And so I think the bigger question is, where will Luka rank all time? And I don't think there's any question. He has the ability to be top 2, top 3 all time.
Look, top 2 is tough to crack. Let's just put it out there. It's going to be real tough. You're going to need a minimum.
Top 2 all time?
Because he said top 2, top 3 all time. To get to the top 2 all time, let's forget the 2, top 3. You're going to need a minimum of 4 championships.
Yeah.
Even to crack the top 5,
Yeah.
you're going to need a minimum of 4 championships. So that's a long way to go.
All right, let's talk about this Jonte Porter gambling scandal. Bobby's been following it. Now I need to rely on Choppy for the breakdown of what this guy did. This is the brother of Michael Porter from Denver on the Toronto Raptors. He got banned for life yesterday. He was betting on the NBA. He was feeding some other bettors his injury status.
An accomplice, yeah.
He was leaving games early for his own individual over-unders to hit, and he bet on his own team to lose.
Ooh, that's bad.
Final nail.
That
Gone.
was the final nail. Now, he wasn't playing in that game, right? He was hurt for the game that he bet on them to lose.
No.
That's the way I
he
read
had
it.
to lose. Yeah, the 2 games where the unders were bet heavily, he did lead.
He
the
knew
games.
he was injured going in, and he was going to give it a go.
One was an injury, and one was, I'm sick, and he left.
Yeah, and that's like...
Sportsbooks noticed irregular betting on the over-under on his stats in 2 Raptors games. In both games, he left after playing only a few minutes.
Some people are dumb, all right? Some people are dumb, and the accomplice
He didn't
here...
do this for like a crazy payoff.
Well, $1 million.
He didn't get the...
It was an $80,000 bet to win over $1 million.
Yeah.
And
it never got paid out.
It never got paid out.
But the bets range from $15 to $22K, totaling $54,000. The NBA said the total payout from those bets was $76K, net winnings of $22. So besides the $1 million one, we're like talking about $20,000, $30,000.
We're talking peanuts here for an NBA guy. This is where they needed to be smarter. Like if you place a bet that is way over norm on a guy that isn't a household name, you're going to raise some eyebrows. And the betting world is so small. There are only a handful of gamblers out there who place these kind of wagers, and all the gamblers know who they are.
Really?
So when Billy Walters he's got a book out there. He's a Texan. He's a legendary gambler. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT of gambling. And he is the one that figured out, I think it was the Arizona State scandal from years ago. And he's like, these kids came in betting $80,000. We don't know who they are. Nobody comes in and places bets for $80,000 unless we know who they are.
Right.
All right. And if you do that, you're just dumb. Place a $5,000 bet.
Right.
All right. Get to be known, and then you start increasing your bet, because the gambling world, they all know the whales. They all know who's placing big money bets. And if they don't know you, it's a red flag immediately.
So they knew Ipe then, the Dodgers. Or did they know Shohei? Did they know Shohei?
Placed at least 13 bets on NBA games using an associate's online betting account. And then he sat there and bet. He bet on them to lose.
Bet on them to lose. That's it. Then you're done.
Night-night.
Then you're done.
See you later.
You can at least justify it if you bet on them to win. But the moment you bet on them to lose, it's like, okay, we're done here.
It is Jack Leiter Day. The Rangers get the W yesterday on this radio station, and a baseball insider says after what this guy did to the Rangers, he needs to be dealt with. That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A long hole, and now the pitch. It's on the outside corner for a call, third strike. Split-fingered pitch, catches the corner. Yates gets the job done, records his second victory as a Texas Ranger, and seals this 5-4 win over the Tigers.
Nasty stuff from Kirby Yates, taking advantage of a lot of Detroit heirs. Friend of the show now, Josh Smith, with the pinch hit RBI double, wins it for the good guys. We'll have more afternoon baseball today, which we'll tell you about in just a second. It's too bad nobody in Detroit saw the end of this game. I tune in, and I'm looking behind home plate. There's like 9 people like in the back hallway, and no one in the stands. I guess because of the rain and the wind that was coming.
Yeah, it started to open up a little bit. But I mean, it wasn't a well-attended game anyway, and that's what's going to happen when you have 3 straight noon games or 1 o'clock games Detroit time in the middle of the week while kids are still in school. You're getting no crowd.
But the Rangers beat their best pitcher.
They did beat their best pitcher, and that's a good win. Even though they blew it, they tried to give it away. They really tried to give it away.
That was a shinks right there. When Sean tweeted that Jonah Heim gave him the insurance run, that I don't want to put that on the Rangers.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. If someone for 6 months bet the opposite of when I do something like that, I guarantee my mother, my lovely mother, who keeps my tax returns, angel on earth. She's like, you've always been a jinx. She's like, the Buffalo Bills don't have a Super Bowl because of you, because you were rooting for them.
Oh no!
In all those games, and she's like, you're just the opposite.
My goodness, Jonte Porter.
She's German. She's cold.
Jonte Porter should have just been listening to our show. He would have been fine.
That's right. You just go total opposite.
It's a very harsh language too, German.
It is very harsh. Very harsh.
Oh man,
Spanish is a beautiful, flowing, but German is choppy.
Yes. Very.
Is that the German accent on that? Choppy.
Chop. This is very choppy like that. So today is Jack Leiter Day. 11:30 pregame, first pitch, 12:10 here on 105.3 The Fan. Ken Rosenthal, baseball insider, talking about Jack Leiter on Foul Territory.
He has worked on some mechanical things. They really redid him last year. And then he came back to camp this year. They had to kind of tweak it again. But he is a kid that has worked on some things that, in theory, should improve his control. And I haven't really studied his minor league numbers in great depth, but they would not be recalling him if they did not believe he was ready. Chris Young is their GM. He's a former pitcher himself. He is quite a good GM. He won the World Series last year, but if there's any one area in which he has more expertise, it would be on the pitching end of it. So they're excited about this.
Yeah, I will say, I don't know if that's the exact line of thinking, like, well, they wouldn't be calling him up unless he was ready. It's like,
well, I mean, look,
it did take almost the entire starting rotation being hurt before they said, all right, you can be the 5th guy.
Yeah.
So,
there's a desperation
there's a
aspect to it.
ton that's
promotion by necessity.
Yes, by necessity. But, I mean, you could say they didn't pass him over. Right, like they could have gone and found another Cody Bradford or somebody else, like that type of person in their system to elevate, and they wouldn't have done this last year, no matter how many injuries they had, because he did struggle so much. I'm really excited. He's apparently getting a lot of swings and misses with the fastball right now. His second and third offerings are starting to look better. The curveball, the change, that kind of stuff that he's throwing. So all the reports coming out of there are really exciting. I don't know what what are we expecting today? Like, legitimately 4 or 5 innings? And
4?
Then, something like that, I would guess. Maybe he gives up a homer or something like that.
Look, he's not the first. He's not the first. He won't be the last player that got promoted because of a need with an injury.
Sure.
It happens every year. Shoot, man, it happens almost every week. It seems like nowadays. When someone's
but you
having
like
to get
to be
promoted.
the phenom prospect.
That gets you like to start the year with the team.
Now look, he's been pitching better.
Sure.
You know, it's not outright desperation, but I'm excited for it. I can't wait just to see the stuff. Hopefully he has better stuff than Pete Fairbanks from the Rays, who talked about his performance last night post-game.
Was it just a matter of command, location, selection, anything specific?
No, I thought it generally sucked. I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck. So, we're going to try and rectify that. But for right now, I'm going to be pretty pissed about it.
Pete, where do you kind of go from here? Is it looking at tape? Is it going through mechanics? Where do you kind of go from here?
You tell me. I've tried that. If you got an answer, I'd love to hear. Just, not going to let it beat me up for, I'll maybe give it till 10. It's 9:44 right now. We'll give it 16 minutes of sulk, and then we'll, get back on the bump and figure it out.
Thanks to Sandler for sending that to me late last night as he gave up 2 earned in a loss to the Angels. So now we are separating suckage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? What did he say?
He said that
general
it
suck.
Yeah, it wasn't a what do you say, a specific suck. It was kind of an all-encompassing suck.
Yeah.
Which is, boy, it's tough to say, like, I'm not going to let it beat me down. It's like, it sounds like
No,
it's
I
beat
thought
me
it
down.
generally sucked.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's really
I've
taking
tried
you
that.
out.
Yeah.
Give me something else. I've broken down the videotape. Ken Rosenthal also said something has to be done about Wyatt Langford's nemesis, Angel Hernandez.
There has to be a line, right? There has to be a line where you tell the umpires union, enough is enough. We cannot stand this anymore. Now, if you remember, Angel Hernandez sued Major League Baseball. He wanted better postseason assignments. And it came out during that proceeding that they really don't like Angel Hernandez very much. They didn't think of him very highly as an umpire, and yet nothing has happened. I will say one interesting thing, guys, one thing that I learned in the last couple of days. I texted an umpire and said to him, hey, I basically said, Scott, where is your line? Why aren't you guys embarrassed by this? And I know to a certain degree umpires are going to close ranks, but I thought this was so exceptional, and not in a good way, but so out there that maybe I would get a reaction. Because let's face it, if it was somebody in my profession that I thought was that incompetent, at least at periods of time, I'd have a problem with it. This umpire did not go there. He said, frankly, we all make mistakes. The scrutiny on Angel is too much. Now, he didn't excuse Friday. He agreed that it was not good at all, what happened in that at-bat with Wyatt Langford. But he said, and this surprised me, the umpires love Angel Hernandez.
He ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
He is in one of the strongest unions in sports.
Plus, he makes the rest of them look better.
He makes the rest of them look better. You saw, Francona talk about this morning, and he's like, we have such better technology now. Like, he's not. We grew up on far worse umpires. There was an Angel Hernandez in every era.
What was your read on Francona when Bobby was asking him about Hernandez?
Where he smirked, and he looked like he wanted. It looked like he had a couple zingers that he wanted to drop that he decided not to. But it's but before I asked him, I was like, I was curious. I Googled before I asked him. I was like, let me make sure he doesn't have anything like really personal that he's going to take it as a sarcastic question if I ask him what he thinks of Angel Hernandez. So apparently in 2021, he told Angel Hernandez after call, he said, why is this always happening when you're here?
Who said that?
Terry Francona. He's like, why is it always you? And so, I mean, that seems to be the general sentiment from a lot of people. Why is it always you? Why is when one of these things happens, why is it you?
Yeah,
every time.
Every time it is. And everybody has a problem with them, and nobody really likes him as an umpire. I heard A.J. Brzezinski on the same podcast with Eric Kratz was on it too. They're both catchers, and they said they generally love Angel. Everybody loves Angel
Like
as
a person, yeah.
but they hate him as an umpire because he's not a good umpire. The problem is that the umpires union, you can't fire him. Like there is no fire. You ain't getting rid of him. Like he would have to retire on his own or do something so bad, and I don't know what else you could do, but that's so bad that he hasn't done already that they get rid of him. But
Chris
it ain't
Henderson.
working.
I was just going to say, one of the points that somebody brought up, they were like, what would it take? Would Angel Hernandez literally, because this union is so strong, if he every single called a ball a strike and a strike a ball, would that even be enough? Because it doesn't feel like that even is enough to get him out right now.
Wow. Chris Henderson got Jack Leiter to name his Mount Rushmore of pitchers. Nolan, Bob Gibson,
Bassick,
Pedro, and DeGrom. He's going with 2 out of 4 Texas Rangers. Smart. Very smart. Probably getting the education from Pops on Bob Gibson and Nolan.
Very smart to do it, especially like not just 2 Rangers, but I mean one specifically who's going to be in there. So like you can like go pick his brain. Like, look, you're on my Mount Rushmore. I need to know what you think.
All right, we're enjoying a little bit of breakfast out here at the Invited Celebrity Classic. And speaking of food, the Squatters have taken over Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
And McDonald's is doing bagels?
Yeah, let's do the McDonald's one real quick.
Bringing back bagels?
Yeah, so they're trying to offset. So California has a
And Red Lobster's supposedly filing for bankruptcy.
Man, you better get them biscuits now while you can.
All the food.
All the food.
Did you say, were you serious that the bottomless shrimp
I'm dead
sunk
serious.
them?
They lost $11 million in the third quarter last year just on bottomless shrimp.
That does not seem like a smart idea.
No, it doesn't.
Let's just do all-you-can-eat lobster.
It's $20 apparently for bottomless shrimp, and they lost all that money, so they eventually came back around. All right, $25. People are eating way too much shrimp, more than we anticipated, and now they're about to go into bankruptcy apparently.
So according to Bloomberg News, McDonald's is trying to find ways to offset like certain states having a minimum wage hike. So like California now $20 minimum wage for like fast food workers. So they have a task force called Rise and Dominate. And they're trying to find ways to offset the cost. One of the ways is that they are bringing back a fan favorite, the breakfast bagels.
Never had it.
They're going to bring back bagels to McDonald's.
The
They think
steak, egg, and cheese bagel.
It's just dough, right? It's not a whole lot, right? It's just dough. They're going to make their own bagels now. And they first introduced the breakfast bagel with egg and protein back in 1999, but they stopped serving bagels as a standalone breakfast item in 2020 during the pandemic. Just as a standalone. Well, now they're going to bring back the standalone bagel, and you go to your McDonald's and get a standalone bagel coming up soon because they're trying to find ways to offset the cost increase.
I don't know that I could eat one today, a steak, egg, and cheese bagel, but because back in the day when I would eat one of those, like I felt like my arteries were clogging. Like as I take a bite, like I could almost like feel it internally. That thing was, they give you this slab of steak, they'd give you some like caramelized onions, they throw those on there, put a little egg thing on there, and then they would take this just dollop of garlic butter and throw it on the bottom of it, and the steak would melt it, and you get that big. Holy cow, it was good, but it was also probably one of the deadliest things to ever exist on a fast food menu.
And Gordon Ramsay got squatted.
Gordon Ramsay got squatted. They have taken over a pub owned by him in central London, which is up for sale with a price of £13 million. 6 people have boarded up the windows and put up a legal warning defending their occupation of the gastro pub.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know how this is an actual thing. They want to use the space as a community art cafe, and they're just like, you know what? We can't afford it, so we're just going to take it over.
So could we just like squat here at the Las Colinas Country
If you can
Club?
hide in here for 30 days, you could eventually be squatted in there. Now listen, I think this is saving world because I've never understood Gordon Ramsay. I don't know how you could be a chef from England and make it anywhere.
Oh,
I mean, where's the English food that is great?
Oh,
right,
Indian
it ain't
food.
Indian food.
Yeah.
What's not from England? Indian food. Okay,
No,
so what do you have? The
Fish
people
and chips.
the people who make. I mean, I can't trust somebody who grew up on spotted dick.
No, he's.
I think you let that be the walk-off. I think you do, unless you can top it.
No.
Could one of R.J. Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers be starting at running back for the Cowboys next season? That's next. And below the belt right here on The Fan. But speaking of food, did that just get you hungry? Let me set you up with the greatness.
453 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt.
We're not.
Oh, baby. RJ Choppy might no longer be the most famous Tennessee Volunteer in the city of Dallas.
Oh, baby.
Well, I think Jason Witten is.
I mean, is that even really Dallas? Like, I mean, he's off
Westlake.
Yeah,
Argyle.
like, I mean, that's like another country basically. Dane Brugler has his 7-round mock draft out. He made every single selection for every single team and put that out on The Athletic yesterday. So
rank the draft analysts that you trust as it stands today in order of like 1 through 4.
For like mock draft purposes, like accuracy.
Whatever you want, like their scouting of the player or mock draft.
To me, it's like Daniel Jeremiah, Lance Zierlein, and then there's everybody else is below. Like, I mean, well, Broadus, of course. Broadus is up there, but everybody else is below.
What about the first round mock guy?
The who's that? Oh, the guy who's like the accuracy one, or the guy who's been
the dude that is that everybody made fun of, like, because he had like Spencer Rattler as his best quarterback.
Oh yeah, that guy's an idiot. The Danny Kelly, like he's a total fraud.
I think RG3 said Rattler would be way better in the NFL than the pros.
Oh look,
I love Rattler. If the Cowboys take Rattler like mid round, if he makes it to the 5th, which he won't, but if he makes it there.
Mid-round, I think the Cowboys like him more than you do.
Oh no, I'm saying if they can get him, they can find a way to get him because I don't have a 4 of them, but they can find a way to get a 4th.
Yeah, I think Spencer Rattler could go as early as the 2nd round. I think teams absolutely like him. But you know what, Chop? If Dane Brugler's right here, you will have the opportunity to take a quarterback at number 24, a quarterback that you like. Baby. Let's go down the list of. Just to hit some of the highlights of the picks leading up to Dallas at 24. Then we'll go through the picks that he has for the Cowboys after that. Number 1 overall, obviously, Caleb Williams from USC. Number 2, Jaden Daniels. Number 3, the Patriots take Drake May. I feel like that's kind of become the consensus as we close in on the draft, right? It's just Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Commanders, and then Drake May to the Patriots. And that's sort of all just fallen into place. Where he has a bit of a differing opinion. Most people you see have the Vikings trading up to 5 in their mock drafts. He has it being all 4 picks are quarterbacks to start the draft because he has the Vikings trading up to the Arizona Cardinals pick at number 4 and taking J.J. McCarthy, Sean Sharif's favorite quarterback.
Old bus driver.
Bus driver. It's interesting. He said that Daniel Jeremiah did a conference call through the NFL Network with a bunch of different like local media outlets the other day, and it's just like this hour-long call where beat reporters can ask him questions about the draft, and he'll do it. And somebody had asked him about the Minnesota quarterback situation, and I know you've said that Chicago to you is one of the best number 1 pick situations for a quarterback that we've seen in recent years. He was saying that he thinks that Minnesota is absolutely ripe for any like these quarterbacks should all be salivating to jump in and play for Minnesota. That of all the quarterback needy teams, Minnesota is the one that if you can get there, you're going to be set up really well.
Is JJ the most polarizing guy in the draft in terms of split opinion
with quarterback or just any player?
Period.
No, like I mean, a lot of people there's I think that people have kind of centered around. Yeah, well, I mean, Jaden because of being a running quarterback that naturally causes some split, but I think most people have him as a first rounder at this point. I don't. I mean, I like him. But I think most people at this point agree that, all right, well, that's a first-round player. More the guys that I think cause – there's nobody like a Johnny Manziel. Like, there was half the people who talked about Johnny Manziel thought Johnny was going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and the other half thought he was going to be exactly what he ended up being. Number 6, the New York Giants, because there's no quarterback there, they take Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU. Philadelphia Eagles at 22, he has them taking Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle from Georgia. He's been connected to the Cowboys quite a bit. And then at number 24, there's still 2 quarterbacks left, Chop.
Ooh, Penix and Nix.
Bo Nix from Oregon, Michael Penix from Washington. And the pick for you at that point would be?
Oh, I would take Penix at the 2.
You would, but would you take Penix if he's sitting there at 24? Would you say that's somebody I'll gamble on? That's somebody I'll roll the dice on.
Yeah, I would. It gives you options. Now, it doesn't help your team this year, but that's why Dak, you pay him the kind of money he is making because he's supposed to make up for it.
What would you do? Would you cry? Would you cry live on the draft show if they drafted a quarterback at 24? You would break down and melt down and leave and storm off?
No, I would just I'd be like, okay, it's a poor use of resources. It's a poor use of resources.
You'd be furious on the fan cam. That'd be the most viewed video.
I don't think I had a meltdown when they traded for Trey Lance.
He wasn't. That wasn't a real threat.
Yeah, it wasn't a threat.
That wasn't a threat. This would be like the replacement. This would be a totally different world. You would cry.
No,
it's interesting. You say
I almost wish they would now, so you can see my reaction to it. I'd be like, that's stupid.
You'd be furious.
I would
be sitting there just okay.
I would be furious at the stupidity. Like it's a bad. I think Michael Penix is going to be a good player, but it's just a dumb use of resources if you're trying to win right now. Ultimately,
not if you lose him.
Dane doesn't think they are going to take Michael Penix, though. He has them taking Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma. And this is becoming a very trendy pick in the mock draft circles. He's big, 6'8", 322, 34-inch arms, 10-inch hands. This is a write-up. He says, ideally, the Cowboys would love to keep Tyler Smith at left guard, but it might depend on how this draft plays out. In this scenario, they add the raw but toolsy tackle, who they hope will be the next Tyron Smith. Tyler Guyton, the other problem there is you are projecting a guy who the last 2 years has played one game at left tackle. So you are asking him to flip to the other side. That's the same question with Amarius Mims at Georgia. You'd be having him play from right tackle to left tackle. Even the centers that we've been talking about, Graham Barton, well, he hasn't played center since his freshman year at Duke. Jackson Powers Johnson at Oregon, well, he's got a neck problem potentially. There are all these different things that you're gonna find some guys that have some sort of red flag about them. But they end up taking Tyler Guyton, the tackle from Oklahoma. A few picks later, Dane has the Raiders trading up to pick 29 to get back in the first round and take Michael Penix Jr. And then Bo Nix goes to the Rams at 52. Now, this is the rest of the little rundown that he has here on the mock draft because he goes all 7 rounds here. 56, Blue Star Special, Peyton Wilson, the linebacker from NC State, which Cowboys could use a linebacker desperately right now.
Is this who Broadus loves?
Brian said this the other day, Tuesday, when we were on the draft show. He said, I'm just saying that is the closest, the closest I've seen on tape to seeing a guy who looked like Luke Kuechly.
Woo! In.
And he loves it. Well, here's the problem. This is why it's a Blue Star Special. And it's like, why would Luke Kuechly be sitting there for you at pick 56? Why is that the case?
Nerve
Who did
damage.
he kill?
Is he more Miles Jack or Jalen Smith?
Here is the write-up from Dane Brugler.
Wait for the word degenerative.
Medical history is a bright red flag after double-digit surgeries since his senior year of high school.
Double digits?
That's 10.
10.
Or more.
Minimum 10 since October 2017. He has had 10-plus surgeries.
Were any of these wisdom teeth?
Right.
Senior year of high school, tore his ACL in his right knee, required surgery. Re-injured the right knee the following summer, required another surgery. Sat out his first year at NC State. Underwent surgery on both shoulders after the 2020 season.
Okay. Great for a linebacker.
Missed most of 2021 after suffering his third shoulder dislocation, which required surgery. Had to have another surgery to repair shoulder blade issues. He will be 24 years old on draft weekend because of all the medical red.
Has anyone ever heard of somebody having a shoulder blade injury? Like I've never seen somebody break a shoulder blade.
What does Broadus say to all that?
So Broadus was told when he picked Jeremiah Trotter years ago, the doctor told him he could play 10 games or 10 years. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Jeremiah Trotter played 10 years. And
so because of Jeremiah Trotter, Broadus was to roll the dice?
Because of Jeremiah Trotter.
Slowly?
Because of Jeremiah Trotter, Broadus won't just reject outright the idea of a medical guy.
Right.
He's like, I've got to really dig in deep. And so to him, he said, second round, they take chances on hurt guys all the time there anyway and character guys. Do it for a guy who could be really, really good.
I have no problem with their philosophy in the second round, only because their philosophy in the second round, the hit rate they have on getting guys to second contracts in the second round is about league average. So it's not like most people miss in the second round. Like the second round's It's a lot of misses. It's less than 50%. It's about 41% hit rate in the second round.
Well,
and they hit about 41%.
Maybe they'd have a higher hit rate if they weren't taking a flag guy every single time in the second round. I'd be like, every single year, it feels
that's what
like
most
they're
teams
going with
do.
a flag
Most
guy.
teams do take either a guy that's had a substance abuse issue or a personality issue or health issue.
I don't think at the same rate the Cowboys have. The Cowboys have like it's like 6 out of the last 7 second round picks all have flags. Like it is. That's their area where they like to do that. Really quickly running through the rest of these picks here as we wrap up the segment. Number 87, Jalen Wright, running back.
Oh, yeah.
Tennessee, who he would step in if that's your running back room. Jalen Wright stepping in, he's starting next year. That's a guy who is he is fast. He is a blur. He's 4.3 speed. Cowboys don't have a 4th round pick. Pick 174. They finally address center. They take Matt Lee, the center from Miami. Dane says if the Cowboys had to play a game tomorrow, the coaches would be comfortable with Brock Hoffman at center, but they addressed the position at some point in the draft. With his anchor and quickness, Lee is terrific value in the late 5th. And then closing out the draft with the late day 3 picks, Xavier Weaver, wide receiver, Colorado, Shaw Smith-Wade, cornerback, Washington State, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste, edge rusher from Notre Dame. So the Cowboys, as we've seen a lot in these mock drafts, come away with some combination in the first 3 rounds of offensive line, linebacker, running back.
Below the belt with Roberto, who will be part of Draft 101 live tonight on our fan cam, YouTube, and Twitch starting at 7 p.m. Do not miss that. Final hour of the show. We got a golf thief, Matt Pittman. Was he arrested at Augusta? We got NBA Hall of Famers fighting, and maybe a surprise for RJ Choppy. We'll see. Final hour from here at the Invited Celebrity Classic next.
But first, it's an addiction. Let's just call it.
the free Odyssey app.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Robertson with the only goal in the shootout. Thomas stopped by Ottinger. The Stars win it 2-1. Their 52nd victory of the season. Second most wins in Stars franchise history. They only needed 1 point to clinch the top spot of the West.
And the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. Final hour, fist pump time. Even Ruben is getting it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean and RJ live from the Invited Celebrity Classic here at the Las Colinas Country Club. We've had Terry Francona. We've had Tom Glavine. John Smoltz surprised us after we gave him a hard time. Bobby forgot the Arizona Diamondbacks hat to give him that we were planning yesterday.
It was fine, though. He wore it. We just told him to take it off before he got on the air.
But we're all here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto, the KMC Masterpiece, will be joining us very, very soon. Are we about to get rained on? That's some very weird weather.
Yeah, I don't know about yet, but it is definitely going to rain today. They are worried about the afternoon, so they're doing this is a very live golf kind of day.
No one's
they're
watching
doing
it.
they're doing shotgun start.
What does that mean?
So everybody, you don't start on one. They'll give you a hole to start on. So
Okay.
the PGA Tour, everybody starts on one.
Yeah.
The Live Tour, it's a shotgun start, so you may have some guys starting on 16, may some starting on 3. So they're doing that today for the morning session, and then the afternoon session they're worried about the afternoon session not getting in with the rain.
Okay.
Why? What is the purpose of a shotgun start?
You can all go off at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
As opposed to 8, and then 8:10, and then 8:20, and then it just takes, it's all day. And it does all day either way, but you get done quicker.
This is brought to you by Choctaw, and I don't know what casino, if any, we're affiliated with at the station or not, but I do have to say this. And I thought I would get support with this the other day on Twitter, and I did not. I said, I want to meet the Choctaw commercial person.
Oh, those are great.
They're amazing.
They're fantastic.
They're fantastic.
Pudge, Aikman,
Woodson,
fantastic.
And people came back at me insulting them, and they're like, yeah, I want to meet him too in an alley. And I was like, no, that's not what I meant. I meant I want to give this. There's so few commercials that are great in terms of creativity, comedy. These are fantastic.
Yeah.
They're great. So I saw Choctaw, that big sign over there. They're sponsoring the tournament, Invited Celebrity Classic, and I had to give props to the Choctaw commercial individual.
Totally deserved. The Pudge one is the one that I'm seeing the most of now.
Baseball.
Maybe it's because it's during the baseball games, but when he's giving the catcher signs to the server, it's cocktail waitress, whatever you want to call it.
Emmett has one.
So this isn't the old Choctaw commercials that used to, like, everybody was like, the jingle, the everybody's going to Choctaw. It's not those ones?
Absolutely not.
So these are you're having a business meeting here.
Right.
Like those ones. Okay.
I don't know that I've seen the Emmett one.
Yep, he's getting his knee wrapped, and he's like, am I good? And then he's walking down the elevator like, hey, and you, and who, and hey, and who. We played the Stars clip because Jake Ottinger had some amazing saves, shut down the Blues in overtime. The stick save and a beauty.
Stick save and a beauty.
That was incredible. And the Dallas Stars clinched the top seed in the West with a 2-1 overtime win. So now we wait and see who they will play in round one. Both the Kings and Vegas play their final game tonight. If Vegas wins, the Stars will play LA in the first round. So we got Spits and Suds out there as well, previewing everything that could happen. Choppy, who do you want to see?
Oh, I definitely would rather see the Kings. Now, the Kings are no pushover, right? I mean, both those teams are going to end up with almost 100 points, right? I mean, that's still pretty good. But I would take my chances with the Kings over the champs. I don't think you want any part of Vegas. Not that you're not better than them, not that you can't beat them. The Stars have got 4 really good lines, but I mean, if I had my pick, I don't want to see Vegas, man. I don't see that.
Okay, in my hand is a little surprise.
Oh.
All right. Hi, ladies. This woman over here, by the way, she came up in the commercial break, and she had some great follow-up questions about the Mesquite toilet socks.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, do you leave them there? Why are they mismatched? They have to be mismatched. I mean, tremendous. So,
Could you imagine leaving them there and somebody else coming in and using them?
And using them.
That's worse than sitting on a bare toilet seat.
I agree.
1,000% worse.
Totally agree. So in my hand, and a fine gentleman gave this to Ruben, is complimentary golf for 4 at this place.
Oh, baby.
Now, hang on. I was going to immediately give this to RJ Choppy, and I still kind of can give it to you.
Okay.
I'm wondering if this should be the Bobby bet.
This should be the Bobby bet.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So this way you still get to play it.
Yeah, I don't need that. You can give this to the show.
Yeah, but you would still play it.
Right. Yeah, I don't need it all to myself. Yeah, this should be the
Complimentary
show for all of us.
golf for 4, Las Colinas Country Club, valid Tuesday through Thursday. Cart fee not included. Excludes alcohol, holiday, blah, blah, blah. But either way, this is a free round.
It's a free round.
This is a complimentary golf for 4 at this place.
It's a Thursday. It's a Thursday we do this, right?
Thursday.
Right after the show, 11
This is big time, right?
This is fantastic.
So
So
it's
what
big
would
time.
we do? Would we come out
They
here?
heard about the
broadcast
show
and then
bet.
we jump out there after
They wanted
the show?
to make sure we didn't let Bobby get off the hook of being a loser, the biggest loser that there could have been
What a loser.
imaginable.
Such a
Dead
loser.
last place in March Madness. And they're like, we want to make sure Bobby pays off the golf bet. Here's a free round of golf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Choppy, you hold on to this so I don't lose it.
Glavine, you heard Glavine say when I showed him, he said he
What's
did.
that?
Glavine did say he respected my technical process. And Adam Thielen said the same thing at Super Bowl. That he said, I respect that there's a process there.
Here's what I love the most about your swing is how your head went back to look at the club when it went up. I haven't seen that one before.
That's how you make sure that you're technically in line. Like all these chumps who do no look, think they're Patrick Mahomes swinging a golf club.
Yeah.
Like that's ridiculous. So if you're gonna play, who are you gonna play? Who's gonna be in our foursome? Who else is gonna be in it?
I don't want to play.
Okay, well then who?
Oh.
No, I think that was like throat clear.
You know what?
I'm
We got to
available.
get pay. We got to get pay. And then Derek Holland has been in. We need someone to.
Derek,
How
if
are we
you
gonna
don't want to play,
Yeah.
then you can have Derek play, Peyton, Bobby, and myself.
Yeah.
You can ride in the cart.
Yeah. I'm going to be here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to be
I'm
here.
gonna
for
be
this.
here.
You may not be here for the whole 8 hours.
Now-
And it's going to take Bobby to finish.
It will
the
not
round.
take 8 hours.
Now, will they let us bring a
Camera
video
crew?
a camera crew?
I think I think we would have to make that a stipulation.
Okay.
We're gonna need that.
That's stipulation. Here's our
Here are terms.
stipulations on
You
your
better
free
accept
round
our
of
terms.
golf. Okay.
Free round at a private
Let's get
course.
this out of the way right now.
I know you're a private club and everything, but these are our
So
stipulations.
this place, how nice is this place? Like
It's a really
in
nice
the-
course.
in the world of
And
golf.
they've
Love the way the greens
remodeled
play
it.
here.
They've redone it too. It's a really nice golf course. They've played LPGA events out here. And they obviously have played this out here for several years running.
Those count too, Bobby.
Yeah, sort of. The way 15 plays, Chop. I love.
Wait.
I love. I love you just that view from the tee box on 15 out here.
Did Matt Pittman get arrested in Georgia? No, it's another guy. Robert Globensky, 39, was charged. Pittman was on yesterday talking about the Masters merchandise store. You guys were just salivating over it.
It's tremendous.
This guy was charged with a one-page criminal information. I don't know what that means. Transporting stolen goods across state lines. He's charged with stealing millions worth of Masters merch. Millions worth of Masters merch. And here's that little garden gnome. What is it about this damn store? What is it about this store that has people going crazy and is worth all this money?
Okay, so two things. One,
historical memorabilia as well. He transported it to Tampa, knowing the same had been stolen, converted, taken by fraud, all this stuff.
Yeah, so the thing with the store.
Look at the line.
Yeah, it's nuts. So you have to walk into this giant hallway, and it takes a little while to walk through. But once you get in there, it
70
really
million
flows.
in merch sales last week.
Yeah.
10 million a day, 1 million an hour, $16K a minute, and $277 every second.
Yeah. So when you go here, first of all, there's a lot of stuff you can get there that you can only get there. That's not available online, and other stuff you get it before. So you could say you have it like a month before anybody else can get the same merchandise. That's the cool part. But it's also like you're there. What are you going to do, right? You're buying stuff that is tough to get, that you could try on. So it's just a thing to do. I mean, it's a bit much. It's a packed house. And the fact that you could just walk next door and go and mail it home.
Should we? All right. That's Josh Donaldson. Should we haze him? Is he getting ready to tee off where he could hear us? He's in the cart going by the American. All right, he's getting out right there.
Oh, there he is.
Do you trust you have that relationship to haze him and not have him come up here and fight you?
No, I don't. I'm not
They said they take this very seriously once they start.
I'm more worried about like the officials here, but like, would he know that if I booed him, it would be for him? Spittle is sitting there right now with his fanny clenched, being like, "Don't do anything stupid, Sharif."
Well, see, this is just the Pro-Am. This isn't for anything.
He wouldn't be able to hear us over there.
Why isn't
I have to
Chop
scream.
should be down there with the microphone, with the wireless, doing commentary on all these swings.
Yeah, that's right. A little
With his
analysis.
little booty shirt.
Speaking of commentary and analysis, what is that shirt?
This is Bogey Bros. It's called Whale Tail, and it's just a bunch of little butts with thongs.
I
all
put
over
it on the
shirt.
Facebook, so if you want to see Choppy's butt shirt, it's on the Facebook page.
Pretty cool.
Sean
I like
RJ.
it. BogeyBros.com, baby.
Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal are fighting with Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins, on the Michael Kay show, had this to say about the guys on TNT.
Because obviously they don't watch basketball. They can't watch basketball. I love it. I'm serious. They can't watch basketball on a consistent basis. The only time that they actually probably watch the Knicks are when they're covering the Knicks on their game night. So if you're watching the New York Knicks, there's no way in hell that you could just downplay the way that they've been playing the game of basketball. If you're watching the New York Knicks, there's no way in hell that you could downplay that Jalen Brunson has been the best player in the Eastern Conference.
So that's Kendrick insulting Barkley and Shaq that they're not watching. I've said many a times it doesn't seem like Shaq watches a ton, but he's in there multiple times a week for Turner.
Yeah.
He's on there with like Jamal Crawford and the other cast members. Well, Charles and Shaq heard that. He got back to them, and they responded without specific name on TNT.
I watched that game.
He had like 3 dunks. No, in the same game.
I did.
You watched that game. The Knick game and this game, he had 3 dunks that probably will live forever.
We don't watch the Knicks game, Joe, but I watched that game.
Shaq, you out here killing roaches, aren't you?
Oh, you know it.
I ain't gonna even get no love no time.
we got
5 points a game. 5 points a game gonna call me out.
You out here killing roaches and then say 5 points a game, you're going to call me out? So that is Charles, Shaq, and Kendrick Perkins going at it.
I mean, like you say, haven't we all had the sense at times, at least with Shaq?
Charles
Not
says,
with
he's
Charles.
like, I'm not watching those scrubs.
But like,
He's like, I'm not going to
I mean, we
waste
just
my time.
accept that he's on the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
And we know he can't watch as much as, say, John Rothstein or Jay Wright, because Charles got another job doing NBA.
Yeah, I'm when they should, I would think, have, like of all the teams you could say they're just not watching, I would think they are watching the Knicks. Like the Knicks are one of those teams that
Kenny Smith is
and so to me it's like there's no way they don't have, like, okay, fine, well the Kings were playing really well last year. If you want to say I don't think they've watched a lot of the Kings, I could buy that. I think it's pretty unrealistic to think they're not watching any Knicks basketball.
Also, like, having a take that somebody's not the best player, that's very subjective. Like, if you're arguing about, like, how the style of basketball they play and you don't know that and you're trying to make a point, that's bad. But if you just think that somebody's better than the other person, I mean, that's just a matter of opinion.
Apparently, we have all been wrong about Jerry Jones spending this offseason. We'll tell you why with a story that apparently is coming out next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's save you some money on your property taxes. I know. What a dirty word it is. I mean, it's bad enough the IRS is after you, but now the county with the property tax increase that we all seem to have.
State of the Art weight loss. That's soda, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I don't know if this is legit. My gut feeling is it is not. But Jerry Jones' name is trending because of college basketball reports that Jerry is reportedly offering double whatever the Kentucky commits were making to come to the University of Arkansas to play for John Calipari, who he helped facilitate.
So 2 bottles of whiskey instead of 1.
I would be.
But this is like blowing up right now on social media.
Eli Hershkovich is the one that reposted it. That kind of gives me an idea that it might be semi-true.
Is that someone?
He's like big in the gambling world.
Sounds real legit.
But
Jonte Porter didn't tweet it.
There is no. He didn't.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that Jerry played a role in Cal, right? There's no doubt. The Tyson Chicken guy did, the Walmart guy did, and then Jerry. Those are the big 3 when it comes to Arkansas. It's a bad. If you're a Cowboy fan, you hate this. You hate it.
I mean, but it's
because he wanted a salary cap. He was big on the salary cap.
Well, we shouldn't tie this to the Cowboys off season, though.
No, I don't think so. But I mean,
because the narrative is, he's willing to spend more for his college and his football team. Like, I threw that out like last week as a joke,
right?
But a lot of people are going to get furious over it.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Whether they should or not, different argument. But I mean, in the wake of this offseason, where many people say they were just cheap, and I don't think they were cheap. I don't think they were being cheap at all. But the narrative is that they have been. The optics of this just are a little off.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station.
So this came from Trilly Donovan, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Not Billy, but
I had to
Trilly.
search the name because, man, if your name is Trilly Donovan and like your profile picture is, who is that? I can't even, is that Jay Wright with Fireball?
Billy Donovan.
Eyeballs? Is that who was there in that picture?
Billy.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Trilly. Duh. It said, so The Athletic has a column up from last August called "Who is Trilly Donovan? Investigating College Hoops' Most Mysterious Newsbreaker." So The Athletic wrote a whole profile piece on scoops the dude's gotten. So I think, like, people are buying in, I guess. There are folks who think he's legit.
Dude's got 72,000 followers. That's nothing. That's not nothing.
As many as Sean.
That's not nothing.
Would Jerry spend on Bill Belichick next year, who was reportedly making $25 million a year with the New England Patriots? More from the Don Van Natta Belichick article explaining why he's unemployed. Belichick, by the way, is going to be working on the draft with Pat McAfee as part of ESPN's presentation. Bill Belichick was not eager to work with Rich McKay. That's Arthur Blank's right-hand man in Atlanta. And apparently, McKay, they didn't want to work with Belichick. Atlanta's concerns mirrored those of the Eagles. If you hire Belichick, he will inevitably run the team even if he doesn't demand total control. Michael Lombardi, Belichick's boy, said you have to be all in. But where I think he's not getting a fair enough evaluation is if you have a good way of doing something, he's one of the all-time best listeners. He's open to change. It just has to be smart change. A lot of Falcons execs did not see it that way. They viewed Belichick as an older, stoic coach who would blow up the building. Bobby, some things that you heard here.
Yep.
And would not likely stay beyond 2 years after he gets the wins record. So they interviewed Bobby Slowick as well. After Slowick left, Blank and the Falcons compared notes. Raheem Morris was the unanimous first choice. Then it was Mike McDonald, Ravens DC, who ended up in Seattle. And Slowick finished, that's Michael McDonald, and Slowick finished third. So Belichick wasn't even top 3 in the Falcons' votes.
Yeah, Bobby Slowick, that's the offensive coordinator for Houston. Yeah, it's, I guess it's not that surprising, but I mean, what shifted so much that Belichick got the sense that up till the final day, like, this is my job.
Robert Kraft.
But like, in terms of like,
Robert Kraft called Blank and blew it up.
But if they were having a group vote, he must have just Like Bill Belichick must have been way off on the vibes he was getting from Atlanta. If everybody in that building, like outside of just Arthur Blank and a call, if everybody in that building was like, nope, he's not anybody.
After like their first meeting, Blank apparently thought Belichick was his guy. Now I'm sure that
then he had a second meeting where he brought him in with everybody else, right?
Yeah,
Everybody
I'm
else in
sure
the
Rich
organization.
McKay and all these. Everyone wants to protect themselves.
Right, Rich McKay, who is a whopping 5 games over 500 in his tenure in Atlanta, which dates back to like, I don't know, 04.
It's like the Bruce Allen of the Falcons, with the way he stays alive.
He somehow stays alive. He is in guard your desk mode. That's all he is doing. He's guarding his desk. And I look, if they don't want to hire Bill Belichick, I don't care, right? Doesn't bother me one bit. Don't do it. Hire Raheem Morris. He'll fail too if he doesn't get a quarterback in there. Now they have one, so I think they'll be okay. Even though he's not an elite quarterback, he's good enough. They'll win some games. But I mean, this is an organization that deserves their fate. I mean, if they, I don't understand how they don't even have them in their top 3.
Executives were also concerned Belichick would bring along McDaniels, Joe Judge, Jack Easterby, Matt Patricia. Arthur Blank asked Belichick, why have all your people failed elsewhere? And Bill said he thought they were better soldiers than generals. And he would need his most trusted former assistants to execute a quick turnaround. And he had told one confidant the reason the Patriots sucked in recent years because some of those former assistants had left.
Yeah, I mean, not having a quarterback didn't help.
Yep.
But I think it said right in that comment, the problem is that Bill called, they think of themselves as generals. Not leaders. And there's a difference. Right? A general is could be a strategic guy. A leader is somebody
You mean
who's
like Gavin Dawson?
Yeah, a leader's like somebody who's with you. They're in the trenches with you, doing things with you and wanting you to go along with them as opposed to pointing what to do from the ivory tower. That's a general. A leader's in there with you.
I think like even if those distinctions or those like definitions are exactly like the way you say, I think those styles can work given certain roster makeups. Like I think there's some rosters that need Dan Quinn putting on his J's and going through D-line drills with them. And then I think there are other ones that do need Belichick going like, get your S together, I'm not your buddy.
And this one needs that.
Yeah, they honestly do.
I believe that.
Yeah,
and
the
the
Dallas
Dallas Cowboys need that.
Do you think Dan would work here?
Dan who?
Campbell? Because he's in the trenches with you.
I mean, I don't know how much he cracks down.
He's tough love, I feel like,
Yeah.
but he's also like I
Tough
don't know.
but fair.
He's kind of a blend. Like he's
Right.
tough love. Like he's gonna crack down, but I mean he's also like in it with you. He's also a former player. It's like it's a different.
Like I think this team needs Mike Zimmer for a couple years. They're undisciplined. Mike McCarthy hasn't been able to fix it. They're stupid with a lot of the things they do on the field, and they just don't do the little things. They don't. Finally, Belichick told confidants he thinks he'll get at least one interview next year. Dallas could be an option. If Jerry moves on from McCarthy, Belichick has a strong relationship with both Jerry and Steven. On the other hand, Jerry has been close with a lot of excellent head coaches whom he has never hired. Belichick has told confidants he hopes that if a team in the Northeast has an opening, it will consider him. Philly, Washington, New York. His key assistants also live in the Northeast. The Patriot way is damaged, though, said a former Patriots assistant coach. Belichick quietly observed the attacks in recent months, and a lot of people are pissed. Quote, his name was smeared, including that Patriots documentary.
His name is Mud. His name is Mud.
Am I missing a reference?
The Lincoln assassination. Yeah, his name is Mud. That's where the phrase comes from.
So that is the end of the Bill Belichick piece explaining why he's in this situation.
It's funny. The thing that's interesting there is when they're talking about Dallas could be an option. He's got a good relationship. He's close with Jerry. He's friends with Jerry. I know that it's one of the lines of thinking over the last couple of years that comes from that building when you talk to people about like what they learned from the Jason Garrett era is that there's a sense from a lot of people over there that Jerry won't ever again hire a buddy or a friend or anything like that. Like it made it really that the evaluation became really tough every year. Like even from a standpoint of,
I don't think I've ever qualified Belichick as a buddy, though.
no, but I mean
To anybody.
I mean, no, but like I mean, they I think they are. I think he's got as good a relationship with Jerry as pretty much anybody else in the NFL. And I don't know that if Jerry feels like it's clearly not this situation like it was with Garrett, where he felt like that's almost like a son to him.
Yeah.
But I know that there are people in that building who think like Jerry will never again hire somebody that he's got a really close relationship
Here's my
with.
biggest concern with Belichick right now is how many years would he stick around? Because it's not worth blowing up Will McClay or whatever they do in their processes. I don't think for 2 years. So if he really is just around
what if you win a Super Bowl?
Huh?
If you win a Super Bowl, is it?
Yes.
But then you have the back end of that, which is it could be, how many years of awful football?
If Bill promised me he's here for
He's 72.
Okay. If he promised me he's here for 4 years, I would hire him next year.
Yeah, 4 years.
That's me. And then his burnout wears off.
But
he
then
goes into a sunset. Hopefully you have your ring.
What is the torment of the organization? What is the wake of the tsunami in the organization that he is? Like, if they win a Super Bowl and everybody leaves, all the front office guys leave, and then you go into 10 to 15 years of you're basically the Commanders.
You don't have to go to 10 to 15. We know you can rebuild.
He is 11 years older than when Parcells was hired here. 11 years, and he'll be, if it's next year, he'll be 12 years older than Parcells was when he got hired here.
And he looks good for that old.
Yeah, he looks hot. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And then Jared Goff is negotiating.
Jared Goff is negotiating, and I do wonder what this will play, if anything, with Dak Prescott and their contract. And the word is that they think he's looking at something that starts with a 5. Will the Lions come in with a 4 offer, and where do they meet?
Bobby, be Spotrack and give us what you think Jared Goff should get compared to Dak.
Oh, gosh. I would imagine it's probably shorter term, like maybe it's like a 2-3 year extension tacked on and new money. I don't even know, 50?
50.
Yeah, something
50
like that.
a year.
45 to 50.
So do you think Dak is $10 million better than Goff a year?
That to me is not the question. Like the question, like that's just like, for instance, was Dak the second best quarterback in the NFL when he got paid the second highest? No.
Right.
But like to me, to me it's just.
But why
you're in
would
that
Dak
group
get the
that's-
leapfrog and Goff wouldn't?
Because I think you're already talking about a guy who, regardless of how he's repaired his brand or whatever else, you're talking about somebody who's already been established as a team walked away from them. Like that's a different, and somebody who's deeper in their career, somebody who a team already gave up on, and you're still proving something else. Like these players that have been invested in for 10 years, those are the ones that continue to do that.
And also like you wonder what Goff's motivation is. Like, does Goff want? I'm sure he'll say yes to $60 million, but is that like his goal?
Right.
Is he trying to do that, or
He just wants to eliminate negativity.
or does he want to eliminate negativity?
Cares about winning.
But the problem is if what if Jared's like, hey, no, I'll just take 45. Like, does that really screw?
What's worse for Dak? What's worse for us? That he takes 45 or he gets 60?
Either one. I mean, because PR-wise,
Yeah,
like Dak's,
PR-wise, the 45 is awful.
Yeah, because that could just be a choice that Jared's like, I'll take 45,
Right.
give me another player around me, whatever. But
if he gets 55,
then Dak's going to get 60.
Yeah.
But if he gets 60, then it's like, oh boy.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next from the Invited Celebrity Classic right here on The Fan. But the demand for IT professionals.
5-3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolo's The Path to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations this Thursday, April 25th.
First pitch to Josh is ripped up the alley in right center. It gets down for the base hit. Duran around third. He comes in to score. The throw goes into second. Smith is standing there with an RBI double, and the Rangers are up now 5-4.
And hopefully that gets us set for Jack Leiter Day.
Is that the Sean and RJ bump right there?
We did that.
That was.
As Smoltz told us today when he walked off, he told us that he's winning this today because of talking to us.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I did not. I really wanted to tell you guys, hey, will you mention that we've used his it's the most ridiculous opinion in the history of baseball as a frequent drop on our show.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
We had a lot of requests for things to tell him.
Yeah.
That
That
was
was
super positive.
That wasn't even scheduled, though. He was talking to the PR guy, and he's like, oh, that's the Ranger station? Okay. And
He was like, yeah, I'll go up there.
He walked up here and sat for like 30
I think
minutes.
he was late getting to his spot, hanging
How
around
pumped
with
is
us
he
for a
that they're
while.
struggling?
He was cool.
I like what you did there.
Bobby was supposed to bring, we're not even joking, he was supposed to go buy a Diamondbacks hat.
And give it to him to wear.
Or like a shirt or jersey.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, we told him that too. We're like, I
would have worn it.
I know, I'm sure.
I was gonna bring an O's, and then we're gonna have a Rays, and all the teams that he was, rooting for during the Rangers march. But
That would have been awesome.
welcome out to I guess you guys welcome us out because you were here last year. The Las Colinas Country Club here in Irving invited Celebrity Classic.
Hold on. Let me ask you something.
Why is Sean whispering?
Sean, have you done the entire show in golf voice? Because I can't help but notice.
No,
that while
I
you
think
invited us to
I'm
the
just tired now.
crosstalk,
My coffee's wearing off.
you were talking just like this. Is
Yeah.
that what it was like throughout the show?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Just ask the Dallas Cowboys in Oxnard
Or
when
just-
we get booted halfway across the universe.
Or ask the nice, sweet ladies sitting behind us who heard us talking about restrooms earlier and sliding socks over public toilet seats so that you can sit down comfortably.
Did they get up and say, "I've never"?
No, they came over here during a break and they're like, "So would these be socks like? Do they have to match?" Or
They were
like,
all in. They were grimy.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I was very confused because I got in the car on the back half of that conversation and I heard Bobby. I think that is a great. Go to the hotel. Just go to the hotel and take that
Hotel's a good
there.
one.
That's always good. But when I heard you say it would have to be a pretty long sock. In my mind, all I thought was that you're just standing up going in a sock because I only heard that part of it. And I was like, why does it have to be that long of a sock? It doesn't make sense, but now I get it.
I've used socks
Thank
for
you.
weirder things.
For the back of your butt cheeks.
What does that mean?
I would tinkle in a sock.
That makes sense.
If you're stranded in the ocean on a boat, pee into a sock and filter it and use that to drink to hydrate yourself.
How long are you stuck in the ocean then?
Well, I think it only works for a couple times. You can only do that. You can only filter like a few times before
you're dehydrated.
Didn't you go in a bag of the other thing?
That
was a medical condition. That's not cool.
Yeah, well, I was in traffic. This was when I was a kid. I was 17 years old. I was in New Jersey still, and I had to go. I was stuck, and I couldn't hold it anymore. And I had.
There's a guy.
This guy's got to eat his breakfast.
His chop right next to you.
Yeah.
Please don't lie on this one.
See, Kevin, people are up here eating breakfast, so we not speak. Quietly.
I get it in this particular topic instance,
I didn't know-
especially with what RJ is about to say.
What was the baseball clip we played earlier? The guy saying I generally sucked.
Yeah,
Is it?
Pete Fairbanks.
I was really aware of it there. The clubhouse reporter voice in a baseball locker is very different than like a football because it's like, hey, what do you think that you made? Like they are,
especially if
always
you lose.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to be like, "Hey, how about that game?"
Hey guys, what's up, man? What a
People
game.
always do say, though, whenever we go out there for spring training, that I do our interviews in the clubhouse in like very quiet voice. I'm very, and because there is, it's
like
a
a
weird
library.
situation. All these other guys around, I'll invite them over. Y'all want to come over and have a conversation with us? Absolutely, it's a blast with us.
I just ask all the players in the clubhouse if they'll give me a little heart.
When are you guys talking about that?
Nice. Probably about 10:40.
Okay.
Man, okay,
Greg
so
Doyle.
I didn't do the research.
Hang on. You got to finish off the story.
Are we
So
doing
I was
that?
stuck in traffic, and I couldn't hold it anymore. I had to go to the bathroom.
One or two?
Two.
Okay, I figured.
I had goosebumps everywhere. Like the whole, I was raising my butt off the seat, just trying to hold it in.
We've all been there.
And I went to the grocery store previously, so I had like a big bag of Lay's. I dumped the bag out, and I went in the bag of Lay's in the seat.
All right, hey, can I share a
Put
story?
your car in park or anything, or
I had my foot on the brake. I mean, we were barely moving.
This morning I was at the
Not my finest moment. But it was an emergency situation.
I would argue it was your
battle
finest moment.
condition.
Did you
Battle
chunk the
condition.
bag right out?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to litter. I didn't want to litter. I kept the bag
What
with
did you
me.
do with the chips again?
That's food. Food on the side of the road. I feel like you could throw an apple out the window.
Yeah,
What?
ants are gonna get that.
That's not litter.
Yeah,
that's not
I
litter.
don't think throwing chips on the road is litter.
Well,
That's
how's
not
throwing
litter.
poop out there? Isn't that like how farming works?
I
to
didn't.
a certain extent?
Well,
Good
I guess
point.
I could have, but I didn't want to do that because I didn't want anybody to know around me. I was 17. I was still very shy and bashful. I thought image mattered. Now,
the guy behind you's like, I think that guy just took a dump in a bag.
so I just kind of like rolled it up and put it at the passenger seat.
You kept it in the car, right?
I had to.
As your passenger.
I put it in the passenger seat. What was I going to do? Hold it out the window? Just hold it out there?
I don't know. That's a fair point.
Corey, what were you about to say?
Thankfully, back then, real quick, we still used credit card receipts at the gas station. That's what I was able to clean with.
Oh, you can't.
Those were the big carbon.
Would you have a Walgreens
receipt? They were the carbon copy receipt. So I had like
the three at
the
least.
black
Okay.
carbon copy receipt, and the pink one, and the yellow one. I was able to use all of them.
Corey, what were you about to say?
Hold on. I'm sorry.
Kevin has questions.
Real quick. But you're at a gas station, but you didn't go inside to use the
That's
bathroom?
actually a really good point.
This was from like the day before that I had the gas receipts. Like I just kept it in the car because my dad had a thing. He wanted every receipt. All right, I had their.
RJ says he has his because I said, all right, now that I get my tax return, can I not be audited anymore? And he goes, no, they can get you up to 7 years.
Yeah.
So he has every single receipt for the last 7 years up in his attic. He keeps every receipt.
And then Sarah was like, we were cleaning out some of the closets this year. She goes, this is from like 2009, 10, 11. You got to throw these away. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go through and shred all these. Let's have a burn party. So we just had a little bonfire in the back. Just burnt them all.
Nice.
But I still got like 2015, 2016, something like that.
Am I crazy for just thinking I can just go through my credit cards on my phone?
If you trust it.
Yeah, and do you have the time and patience for that? As opposed to
I'm not going to
keeping...
file all my receipts away. Like, I feel like you have to be organized. You're going to have to keep them by year. Kevin, I know you do that.
And that's if you itemize and stuff,
Yeah, so you have all your receipts, paper receipts?
Because I don't necessarily get to itemize every year. It depends on years. If you itemize, then I would definitely go.
Do you keep all your receipts?
No. But I'm also the one that ends up owing a lot in taxes and doesn't know why. So
they're like, you're good.
Yeah, I'm like,
Send us a
we'll
check.
figure it out. Yeah, I should definitely pay a lot more attention to what's going
It's
on.
not even keeping receipts for me. It's when they go like, "Do you want your receipt?" I go, "No." Like I don't even take them
But
from
why?
them.
What if they're
Save
wrong?
the planet,
Because you don't want to carry paper
But
around.
what if they're wrong? What if they mischarge you?
No, I feel like when you're sitting there and checking out, you generally, especially for individual items or 2 items, you generally know, like, how many times do you think out of 5, 10, you're mischarged?
Out of 10, probably 0.
Okay.
You'd have to go higher.
Okay.
But I also
When's the last
don't
time you've
trust the
challenged a
system.
clerk?
See, this is usually after the fact. I don't challenge the clerk.
Right.
I'm saying, like, if the bank, I'm like, that's wrong. I got the receipt incorrect.
How many times?
It's been more than you think.
Well, I was going to ask about work checks.
No.
Look.
How many in your last? Well,
Every
you'd have to
time
get
I look at
ads
them,
to
I
check
think
a
it's
town.
down.
I told you, we're the people who realized the mistake they made on double charging insurance a couple of years ago.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember that? there was a paycheck where they were like, oh, it only seems to have affected a few people. And then they put a company-wide email out that said, it appears as though some people have been double charged for their insurance. And I was like, some people? You told us it was like 3 people.
But I really should check my work email.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should.
I really should read these things.
Yeah. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, it is Jack Leiter Day. We are setting you up for Jack Leiter getting his first start, which is potentially a no-hitter.
Oh, my gosh.
As predicted by Kevin yesterday.
What?
And
Will he pitch the whole game?
yeah, that's the goal, is to get that. My buddy's an idiot at 10:40.
Can I make a random observation
Yeah, go
here?
ahead.
How many people here that are like up here on this deck are just looking at Corey, not realizing he's like a part of this radio team? And for those of you
He's
who
talking
are
to nobody.
those of you who are
Time
watching and
out.
listening, Corey is on his own table over there. He's not at our broadcast table, and they got this guy just wearing headphones talking to his own microphone.
And he like brought it from home. He's not part of the show. He's like, hey guys, thanks for having me.
They're like, wow, he really wants to be the next Nance.
They think he's Gary McCord over here.
Yeah. Corey, what hole is
Bill
this you have
Kratzer.
covered?
Oh, man,
Vern
this-
Lundquist.
yeah, 13.
He's got Corey on the turn. Corey's practicing with his
John
own.
Smoltz really stuck in a bunker over here.
John
He's got a bad lie in the rough.
Like Corey literally is just sitting away from us. So like for all these other people who are looking up here, Corey's just with a microphone and a headset by himself, unrelated to us.
Do you like that better, or do you like Corey Major's lazy golf reporter, and he's supposed to be out on the course, and he's just like, I can't tell.
Well, you know, it looks like
pretty
it's
far
like
away.
17. I see
Sure.
17 over there. They
Yeah,
look okay.
once I see whatever it is on Twitter, then I'll tweet it too.
He's
And
an
then I'll be
idiot.
like, yeah, I'm
Oh,
reporting.
you'd be like fish.
Somebody over there in a yellow shirt. Yeah, wow.
All right. We're back tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
thank you to Tony Fay PR.
Big time
you
thanks,
to
Tony
the Country
Fay.
Club, the best PR that we ever have worked with. Thanks to the Atlanta Braves and also Terry Francona for sitting down with us. Fellas, have a good hour. The KNC Master. The KNC. What? Come on, Corey. You messed up your toy.
Turn me off, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, my God.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. my
Yeah,
bad.
give us that credit for that extra 30 minutes, Sean.
Let's go, Jack Leiter, KNC, next on The Fan.
We have you covered. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. We're live at the Invited Celebrity Classic at the confusingly named Las Colinas Country Club in Irving.
Well, it's pretty much Las Colinas, right? Like they're the same area. They join. They're conjoined. They join together. Does this not cross into the Las Colinas area?
Idea.
You don't have a clue. Your geography skills are miserable anyway, right?
No.
Like you don't.
It's
even
because
know
of
where
places
England
like this. You can go to Nebraska Furniture Mart in the Colony. You can go to Las Colinas Country Club in Irving. Can I go to the Irving Country Club in Las Colinas?
I don't know. I've never been to the Irving Country Club before.
It is actually really, really nice. I just wish we would tweak that name a little bit.
Why? Kevin,
for those reasons I just said.
What about universities that like Tarleton State? Okay, that's not a state, but it is what it is, right? So it's a state college. But it doesn't have. It's not Texas State, you know. So you mad at them now?
Yeah, I don't think I have enough power to overthrow the university system, country club system. Maybe. Now it is also, Corey. I know you're excited about this. Happy Jack Leiter Day, everybody. 877-881-1053, FrankelFirm.com text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation, are you pumped about Jack Leiter today, or are you just pumped about the Rangers and you get another day game, or are you unreasonably excited for Jack Leiter?
I'm sad for Grant Anderson because
they got sent down.
He was optioned to Round Rock because they had to make room for him.
Right.
I am very happy for Jack Leiter. Kevin, I do have this idea though. All right, maybe this idea is for later. But last year he said that he was going to take up painting. And then this year he said that he'd stalled out on the painting idea.
Right.
What if next year I take a painting of Jack Leiter to him that I did, all right, and I show it to him and it's just really bad and he just doesn't want to tell me that it's bad.
Oh, my gosh.
And he's just like, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. And then I'm like, no, I'm just joking. Here's a real painting that I've had commissioned of you.
I think that would be amazing without the last part.
You
I just want
painting.
you to give him a garbage painting and be like, "Hey, it's about the journey, right?"
You inspired me, and so I started my painting journey just along. Anyway, now
Please do that.
I'm very interested to know what the Tolos and the Tuolos out there expect from him today, and kind of like what the real anticipation is for him, because I have my standards set pretty low for today. It's not like Wyatt Langford standards by any means, but this is one of those days where I'm like, okay, if you can just give me 5 innings with 1 walk.
Is it the walks that you focus on today?
I'm concerned about
I get
walks.
It. Yeah,
he gives up a home run. Look, man, hitters in Major League Baseball hit home runs. I get it. You can't walk anybody, though, and put on extra runners. So that, for me, is my main thing. Just seeing where his fastball control is, and then how he sequences pitches, and that this is his time to work with Jonah Heim, and so he's still got to learn how to trust Jonah Heim behind the plate. And so I have a lot of different scenarios playing out in my mind for what can happen today. I mean, no hitter is the best one. Perfect game, that's really tough to get to. That's going to be a tough one. But I hope he can get me 5 innings, 1 walk, a couple strikeouts, and limited number of hits. I don't want to see one of those, hey, man, it's just a carousel out there, and they're just going around all day.
Man, there's a couple things. This is an interesting bit from the 903. Have Lucy or one of your kids do it, and that way, if he doesn't love it, be like, great, my child did that.
No, I don't want to really make him feel
that would actually be really rude.
And just do it poorly and just be like, and just to see him be like, I can't be mean to this guy. Maybe I can be nice. Hey, Kevin, right over there is Rex Burkhead. Do you remember Rex Burkhead? We used to cover him whenever he was in high school.
Yes.
His dad, super nice guy.
Should you whisper and point at people and pretend as though they can't hear you?
That's how we got Annika Sorensen to come to the show last year when she was cutting her sandwich diagonally. So maybe
do you
he's
just go talk to him?
Maybe so.
Okay.
I don't know. He's a little busy right now. He looks like he's playing on the golf course.
Okay, well, I need some help right here from the 435. Bro, Las Colinas is a city in Irving. Now, hold on just a damn minute. A city inside
of a city. Yeah, I believe.
Is it in? If it was like inside the county, I would get that. But you're telling me Las Colinas is its own city, but also inside the city of Irving?
Okay, have you ever heard of Highland Park?
Yes.
What is Highland Park?
Not a city.
What is it?
It's a school.
It's not a school. It's a section of the city of Dallas,
but not a city.
They have a very
It's a
specific
section.
area where like this is Highland
I
Park.
get
right
that
here.
because you said a section. You didn't say it's a city inside of a
You don't
city.
think they govern themselves a little differently than they do?
No, I've seen the way they would always get under the mandatory attendance for UIL to stay in that smaller classification.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, Highland Park, it goes by Highland Park, right? Like, if you live in Dallas, you live in Dallas. But if you live in Highland Park, you live in Highland Park. You don't live in Dallas, right? So it's not, I mean, you're Dallas proper, I guess. But it's still, you're Highland Park, baby, so.
From the city inception. Okay, I'll definitely say that for the 469. Is Kevin really excited about Leiter and the Rangers winning today? Say that they'll win today. They will win today. Mark it down.
Let's go, Rex Burkhead.
Yeah.
Come on, Rex, sit down with us real quick, man. Oh, my gosh. I can't believe this is happening right now.
This is going to be such a niche thing
Yes,
for
it
a
is.
certain group of people.
Yes. All right, we're getting Rex Burkhead turned up right now.
Now, we first met Rex Burkhead working for the Plano Star-Courier, and let's see where we all are now.
Yeah.
One of them went to the NFL. I guess that's a pretty big deal. And then we have become the #1 sports show in the Metroplex in our time slot. So, actually, the #1 radio show. Are you proud of us, Rex?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Well deserved. You guys are tremendous. Everybody loves you guys. So
Thank you.
You're right where you should be.
Thank you. Will you tell your dad hi for us? by
I
the
will.
way?
I will.
All right, so my favorite Rex Burkhead memory was you received a punt against Skyline, and you're running down the field, and you shake pretty much the whole special teams for Skyline. I know you went on and played pro ball and everything. This is my moment. And the entire sideline for Skyline, like all the stands, just goes, oh! Did you hear that, or were you too focused on the end zone at that point?
Yeah, no, I heard it a little bit. Yeah, I did. I remember that kid actually messaged me after that. He's like, I got so much crap at school. For the rest of the year. I'm like, I'm sorry, man.
Well, so all right, so you're out here playing in the golf tournament today,
Yeah.
and you have a pretty significant foundation that you work with also, and I wanted to give you that opportunity to talk about that.
Yeah.
because I think it's amazing what you do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, so the Team Jack Foundation, has been going strong for about 10 years now, and raised over $10 million for pediatric brain cancer research. And so started in my time in Nebraska, and has just grown tremendously, doing a great job. And Jack, who was 6 years old at the time that we had met, is now graduating from high school soon. And so it's pretty wild.
awesome.
Was there a thought at the time, too, that that was
Yeah.
not likely?
Right. Well, that's kind of how we met at the stadium. It was kind of like a Make-A-Wish deal. They didn't know how much longer he was going to have, and with everything occurring. And so, he's graduating, going to be going into some law school, and it's pretty awesome. Yeah.
How cool is it that
And he still brags about shaking the entire Nebraska defense.
I mean,
So that was amazing.
I know you made it to the NFL, obviously had a very long career there, and that's amazing. But how cool is it to know that, you're also on someone's Make-A-Wish list, and, that's what they said will make my life better.
It's very humbling, grateful. I think in that meeting, they were kind of hoping, I would inspire him a little bit, maybe give him some strength. And honestly, I came away from it, feeling the opposite. I mean, just knowing that he knew what he was fighting, what he was battling, and just seeing how much fun he was having there with his family. It was inspiring to me and wanted me to really help out the cause and help in whatever way I could.
That's really awesome, man. Kevin and I were at the newspaper when you were in high school. There was a litany of talent in Plano at the time. You had Jackson Jeffcoat over there and all, and everything that you were doing, Carson, Chris Lott. That was a wonderful team to cover. I had a really good fortune to cover that team. But I remember talking to you during your summer workouts, and you were like, I have a dream of being in the NFL. I've never had this opportunity to see the before and after.
Right.
So can you kind of tell me what that, being the kid and having that dream and then fulfilling that dream, like that process, was it all like, hey, it's all about the work, or what was it for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, very gratifying once you get to that level, but a lot of work behind it for sure. And, it took constant effort, commitment, sacrifices, of course, the people around me. Couldn't thank my teammates, my coaches, of course, my family, for everything they did for me. I remember when my parents, would make sacrifices. My dad would have to get off work early to come help coach and get me to practice. And so just very grateful for the experience, unbelievable times, of course, at Nebraska, Cincinnati, New England, a couple Super Bowls, got to play in there. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah,
even the way you say that,
a
couple Super Bowls,
it's kind of, it was all part of the dream. I already had it navigated.
Yeah. I heard you might be preposterously good at golf as well, because here's how the story goes. All right, I'm sure you've heard the tales over the years. Clearly, state basketball champion, football did very well. I got booed at Texas Stadium because I picked against y'all in the 07 state semifinals. Sorry about that. And then the rumblings that baseball was your best sport. And I heard that you came off the course maybe yesterday and you said you shot a 78, and you were like, I did all right.
Yeah, it was a good day.
Okay.
It was a good day. That is a very good day for me. Hopefully I didn't waste it all yesterday for this weekend. But, of course, I can have some bad days out here. But I love the game. I didn't grow up playing, and so it's something I've gotten into the past few years, and I'm kind of obsessed with it. So,
yeah, we see that with Mike. Our other co-host, he's currently up in Detroit calling the games with the Rangers, but he'll be back next week. But he plays, and he's just constantly in that same mindset. It's addicting.
Yes.
It's one of those games that you just want to play, except for him. Kevin's like, it's boring. I'm not a huge golf
And I
fan.
don't drink either, and so everyone's like, yeah, man, you grab some drinks, and I was like, I would be the worst at this.
Yeah, so
I really would.
All right, so this did just come in, and obviously, I'm sure you get this kind of question all the time, but Bill Belichick's a very interesting personality, championship personality. Was that like right in line with what you wanted whenever you were kind of dreaming about that, or was it a little different?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Patriots, growing up, they had so much success early on, kind of the early 2000s, seeing Tom and, all those guys just really, kind of putting the staple out there of how championship teams should be run, how they should perform. And, of course, getting there, Bill is just unbelievable coach, just super smart. Always bringing out the best in you in whatever way possible, and I respected that man to the fullest, and he brought my game to a new level, and so it was just a great experience. Of course, playing with guys like Tom, Julian, Matthew Slater, having those leaders in the locker room, it was just a great experience.
The line, I think it was a Tom Brady interview once that it just stuck with me forever, and it was, he won't ask you to do something that you can't do.
Right.
Do you find that that's very rare with coaches?
Yeah. No, absolutely. They put you in the best position possible. They understand your skill set, and they're going to do whatever they can to maximize that. They're not going to put you in positions they're like, oh, Rex, here you go out here and block Von Miller on the edge or something, something like that. So, yeah,
maybe DeMarcus Ware, but
yeah. Golly.
I did hear. Yeah, did you have a crackback block on DeMarcus Ware once?
I did. I tried. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a crack, but no, they put you in the best positions possible and bring out the best in you.
Is there a real answer? Was it Tom or Bill? Is that the?
Oh my God! What are you doing, man?
Okay, never mind.
Ask him if he watched the Apple TV show. Like, go with something a little softer. Good night.
You don't have to answer that one. You can just wink. You just blink twice for Tom and once for what?
Well, I was going to actually ask. I'm going to get him off the hook for this one. I was curious. My brother-in-law is a Navy guy, and he had asked. I always think about Bill Belichick as like coaching back in the pros, and he said, "Do you think he would be happy coaching like at one of the service academies? His kind of kids, that kind of like very regimented schedule." Could you see that?
Yeah, honestly, I could, because that's kind of how he runs the shop, and so runs his show, and he would definitely fit in right away. And I don't know, it's something I was kind of used to too. That's how my dad kind of raised me, and then even Plano was kind of ran like that, and of course Nebraska with Coach Pelini. So there's definitely a lot of positives from it, and like I said, I have the utmost respect for him, and really shocked he doesn't have a head coaching job right now, and being the greatest coach ever, it's kind of shocking, but I know he'll land his feet where he should be soon.
How do you think he's going to do in media then? Because he's going to be with McAfee for the draft.
Yeah, I know.
Those feel like different personalities.
Yeah, no, it'd be great. Yeah, see his personality come out. He's definitely got that other side. You don't get to see, but us as players, we got to see it, in meetings and around the stadium. So I'm interested to see it.
See, so in the meetings, I always had desperately hoped like one of y'all asked a question and he goes, "We're on to Cincinnati." Like I just think that would be amazing if you're like, "What?
Right?
We're not in public right now. What are we doing?" Is it teamjackfoundation.org if people want to check it out? Do I have the website
Yes,
right?
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
Yeah, teamjackfoundation.org, Corey. So why don't you start helping?
Yeah, well, and I was going to say that every year we do a 14-hour show called Peace-a-thon the day before Thanksgiving as we're setting up for the Cowboys Thanksgiving game and everything, and it helps out my possibilities in Plano, right there off of Coit and George Bush. It overlooks it. And so we get a lot of feedback from that, and a lot of people help in and pitch in on that. If you ever need any of our help, I know we're just a little radio station, but just we're more than happy to help you out with whenever you are promoting.
I appreciate it. I mean, y'all have done that in the past, so thank you so much. We actually have a golf tournament coming up in late October at Canyon Creek Country Club in Richardson,
over in the neighborhood
for the foundation. So it'll be great having y'all out.
We'd love to have you pop back on and hype up the tournament and everything like that.
For sure.
So people just listening, I know we got to go to break. Talking with Rex Burkhead. I kid you not. Corey and I, it's amazing to me, and maybe this is an off-air conversation. Corey and I met each other in 2006 at the Plano Star-Courier, and obviously you were at Plano Senior at the time, and it's just amazing that, like, to see what you've done is so cool. And then to be able to interview you like on the other side while we're still friends and still doing the thing, that's just wild to me.
Yeah.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say, like, I just think that's crazy.
It is wild. Yeah. Kind of full circle now, almost 20 years now of it. It's amazing.
Absolutely remarkable. Thank you very much. I hope for better than a 78.
Yeah. Thank you. That would be awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Already off to a fantastic start at the Invited Celebrity Classic here in Las Colinas. Coming up next, puck around and find out. Let's talk Stars and Blues, plus inside the toughest season of Ottinger's career. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Robertson with the only goal in the shootout. Thomas, stopped by Ottinger. The Stars win it 2-1. Their 52nd victory of the season. Second most wins in Stars franchise history. They only needed 1 point to clinch the top spot of the West.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Invited Celebrity Classic at the Las Colinas Country Club in Irving. And what you just heard right there, do you want me to relitigate that? I'm not going to.
Our boss was so worked up by
CA
this
sent me a text. I got several texts
that
about
he
it.
he texted us and he said Highland Park became a city in 1915. And Highland Park, University Park, and Cockrell Hill are all independent cities. But
Exactly.
Kevin, the biggest point is Highland Park is surrounded by Dallas.
It's not in Dallas.
It is in Dallas.
It's its own thing.
In the middle of Dallas. It's like okay, Dallas is a donut, all right? And right in the middle is the donut hole, Highland Park. And that's exactly what it is right there.
I don't know if you know how a donut works. In the middle of a donut is a hole.
I just said donut hole, right?
That's not a donut hole. It's a it's a void of space.
So what do you?
Are you calling Highland Park a void of space?
Well, no, I'm saying it's the donut hole. It's the middle of Dallas.
They actually, I think, make them totally differently. While you would think they just punch a hole in the donut, I do not believe that is the case whatsoever. Thank you very much for keeping us safe out here.
Are there people going, what is this?
No,
show?
yeah. There's absolutely a police officer who looked over here and is like, if I got to protect some people, they might be last on the list. I don't know if that is in fact the case. But we're talking about the Stars having one of the best seasons in franchise history by every metric. This was another great example because not only did the Stars get the win to secure the number 1 seed in the West throughout the playoffs, this was their 26th comeback win of the season. You know, and we talked about that in the past. They'd already set that franchise record, I think, a couple comeback wins ago. But their 26th comeback win, best in franchise history. They had 113 points. Second best in franchise history behind only, can you guess?
The 1999 team.
That is correct. The 1998-99 Dallas Stars had 114 points. And, of course, they went on to win the Stanley Cup. Now, the interesting part about this, where it's still a little muddied, is they're going to play either the Kings or the Golden Knights. Both of them, I believe, play this evening to wrap up the slate of NHL games, and then we'll get going this weekend in terms of the playoffs and everything like that. But you are in a position where both Vegas and Los Angeles have not very good opponents this evening. So if all holds, you would play the Kings.
Hold on, hockey's not over?
They finished a regular season this evening.
Okay.
Why? You sounded so put out by that.
I am kind of exasperated by scheduling.
Because we didn't all end on the same day like the NBA
like
does.
in the NFL, I'm like every game should be a noon game in the NFL. You know, I'm always kind of weirded out by the way that the leagues do that. But I like the way that the NBA did it. I think that's a smart approach. Back to you, Kevin.
No, I get it. But
it's like they plan their season from the end and go backwards. I like it that way.
Fair enough. So the opponents tonight, it's the Ducks for Vegas and Chicago for Los Angeles. Like I said, neither one of those teams are particularly good. If both have the same result, you're going to play the Kings because the Golden Knights are 1 point ahead of the Kings. And I know we kind of talked about this yesterday. I'm not saying that like any playoff opponent is going to be a chump matchup or whatever. I would just much prefer the Kings matchup versus the Golden Knights matchup. I don't know how these two teams are going to attack it this evening, but if they get the same result, then you're going to end up drawing the Kings. If the Kings win and the Golden Knights lose in regulation, you're going to end up getting the Golden Knights.
I think, Kevin, you know, I discussed this with you yesterday. It doesn't matter who they are, line them up, knock them down. That's the way I look at my opponents. But right now, the thing that I'm most excited about is Ottinger looked really good yet again.
He did.
And going into this stretch where now it's time. And maybe this is something that Brian Ray was talking about the other day. Ottinger last year, he was kind of tired because he'd played a lot of hockey last year, right? And then as you're rolling into it, he's like, all right, I'm doing my thing. And then maybe where things wear out just a little bit. Now he has a little bit of a different approach to it and the way he's seeing it. And he had a tough spell earlier in this season, but he has found his place right here at the right time.
Okay. I'm really glad that you brought that up.
I hope I didn't jump ahead on something.
No. That's a perfect transition. That's why you're a pro. I outside of the social media saves that you probably saw last night, there was probably at least 2 that popped on social media.
Yeah. The one I loved the most was the one where he just stuck his stick back there and deflected the shot. Like he was out of the net, dude.
Kind of looking like a soccer keeper.
He wasn't even he was in the wrong position. The puck comes through and he just sticks his stick out there and is like, got him, and it's just awesome, man.
From the 817 LFG, you know what that means. Ottinger is a badass, but I wanted to dive into some of the things that we've talked about with Ottinger's career. I realize on the surface, you look at it, he's clicking and the team is rocking and rolling right now. And he was an all-star, right? You just look at that from the outside and you're like, what a great season, right?
Yes.
Is that like a fair assumption?
Absolutely.
But if you dive further into it, I think you can make a really strong argument. This has been the toughest season of Ottinger's career. You talked about in the offseason, he was coming off a surgery.
Yep.
And then he missed like a month with the groin injury. And so you have 2 injuries for somebody who hasn't had injuries. I'm not saying like he never missed a game, but like realistically hasn't missed lengthy periods of time. And so off season, coming off of surgery. In season, he misses a month. And then to top it all off, and you can argue it's because of either drag from the surgery in the offseason or the groin problems. He'd given up some uncharacteristic goals. This was not Ottinger's best season by the time he had made the All-Star team.
Okay, yeah.
He's a fantastic player. But at that point, this had not been an All-Star season for him. You ask this all the time, and I've got some hard numbers. This doesn't include last night's game, so it had dropped even more. The addition of Tanev, Dallas went from, and this also includes games that Wedgwood played, Dallas went from giving up 3.02 goals per game to 2.18.
Oh, wow.
That is, I really
significant number.
Yeah, you're talking about a drop of almost a goal a game. If you're just looking for, hey, give me tangible data. Forget like what I see out on the ice. Give me tangible data for how big of a deal this is. There's your tangible data. You probably are the hottest. Y'all are Winnipeg. The Stars are Winnipeg. The 2 hottest teams going into the playoffs. You have the best record in the West. You have the second best record in all of the NHL. Second best record in Stars history. Most comeback wins in Stars history. Like, the momentum train is going for the Stars right now going into the playoffs.
And, again, this is, with Ottinger and his approach and your defense. Like, you got to credit your defense as well.
Defense has been fantastic.
Thank you, Jim Nill, for continuing to grow that and also saying, you know what, we're not quite there. This is a championship team. We need to add another piece. That was a significant. Tanev was a significant piece to this.
Yes.
That, like we said, pushed everything down so that you're good. But Kevin, this is the Nate Eovaldi thing. Jake Ottinger's Nate Eovaldi. Everybody knows that they have him in net.
Yeah.
And everybody on the team is going to be cocky about it. And when Ludwig said that the other day, he was like, look, man, they could be down 2 goals, but they all feel confident that he's not going to let another one happen. And so when they get in that room, they know what they have to do. This team is primed, man.
I want to.
This is the most confident I've felt about this team in years, even though they've been very good for a while.
I feel way more confident right now than the last Stanley Cup run because you had that bootleg 4-game play-in where the Stars looked like the worst team in the playoffs, and then they were like, well, we'll still make it to the Stanley Cup.
And last year, Kevin, I had confidence in them. I really did, but there was something that I was like, maybe Wyatt Johnston's a little too young, Robo's a little too young. I'm still waiting for them to get that experience.
And you still got Pavelski, and
Yeah.
now Harley's coming on. Yeah, but I like this from the 817. Do the Rangers start a chain of DFW championships, obviously for everyone except the Cowboys?
Yes.
That's a fair point. By the way,
1,000%.
Stephen Jones will be on with us again tomorrow at noon, so that should be interesting. But you go into the playoffs. It's impossible not to be exceedingly high on the Stars. A lot of folks have really high expectations for the Mavericks going into the playoffs. They definitely look like a Western Conference final type team. How it goes from there, I'm not sure. But the excitement is there for both these teams going into the playoffs. You said thank you to Jim Nill. I want to go back to one particular aspect of the Tanev trade that I think is absolutely phenomenal. The Stars did not have the salary cap space to fit him. And so what they did was you add another team to the trade, send off a draft pick so they can facilitate taking the remainder of that salary cap.
They created more pie?
Yes, they did.
How do you create more pie?
By giving up draft picks.
You can't do that.
Hey, and yet here we are. And so I thought that was just such a savvy move because everyone was like, hey, they're pretty cap-strapped. How are they going to be able to pull this off? And they're like, hey, we think we're ready to go now. And I remember Jim Nill, before the trade deadline's like, they'll let us know how ready they are. And the Stars responded, and he said, okay, let's give up a future draft pick so we can facilitate this.
That great experience on Jim Nill's part to know that. I mean, he built a champion up in Detroit, along with the guys that are doing work with him. Like those guys are with him again, building another champion here. And that experience, that line right there, they'll tell us. They'll let us know.
Yep.
Hey, Kevin, I did want to promote something, if you don't mind.
Is it Steven?
No. The Draft 101 live coverage tonight.
Oh, yes, from the start.
This is the coolest thing, and if you didn't get to register, I'm sorry. Like this, you're going to miss out on this. This is
that thing
huge.
Filled up in like 2 seconds.
They're going to be out at the Star tonight, and they're going to be also on the Fan Cam, YouTube, and Twitch. So if you are a Twolo, if you like to YOLO as well, we have that for you tonight, live from the Star in Frisco, presented by Miller Lite. It's going to be Broadus, Bobby, Zach, and some people from DallasCowboys.com. If you love them, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. It's about our guys more than anything else. But to give you everything you need to know about the NFL week's NFL draft that's coming up, man. And I'm really looking forward to all the coverage because we have at this station the best NFL draft coverage that you'll find.
Agreed. Coming up next, we're live at the Invited Celebrity Classic at the Las Colinas Country Club. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did he get banned from the NBA for life?
What?
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live at the Star getting ready for Draft 101 at night. The Nation will be on after the Rangers game, about 3:15, 3:30, somewhere in there.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Here's the payoff pitch. Oh, no way! Come on, Blue! That's terrible. Game over. White Sox take game 2 of this 3-game series 4-2. Off an awful call.
It's actually the White Sox lost that game 4-2, but I understand in the moment.
Yeah.
He was very
furious.
frustrated. We're live at the Invited Celebrity Classic in Las Colinas, and we might still work a little bit of My Buddy's an Idiot in here. But, Corey, we also have a special guest who has demanded time on the show.
Mike Flaskey is joining the show
He was
right
actually
now.
really nice about it.
And it's wonderful to have you. You created this tournament, and I'm not sure, like, was it the tournament that drew you, or was it, you know what, I'm going to go create. I'm going to go make something that I've never done before because I sold $1 billion company. No, how did this all come about?
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Good to be on
I asked a question
the best,
before welcoming
sports
you.
talk radio in the Metroplex.
There you go.
I appreciate you guys. Look, we've
if
been
you
doing.
appreciate us, could you create us a better parking spot next year?
I can do that.
Yes.
You see, you should have asked last year.
I know. I should have.
That was, if you don't ask, you'll never
That's
get
right.
an answer.
Hey, if we're going to challenge Stephen Jones, you might as well go off.
You have not if you ask not, right?
There you go.
No, so it's really been a cool evolution. We MF Entertainment, my company, we started an event in Orlando about 10 years ago, which is now titled the Hilton Grand Vacations Tournament of Champions, which is where I kind of pioneered this model where we partner there with the LPGA and we bring in 50 stars from sports and entertainment. And after selling Diamond Resorts to Hilton, I needed to figure out, hey, what am I going to do? And I was fortunate to be asked to go on the board of directors for Invited Clubs. And so I sit on their board, and Dave Pillsbury, their CEO, came to me and said, hey, you know what you did in Orlando? We need that in Dallas, and Invited would love to really be the title and own this thing. And because there's an existing model like that with the LPGA, I had to think about, okay, where are we going to get our professional partners, right? So we went to the PGA Tour Champions, and here we are. This is year 3. And the Metroplex has embraced this thing. I mean, they're the greatest sports fans, arguably, in the world right here in this city, and they get behind it. I mean, we've been blessed, from year 1 to have Emmett and DeMarcus and Romo play in it. Romo's the defending champion, so we're going to have massive crowds this week, because of that. And I mean, there's lots of others. There's 40. So it's good stuff.
You said Romo's the defending champion. Do you think in the future Dak would be good enough to win the championship here?
I don't know if he'd be good enough to win the championship, but I'd love to have him.
Yeah, I bet so. I really appreciate that you have our buddy Derek Holland. He's a fan favorite. Artolos love Derek around DFW. I mean, he is always beloved in this area, so I'm glad that he's out here at this tournament. He's a good golfer, too.
Yes, he is, and I'll tell you the little backstory there. I'm a baseball guy. I played, in college in minor leagues. And
was it under Gaylord Perry?
Under Gaylord Perry.
There you go. I did my research.
Hall of Famer, 314-game winner, real hard slider that they confused for a spitball. But anyway, confused. All that said, John Daly, my buddy, stays at Derek's house, and 2 years ago he had a little party, and we went over, and Derek was still playing. And he's like, man, when Derek retires, we got to get him in. He'd be huge. And I couldn't get him in last year. We have over 100 celebrities, sports. I use the term celebrity, but sports and entertainment people that were on a wait list to get in here this year that we couldn't get in. Right. I mean, so the demand for this thing is incredible. And Derek, though, deserves a spot here. Being a baseball guy, I remember, I watched him. I don't know, you can tell me, but he was the opening day starter for many years. He
greatest World Series start in the history of the Rangers.
It's unbelievable, right? And arguably should have 2 titles.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, sometimes one of our co-hosts likes to antagonize him about that. Are there any of these celebrities that even I'm guessing maybe not, but even you get a little intimidated? You're like, hey, Larry the Cable Guy.
Well, the answer is no, but and the reason I say but emphatically is I get to work with them all the time. They're my friends. But, I mean, let me tell you something. I did a segment this morning, a live segment on MLB Network with Albert Pujols. And, you know, I know it's the Cardinals, but stay with me here. I mean, the dude's got 703 home runs in the big leagues. The list is
one of the greatest
short.
2011 World Series.
No,
I'm fine.
no, I mean, it's a real short list, right? I like 4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I would say it's exciting to, you know, have Albert here and be able to see him. Annika, you know, Annika Sorenstam is a great friend and has supported my events from the beginning. And I think it's a unique and cool twist that these, you know, world-class athletes, 6'5", you know, freaking 240 pounds that hit the ball 350 yards. And here's Annika, you know, 51-year-old mama, too, the greatest woman golfer of all time, giving up 100 yards off the tee and carving them up, you know. So, I mean, it's kind of cool to have her here.
Well, okay, so last year when we were here, we were in the exact same spot.
Yep.
And she's sitting at that table right in front of us having her lunch.
Yep.
And we've had this ongoing bit for a long time that I cut my burgers diagonally. And everybody's like, it's a circle. How do you cut it diagonally? I'm like, you just have to know. And so I looked over, and she had a round sandwich, and she cut it. I was like, Kevin, she's cutting it diagonally. She overheard us, and she was like, yes, I am cutting it diagonally. You get more sandwich that way. And I was like, that's what I'm. And so she came over and hung out with us, and she was just a delight. Like, it was so awesome to talk to her. And then we
had her again about a month ago.
Yeah, about a month ago, we had her to promote this, and so. It's an awesome thing that she jumped in on the bit with us, and she had fun, and she patronized him a little bit, so that was nice.
Well, I'll tell you another little tidbit. You know, she's got a lot of accolades. People can go out there and look at all of her wins, and they can look at her majors, and they can see all that. But she's also the newest member at Augusta National.
Yes.
Wow. How about that?
That is awesome. That is awesome.
I will promise you she's the only one in the field that is a member at Augusta.
That's a pretty good scoreboard. You're like, hey, nice putt. See you in Georgia.
Yeah.
All right, so we got about a couple minutes here.
Sure.
You have the pairings for today right in front of us. Is that correct?
Well, not only that, but you're going to be the first. Your audience and fans are going to be the first to hear them.
I love
you
that.
You want me to drop a few of them?
Absolutely.
Yes. All right, we haven't released them yet, but let me throw a couple of them out there here. Vijay Singh, Jim Furyk, paired with Tony Romo and Alfonso Ribeiro.
That's awesome.
Oh, doing the
Carlton,
yeah.
baby. All right, let's work down. David Toms and Texas native Justin Leonard, paired with Emmett Smith and the Rocket Roger Clemens.
Okay, all right.
That's a good one,
nice
right?
group right there.
I like that.
Retief Goosen and Jerry Kelly, paired with Albert Pujols and Brett Baer.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
That's a good follow.
That's an interesting one, right?
Yeah, I like that.
I feel like Albert can crush, man.
I just don't want to talk about that World Series.
I don't either. He had one that I thought broke a hole in the wall.
All right, I got a couple more good ones for you. Mark Hinsby, last year's defending champion, and Scott Perrell, who was a winner here 2 years ago, paired with John Smoltz and Annika Sorenstam.
There you go.
That's an awesome one right there, because I know both of those will engage in.
Yes.
Smoltz and Annika will engage in some nonsense with us.
And then here is the last one to whet the appetite of your crew. Rod Pampling, Dallas fella. Paul Broadhurst with Ray Allen and the recent retired Josh Donaldson.
Nice.
Oh.
Donaldson can swing too.
He definitely can.
Ray Allen, I think everything's a 3 with that guy.
Yes,
so
both of those guys are great players too. So it's. I mean, we got some great pairings for the fans.
Okay, while we're talking about these pairings, what a cool media event this is, I want to see if we can pick your brain about something. What do you think about this media member? I want to take you to cut number 6. I don't know if you've heard this yet. Made quite a bit of noise yesterday. Caitlin Clark is at her introductory press conference with the Indiana Fever. She's well known for doing the little heart with her hands. This is how it played out with Greg Doyle.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me and we'll be able to get along just fine. So, question is.
What are your thoughts about a media member telling Caitlin Clark, if you start giving me heart hands like you do with your family, we'll be just fine?
Well, it sounds like he needs to find an executive search firm.
It really does, doesn't it? And I haven't looked into his background, but people on Twitter is like, he does stuff like this all the time. And then he asked a follow-up question to the coach, which I didn't ask for, that made Kalen Clark sound like a car. It was like, now that you got this, what are you going to do with it? And the coach is like, I'd win a lot of games. Like,
the
it was
keys and let her drive.
Yeah, it was
that's what I'm going to do.
Very awkward back and forth
Just
there.
a little.
Yeah, it happens. It definitely happens. You know, sometimes I panic when I'm asking questions, and maybe that's what happened to Mr. Doyle there, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't believe he. And then he turned in his apology into a column, and people are like, "Okay, so now it's for clicks."
Now I get it.
Cool
now
story.
I get it.
Well, we appreciate it very much for jumping on with us, Mr. Flasky. Thank you, and I love MF Entertainment. I appreciate what you're doing there.
We appreciate you having us, and you guys do a great job, and you're welcome anywhere we are.
Absolutely.
Boom.
Awesome.
I love it. He just said we're going to get a better parking space.
Heck yeah, man. Good job. Thanks, man.
We're the
for asking
K&C
for that.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's pick up a little bit more My Buddy's an Idiot. Let's throw in a little gridiron. We'll combine all of the stuff together live at the Invited Celebrity Classic at the Las Colinas Country Club right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Alec Medford is disgusted with me right now and the jokes that I tell him. We're live at the Invited Celebrity Classic at the Las Colinas Country Club. Remember, short show for us. We get off the air at 11:30. That'll lead into Rangers pregame. Rangers Tigers once again getting started at 12:10. I'm going to try to combo something up here. I'm going to give you one more My Buddy's an Idiot. Take some text. And then transition into Gridiron. You ready? Jonte Murray. It sucks that this came out like 2 minutes before we went off air yesterday, too. He has been banned by the NBA, not the NFL.
Okay.
That would be weird. Now, it could be a lifetime ban, but I will bring this up before. Roy Tarpley was banned for life, and then he got back into the NBA, only to be banned for life again, which I still think is a remarkable accomplishment. This is the person that we talked about, I don't know, like maybe 3 weeks ago, that there was all these absurd prop bets on his numbers. At one of the games he left because he said he was injured, and the other game he left because he said he wasn't feeling well. The league investigated Jonte Porter, and he placed at least 13 bets on NBA games using an Associates online betting account. The bets ranged from, get ready, $15 to $22,000. That is such a shocking range, totaling $54,000. He made $76,000, so a profit of $22,000. None of the bets involved any game in which Porter played, but there were 3 of the bets were parlays, including one that included his team to lose.
Okay, all right. And did he win that one or lose it?
He lost it.
Okay.
So
I'll call him an idiot for that one.
Yeah,
but maybe he was just trying to throw people off the scent.
He's like,
I can't win them all,
right.
Especially the ones on my team. I can always be like, well, I lost that one.
I just look at the end of the day, and I know he wasn't like a phenomenal player or anything, but the profit per their investigation, but I also think that there was other, like, not from an Associates account that he had to hook up with, because we talked about those prop bet nights. He made $22,000.
Okay.
And now he's banned from the NBA.
All right, let me ask you this, though. All right, he made $22,000 that you know of.
Yes.
And he's banned from the NBA. How much did he make while he was playing in the NBA?
Yeah, did I say Murray? I meant Porter. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jonte Porter. How much
It's
did he
Michael
make?
Porter Jr.'s
He made
brother.
$2.4 million while he was playing in the NBA. All right? Kevin, he knew he was never making $55 million in the NBA. So
I mean, I agree with
he was
that.
like, while I'm here, they're paying me to be here. I'm going to collect information on my brother, on Jokic, whatever. You know,
Oh, my gosh.
I'm going to collect all this information. I'm going to start making some bets. And you know what? If I get banned from the NBA, so be it. It's not like I was ever going to be Michael Jordan anyway. I think this isn't my buddy's an idiot. This is my buddy's a genius. He knew what he was, Kevin. He knew what he was, and he said, I'm going to go out. I'm going to make money off of this while I'm here. I'm taking advantage. You know, Kevin, a lot of people are alive. That dude really lived.
Oh, that was a fascinating counterpoint that I have to admit I was not prepared for.
If he was making $50 million, $100 million, don't bet. But when you're one of the other guys, you're like, man, I'm never going to get endorsements. I'm never going to get any of that stuff.
Now you're ready to transition.
Absolutely.
Let's go around some of the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, I decided to pivot and look at the history of NFL indefinite suspensions. They have never technically banned somebody for life. They have just put the indefinite suspension that ended up ending a lot of folks' careers, starting with Merle Hapes. He was a fullback who was suspended for a betting scandal involving the 1946 NFL championship game. He and a teammate reportedly were bribed and offered to fix the game against the Bears, and they lost that game to the Bears. Maybe they would have lost it anyway. He was later suspended indefinitely, the two teammates were, for acts detrimental to the NFL and pro football. Bell came back 8 years later, while Hapes never did. Then, of course, you remember Ray Rice. He was suspended indefinitely. No team wanted him after that. Justin Blackmon, the 5th pick in the 2012 NFL draft. He was suspended indefinitely in 2013, and the same thing happened with LaRon Landry, Rolando McClain. Obviously, we saw Rolando McClain around here, but the NFL, so technically, they don't give banishments for life, but they do have those indefinite suspensions that sometimes last a really long time.
I bet, Kevin, ban for life is like reserved for something just even beyond anything we can think of. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
even, like, think of like what Ray Caruth.
Yeah,
and they didn't ban him for life, but you kind of knew that he's done. You know, I feel like that's kind of in that vein of banned for life, but they didn't put a label on it. That's for sure.
Also, there's a shocking amount of people who are absolutely with you agreeing about Jonte Porter and how that all went down. Couple more. I would not have guessed that, yet here we are. Couple more quick notes for you. J.K. Dobbins agreed to a 1-year deal with the Chargers, and Patrick Mahomes is one of the cover people for Time Magazine, having once again been named to the Time Magazine Most Influential People list. I would agree with that. He seems pretty darn influential.
Yes, I agree with you there.
And then this is a potential for a medical breakthrough, especially when it comes to the NFL. I'm excited about. Rapid concussion blood tests have been given approval by the FDA. Now, there's still more that will go into it, and I'm not saying that the NFL also announced today that they're adopting this, but that is an interesting turn of events. Instead of hey, let's go off of a concussion baseline and everything like that, if you could have a rapid blood test to try to determine if somebody had a concussion and how quickly you could put that to use.
I'm fascinated about the science behind this.
For sure.
Because how did they study this? You know, did they say, all right, we're bringing
That's
a
a
bunch
good
of you
question.
in, we're going to give you concussions, and we're going to just test your blood? No, I'm very serious. Or during the last few seasons, have they been drawing blood during apparent concussion situations? I'm fascinated by how they got this, but I'm also more excited that they do have it so they can confirm something when something happens. Because your body does take on that type of, it's trying to protect itself. I love this, man.
Yeah, and I'm really curious the medical implications it could have across the board. Obviously, NFL, NHL immediately jump to mind when it comes to stuff like this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Invited Celebrity Classic in Irving at the Las Colinas Country Club. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with our Texas Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, right here on the Fan.
We all know what UV.
K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live at the Invited Celebrity Classic in Irving at the Las Colinas Country Club. And right now, we bring to you our Texas Rangers insider and broadcaster, Jared Sandler. Jared, happy Jack Leiter Day.
Happy Leiter Day to you guys as well. Should be a lot of fun. Just a reminder to fans, whether he throws a perfect game or doesn't get out of the first inning, it should not in any way, shape, or form impact your feelings on Jack Leiter's future. He has taken some really big steps forward. I think he's going to have a really nice day today, but I know that a lot of times we hang on the only result we know when there's only one, and I don't want anyone to put together the Jack Leiter for Cy Young campaign if he has a quality start, at least not in 2024, but I also don't want people to fret if it doesn't go however they expect it to go.
He's talking to you, Corey.
Jared, if he throws a perfect game, I'm absolutely losing my mind about it.
You should lose your mind. Yeah, I take that back. Yeah, let me. If he throws a perfect game, we may as well just put him with Beltre in July in Cooperstown. But anything short of that, then maybe we can just be realistic.
I said, Kevin, this morning, I said, look, man, if you can give me 5 innings, no walks, and I'm good with a couple strikeouts and maybe a hit, and you get out of the innings clean, I'm very happy with an outing like that. It's not a perfect game, but just showing command of his fastball, showing command of his pitches, and not walking guys is something I really want to see from him today.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you. And
it's tough.
It's tough. Chances are he is going to walk a guy or two. It's a major league debut. But I agree. What I don't want to see is, a Blair Henley situation where he's just kind of walking the world and falling behind guys consistently. Is he throwing strike one? Is he working from ahead? Is he constantly fighting to get outs while falling behind 2-0, 3-1? Those are the things you'd like to see him avoid. And those are some of the things that I think will help gauge whether or not this is the type of performance that people are excited about.
Now, I know we're amped up about Leiter, but this has been a really interesting start for the season for the Rangers in terms of, in addition to him, Wynn, Foscue, Wenzel, Langford. You have seen a plethora of the first round and competitive balance round picks already brought up to start the season.
Yeah, it's funny. I just looked at Matt. Matt and I were discussing earlier today. Matt asked me 4 guys have made their major league debut, and we went through Wynn, Wenzel, Leiter, and Langford, and I was like, yep, that's right. And you just mentioned Foscue, and Matt and I just both looked at each other like, oh, there's the 5th. It is the organization for a period of time did not take guys that were in their system and convert them into regular contributors at the major league level. And changes have been made by this regime, by the Chris Young regime, and it's not going to be something that happens overnight, but I think we're now starting to see. It's been a couple years. We're starting to see changes. We're starting to see growth. And, I take the Astros. I mean, heck, I'm looking at the Tigers, and I know the Tigers are not a team that people are saying, hey, this is a World Series team. I think this is a really good team, and I think they're going to be really good. And they have so many guys that have come up through their system. You look at teams that sustain success, like the Astros. They sustain success because they keep getting guys that come up through their system to contribute. And now the Rangers, I think, are starting to turn a corner and starting to do just that. And I think it's really exciting for the organization that, you have guys. They're not guys in the past. We've had guys make major league debuts, and it's like, all right, well, yeah, I mean, this guy got hurt. This guy is not playing well. We need a body. These are guys who have earned their way. These are guys who have talent, who could contribute, regularly.
Now, I know Kirby Yates closed last night, or he has, and he's closed in the past, not last night. Do you think he has the stuff as a closer? I know he hasn't got experience, but when you just look at his stuff, tell me more about that if you can.
Yeah, So I think some people made the Will Smith comparisons. Is he just another veteran who's going to peter out? And respectfully to Will Smith, obviously the second half was not very strong. The difference is Kirby Yates misses bats. That splitter's a really good pitch for him. And last year, he got off to a slow start coming back from Tommy John, but then he really kind of got going over the last few months. He's been there. He's done that. He's got the swing and miss stuff. He's not platoon volatile. He gets righties and lefties, and I think that's important too. So I do think he's got the stuff to be a closer, and I think that while he might not be in there if there's a safe situation today after pitching yesterday and getting 4 outs, I do think he's a guy who, for the time being, is going to get a bulk of those opportunities.
Thank you very much. As always, Jared, appreciate your time and info.
I appreciate you guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jared Sandler. Don't forget, Draft 101 live tonight. Bandcamp, YouTube, Twitch, starting at 7 p.m. And then we'll be back tomorrow, a full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105 through the Fan.
Excuses.